Excellent connection. And we're ready. Okay. All right. Let's say in stream. All right. Okay. We should be since it's streaming on one end there. Okay, all right, y'all. Hello, everybody. This is Unplugged, aka Brother Theo. I have a special guest with me tonight. Um, that it was, in my humble opinion, it was divinely ordained that we have on here tonight, especially because since the viewership has grown and expanded, and we have had to have some more time revisiting the songwriter's secret and the things that interest people and bring folks eventually to the truth. We've been spending more time talking about music than we had been. But we know that as a universal language, it is a thing that brings people together. And although we as humans, especially in today's climate, we find many things to disagree about. We find many things that we don't have in common. Folks who call themselves Christian have things that they disagree about with other Christians. Folks who call themselves um, Hebrew Israelite have things that they disagree about with other Hebrew Israelites. Folks who call themselves whatever they call themselves find some way to disagree with one another. Folks who call themselves black have some way or reason to disagree with other folks who call themselves black, and folks who call themselves white do the same with folks who call themselves white, and black folks do it with white folks, and white folks do it with black folks. But one thing that we can come together on, it seems to me, is music. We do it oftentimes. And so, by divine order, I was brought back in contact with a good friend of mine, a brother that I've known since I was 16 years old. And when I first met him, I thought I was meeting a celebrity because in my world, in my 13-year-old world, which was all about hip hop music and trying to find knowledge of self, those were my two main pursuits. Outside of school, which is what you had to do. But as far as what I wanted to do, I wanted to make that music, and I wanted to find out the truth about God and religion. And it was God's quote unquote design that me and this man become friends because we walked a long journey together that included both of those things. A lot of heartfelt talks about music and a lot of heartfelt talks about spirituality. And so, without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to a very good friend of mine. He's known around the world and especially to the Detroit hip hop community as DJ Los. And I like to. Oh, it's a mute losses. Okay, got it. Okay. And I would like to introduce him all to y'all. And again, special thanks to Dayz of Noah who was trying to help us get our technical difficulties fixed. And we figured out a way to work around it. But I want to introduce y'all to a good friend of mine. This is DJ Los. I like to say DJ Los from coast to coast. What's going on, Los? How you feeling tonight?
What's up, Theo? We call you Jackknife. You know what I'm saying? But what's up with you, man?
Hey man, I'm blessed and I'm glad to reconnect with you, brother. It's been much too long. Um, and just for folks who may not know anything about Detroit hip hop and its history, I want you to spend a little time just telling I know how humble of a cat you are, but I do want you to tell folks a little bit about um, your role in Detroit hip hop, and if you want to, a little bit about your dad and his role in funk music. And so I just want to give you the floor and let you do a little introduction of yourself.
Okay. What's up, family? Like Jack said, or Theo said, we go way back in the hip hop community. We made music together back in the day. We performed together. We did a whole lot of, you know what I'm saying, interaction. And I'm very proud of him. I want to say that first and foremost, you know, and seeing his channel grow and, you know, him expressing his spirituality and his views to everyone. Um, my name is DJ Los, and I'm known as a, you know, pioneer from Detroit. I had an album out called Untouchable, along with my partner E.Z.B back in 1988. We're known for having, I like to say, one of the first rap albums. A lot of people say it was the first rap album from Detroit. It's a toss up between us and Esham. Um, so, like I said, that was back in '88. I've been doing things throughout the years. I'm currently the DJ for Royce the 5'9". Um, Recently toured with Royce and Eminem. I'm the DJ for Awesome Dre, another pioneer from back in the day. Another group, the Almighty Dreadnoughts. Boss, I DJ for Boss, the female rapper that was signed to Def Jam. Um, Back in the late, early '90s. Um, Man, my mind goes everywhere when someone asks me to talk about my little accomplishments. But to shed some light on my father was the percussionist for Parliament Funkadelic, as well as Bootsy Collins, um, the whole Death Row era, Tupac, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Rage, the Dog Pound, everybody that was basically on the label. Sam Snead. My dad played percussion on many of their records. So that was how I got interested in music, from traveling to the studio with him when I was a child. So, and actually, my first recording was when I was a child, like 7 years old, and I played percussion and sang on a Bootsy Collins album called "This Boot Is Made for Funkin'." So that was like 1979. So I was like 7, and that's my introduction to the music industry.
Excellent. Now, as you had mentioned, we did some music and stuff together, and as we was talking today and reconnecting, we met actually through a guy in my class who heard me in class rapping and was like, "Man, you should let DJ Los hear. I know Los, blah blah," and we hooked up from there. But our reconnection was through DJ Dez, who is our mutual friend, and was the tour DJ for Slum Village, and
Yep.
also did a lot of the cuts and scratches on the album after Dilla had passed away. So now you knew um, Jay Dilla, right?
Yeah, I met Jay Dilla only on one occasion, but I was always around him. But I met him over there at his house. That's who introduced me to Jay Dilla.
And that's the same thing that I can say. I met
Yeah.
him over Dez's house, DJ Dez Andres, Slum Village, and good friend of mine. I've known him since I think I was 18, he was 16, and him and Dilla was. Do you remember when Dez and Dilla was like on the same level of beat making?
Hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of still like that. There's a still, you know, a prodigy. I don't want to call him a prodigy, but yeah, he still has that Dilla sound with his creations. So yeah, no, Dilla, I mean, Dez is still he's still dope like that.
Yeah. So and one of the reasons that I wanted to bring you on, as I told you earlier, was that I had recently kind of went baby bear viral with the video that I did, and I think that a lot of folks end up getting the wrong impersonation or the wrong impression from me that I was somebody from outside of the culture, and
Okay.
you know we don't like when folks that's not a part of the family speak on family members.
Right.
And then also, I wanted to also share with people after you and I talked today. I have a lot of listeners that make beats and that rhyme, and a lot of folks that have heard my Songwriter Secret series have come to me with questions like, well, should I quit? Should I quit? You know, how can I make money in this business? How can I be a part of a business or an industry that is so devilish? And you and I just touched on it briefly, but you do indeed work in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
And is it okay to disclose what your religious affiliation, quote unquote,
Yeah,
is?
definitely,
Okay.
definitely. I'm Hebrew Israelite, and like we talked a little bit earlier, and I told you that a lot of times it's awkward for me in the industry because there are not many people who believe that way in the industry. And so my morality and my views on spirituality are quite different from a lot of the people who practice in the industry. So I don't necessarily clash with them because I know how to, you know, what does it say in the scriptures? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I don't necessarily do what they do, but I don't judge them totally for their choices. I'll talk to them as a friend about maybe smoking and drinking and stuff like that. But
Well,
I try not to
you mean
preach
like
to them.
to be in the world but not of the world. I think
Yeah,
that that's
exactly.
just right, right. Yeah, that's just the
Exactly.
phrase. So,
Yeah.
so you don't smoke or drink,
No.
okay? And so you live a quote unquote a clean lifestyle,
Yes.
okay? Okay. So let let's get a couple of cues on some questions of what some of the people might want to ask. But I can just tell you offhand that I can uh, draw from a lot of people's comments and ask uh, a few questions. Okay, so how do you hold on to your faith and keep the do you keep the law?
Definitely,
Okay.
definitely, as much as possible. Now, I'm not perfect, and no man is. I know we've heard that it's so cliche. Um, but that is first and foremost for me, and a lot of people around me know that. I try to eat good. I try to eat. I don't eat meat other than fish. I still eat fish, so that's one of the last vices for me to go. I'm not totally strictly vegetarian.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't eat a lot of the things that everybody else eats, and like I said, the smoking and drinking, that's out the window for me. I don't indulge in any of that. Never did,
Mm-hmm.
and never
I,
had a desire to.
I can vouch
Yeah.
because when I was heavy in it, you were not.
Right, right, right. Yeah, never had a desire to do that. I
Right.
never wanted to.
Okay. And another question that comes to mind: Do you- what can you say to young folks who are gifted in music and feel conflicted about whether or not they should continue? Like, you said something to me that was along the lines of you're content in whatever state that you're in,
Yeah,
and you don't aspire to be um, uber rich and all of that. And
no,
I think for a lot of folks who want to be in that business, when the opportunity uh, to be rich is taken away from them, a lot of folks lose the desire.
yeah, yeah. I can expound on that.
Okay.
Um, I'm in love with the art. I'm in love with the art form. I've always been attracted to art. I can draw really well. I can mold things with my hands. I can do a lot of other things outside of music. And music was nothing more than another outlet for me to be creative. So I just like to be creative. You know, Right now I'm working with Razcast, and me and him, we share that same quality. Like Raz, he just likes to create. So we feeding off of each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sending him stuff, he's sending me stuff back. And I say to the youth, like, don't do it for the money. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get some money from it. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna gravitate towards you if you're talented, and they're gonna want you to work with them, and you're gonna make some money. But that shouldn't be first and foremost, and the only reason why you're doing it is just to get the money. Because I feel like that's a form of insincerity with the art form. When we did it back in the day, we didn't do it for the money. We did it for the love of it, and I still have that.
Okay. Okay. And also, I think in the interest of full disclosure, um, we've known each other for so long, and we love each other as brothers. This is a family member to me.
That's right.
But we don't believe exactly the same about different things, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet we vibe on the things that we do have in common, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now, can you speak to, you know, I thank you for sharing some of your story and some of your journey, and there's so much more of it that you can tell. But I think it might help the audience too if they could kind of. Oh, okay. Okay, Dayz of Noah said to make sure my live streaming tab is muted. It's open and causing double feedback. Okay.
I wonder if that's coming from out because we're using this phone. You know how we had to figure out the
Oh,
microphone.
okay. Hmm. Well, that was a technical issue that we were working on earlier. Okay, my live streaming tab is muted. Okay. I don't know exactly what that means. Okay, let me look right quick. And again, I want to apologize to you guys. We would have took a little bit more time to get everything um, straightened out, but I didn't want to make y'all wait no, any longer. So, but we do want. Okay, turn down the phones. Okay, got you. Okay, mute back and forth. Okay, got you, Dayz. Okay, all right. Okay. So that's what we'll do. We'll mute back and forth. Okay, and okay, it's echoing. Okay. Okay. So whenever one of us isn't speaking, let's mute the phone. Okay. So and again, this is the way that we had to do it because of technical difficulties. We could not do it the regular way. Otherwise, it would be done the regular way. Somebody said something obvious. But okay, so yeah, so let me uh, from this point forth, we're gonna mute the phone. Okay. Okay. Somebody said use headphones because it's the phone. Okay, I can't hear him through the headphones. That was the technical difficulty that we had. Couldn't hear him through the headphones. Okay, but um, so yeah, so when I'm through talking, I'll mute my end,
And I'll do the same.
and I'm gonna cut
I'll do the
off.
same.
I'm gonna cut off all of this excess and probably just start from 20 minutes in, okay? And then post this. DJ Los use headphones or earpiece. Yeah. And he can again. We're doing it this way because the normal way would not work. That's the technical difficulty. Now what we can do is we can shut it down
I can
and we
hear.
can come back on here, or we can just try to mute. Okay. And Lacey Lavender One says I can understand both of you. Okay. Oh, it's the speaker setting. That's why you can hear through the headphones. Yes. No, no. I can hear myself through the headphones, but I can't hear Los. So what I'll do is, because I don't need to hear myself. I don't know if this will help. The truth says echo is fine. We dealt with scratch CD and made so we can move on. That's how I feel. But there's a generation of folks who, if it's not 4K and everything ain't a certain way, they attention span just can't deal with it. So, okay, we're gonna carry on. We're gonna go ahead, and what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to mute when I'm not on, and then you mute when you're not talking, and that should help. That should help. I mean, that's all I can think of because they hear an echo now.
What
So yeah,
about that?
okay, so
I
yeah,
put I put
right.
earbuds in
So yeah,
now, so maybe that's better.
yeah, so I don't know, but anyway, what I was going to ask you, Los, and I'm going to mute so you can answer, is can you just kind of tell people how it was when we reconnected on Murray Hill? Like where where was I spiritually when you met me again, or once we reconnected and started doing the meetings on Murray Hill.
Oh
So
yeah,
let me
we
sit this
we were
down.
doing
Okay, okay, I'm gonna mute
the
so you
Knights of
can
the
answer that.
Melanin Knights of the Round Table meeting, and you were skilled in like
Los,
breaking down uh the etymology of words. You know what I'm saying? And that always is deep for me
see now
because
I
you
can't
can
hear
break down
Los.
those
I guess
words
y'all can
and
hear him.
show where they came from, and show the correlation with other words. And so when me and you started talking, I told you that I was into I had started studying Hebrew, and I showed you how certain letters were not in existence until later on in like in the 1500s. There was no letter J sound until the 1500s in any of the ancient languages. And so that is how we came together, studying about the language and the origins and the roots of it. Yo, Jack, can you hear me?
I can
Can you
hear
hear
you
me?
now.
Okay, you couldn't hear me earlier. I think the mute was off on my phone. So
Okay.
basically, when we were on Mary Hill, we were conducting you were conducting the Knights of the Melanin Knights of the Round Table discussions. That's what you called them, and you had like different people from different religions. You had you had a couple of Christian people there. You had a couple of Hebrew Israelites. I think you might have had a Jehovah Witness, and then you were like non-denominational, and you didn't really have a set spiritual path. You just gather information from everywhere, and you were really gifted at breaking down the etymology of words and trying to find out where these words came from and how they came to be, and you show correlation with other words. And so that was part of my, appreciation for you as an individual, because that was something that I was attracted to in studying Hebrew. When I study Hebrew, it shows you that words derive from other words and everything is correlated to other things. And then me and you came together, and we had differences. Well, not back then we didn't really have differences. It's just that you just didn't the Hebrew didn't resonate totally with you. You know what I'm saying?
I
You picked
wasn't
up
messing
on
with
a
the
little stuff.
Bible. I wasn't having nothing to
Huh?
do with the Bible, right?
Right. You was with the Holy Tabs and studying under Dr. York. That was
Okay.
your main. That was your main focal point, and which I was open to that as well, because I actually went to the classes of Dr. York as well. So I was interested there too. But my spiritual foundation has always been Hebrew from that point. You know, like in 98, 99 is when I came in to the faith and the studying of the Hebrew language. And that was around the time when me and you were started to hook up. But you was strong in the Holy Tabs and Nuwabu.
Okay. So I see folks saying that it sounds excellent. Now I don't know what the difference is. Maybe I don't need to hold.
I know what it is.
Okay.
Since when you told me to use the phone when we had the phone call, I got it on speakerphone, so they can hear that speaker echo.
Gotcha.
So I said, let me grab some earpods, and maybe that'll work better.
My man. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. And see, that's probably what I should do too on my end. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. But see, there's a delay. There's a delay if I do it on my end. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So and one of the things that I credit you for, and I even put it in the video, Who Was Unplug 'Em. I give you and Brother Kwabena credit for getting me to realize that I should not be dismissive of the Bible. And
right.
we're all beings on a journey trying to find our way. And sometimes we meet people at different points in our journey. And this is where we met in my journey. And at this particular time in my journey, this is the person that led me to Christ at this particular time. Because, again, I had all of these new age ideas about what Christ could possibly be like if he existed, but you can't prove he existed. And, it was much more comfortable for me to just throw it all away, because I didn't want to live by the restrictions. I was heavy into drinking and smoking, right?
Yep.
And not wanting to have to live a lifestyle that would keep me from doing the things I wanted to do of the flesh was my number one reason. But then my number two reason was that the scholars of this world did not or could not accurately prove that any of these things were true. And I was stuck on that to a degree because I believed a whole lot of stuff Dr. York said and Bobby Hemmett said and Dr. Phil Valentine said and Dr. Delbert Blair said and Francis Cress Welsing said and all of these different folks said that couldn't be proven either. Mm-hmm. So I was picking and choosing what I would believe that couldn't be proven. And that's the spirit that's in the air today. And so, I try to have a lot of compassion when folks come to me with certain comments or whatever. But, one thing I wanted to do was I wanted to kill the assumption that I was raised up as, some kind of holy roller Christian soldier past a pork chop. I was quite
the definitely wasn't that.
Okay. I mean, but some people have gotten that opinion of me somehow, some way. And then there's other brothers who assume that I must not have read certain information for me to believe the way I believe today. And they tell me things that I know I was telling you. Man wrote this book, blah blah blah, and what? So, something that dawned on me now, like it's a lot of people who hate on whatever they hate on. It's folks who hate on Seventh-day Adventists, or who look at a person who claims Jehovah's Witness, and with all we may know or think we know about Freemasonic connections to this and that, that doesn't mean that that's not where that person needs to be at at this particular time
That's
in their
right.
journey. And
That's right.
the same thing happens with Christians and Hebrew Israelites. There's this hatred that goes on. And again, for all intents and purposes, you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, but I know that you can define yourself in a wider with a wider description than just that. Just as I identify as a Christian, but I define
Mm-hmm.
myself in a wider way than what most people would define as a Christian. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and as I did when I was trying to battle with y'all all the time, you know, I see a lot of young folks assume that all Christian people believe in the Roman Catholic way, and they assume that Christian mean Roman Catholic. When I say Christian,
Mm-hmm.
I mean a follower of the way of Christ. And for a long time on my videos on here, I wouldn't I, I would shun certain words because I was so bound with that knowledge spirit of this word and that word. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't want to call myself a Christian for a long time. So in a lot of the older
Mm-hmm.
videos, you'll hear me kind of skirt that,
Be
and not,
reluctant.
yeah, because it has such a negative connotation for people who are coming out of whatever they're coming out of, and it wasn't raised in that way. There's a lot of brainwashing and slander that goes on that
Mm-hmm.
is a part of the Antichrist spirit. Now you do, and I'm only asking you these things that I already know so that the people can hear your answer. But you do
Mm-hmm.
have an understanding or understanding of an Antichrist spirit, right?
Definitely.
Okay, what?
Anti means to go against,
How you feel about it?
and the Christ is a Greek term that is associated with being anointed. So anything that is anti-Christ is anti-Yah. You know what I'm saying? Anti the anointed one, or those who struggle alongside with the Creator. So yeah, there is definitely an entity that goes against the Creator.
Okay, um, okay, and so for all of my Christian friends, I want you to know that it's quite possible that I would not have found Christ without this brother who calls himself a Hebrew Israelite. So be careful about who you hate on or what belief system you think is so damnable and condemnable because you are somewhere else in your journey. My
You know what's funny about that, Theo,
Speak on it.
is that the Messiah was Hebrew. He was Hebrew. That was his nationality. And a lot of people don't study enough to even make the association and the understanding. Like Christians say a Hebrew phrase all the time when they say hallelujah. You know what I'm saying? It's Hebraic. It's not English. Their Hebrew connection and the origins of the Hebrew is there in their face. I think it's Psalm 68, verse 4, if I'm not mistaken, where it tells you to sing praises to the name Yah. You know what I'm saying? That's not English. That's Hebrew. The Yah means I am, the I am or existence in Hebrew, and Yah is attached to all of the prophets' names: Isaiah, Zechariah, Abadiah, Nehemiah or Nehemiah, Jeremiah, but there was no J in Hebrew, so that, it's pronounced Yarimya. But Yah is attached to everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's Hebrew. Those are the origins of a lot of things. So I don't understand, like, when with Christians, why they might even bash the Hebrew Israelites unless they're being encountered or becoming encountered with a certain sect of Hebrew Israelites, because we do have some of our brothers that are extremists, okay, and different groups. You got ISUPK, them my brothers though, but they can be extreme sometimes, and some of their um, some of their approaches may be offensive. So I can see why somebody might categorize all Hebrew Israelites as one way because they have come in contact with one group of people like that. But that's no different than racism. So you don't like it when white people say something about black people and they all act the same because all of us don't act the same. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure, and I've seen it. Some white people have been offended when we categorize them as a whole. You know what I'm saying? They be like, look, we didn't do this to you, or I didn't do that to you, and you blaming me like I think that way. So it's not a fair way to behave. Okay, it goes back to the scriptures where it says we shouldn't judge. You know, and if you're a true seeker of truth, you will be open to the Hebrew because that's the foundation for the Bibles that everybody is reading that's a Christian. You know, sure, it's been manipulated and tampered with because the powers that be in this system, this BC system that we under, yeah, they want to control everything. So they're going to manipulate things to keep the control. But that don't mean the truth ain't buried in there. The Creator tell you to pray for discernment. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a sense of discernment, you'll be able to weed through all of that. Like it says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So that's what that means for me. You know what I'm saying? Even all the little vices that the adversary has and all his minions, I'm not gonna say that it's not frustrating at times to deal with liars, people who are deceitful and lead you down the wrong path. But I know in the end, if I'm not a liar or I'm not a deceitful person, I'm going to see through all of that and I'm going to get to the truth eventually in proper time.
Well said. Well said. Now, and you know, I do want to say though that you don't carry. Can y'all hear me? You don't carry the spirit that a lot of Hebrew Israelites that have a platform seem to carry. In that,
Yeah.
you know, you're not an aggressive, prideful, disrespectful person. So,
Toda. That's thank you in Hebrew. Thank you, my bro.
Bavakashah. Um, and you know that's what has given some of them a bad name and put a bad taste in people's mouth. Just like some of the pastor pork chops out here have put the bad taste in Israelites' mouths. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the enemy, but I find myself having to battle with Christians, quote unquote, because I don't believe everything they say, and I don't hate everybody
Mm-hmm.
that they hate. You know, and then I find myself having to
Mm-hmm.
battle with the Hebrew Israelites
Mm-hmm.
because of the main sticking point, and I think that's that thing of the J, and
Yeah.
you know the existence of the letter a J, or the so-called discovery that there was no J,
Mm-hmm.
which we can trace that back to a man uh, who's credited for having discovered the letter J. And
Mm-hmm.
when I used to repeat that information, because it's information we have to repeat, um, I didn't go to school to study ancient Hebrew, so I have to
Mm-hmm.
repeat what someone has told me, or I have to repeat what I've read.
Mm-hmm.
At, at the time I used to repeat that, it was because it's what history tells me. History is written by the winners, and
Mm-hmm.
I like how
It's his story.
yeah, right, it's his story. But I also like how young brother Dane Calloway says that no, actually, history is written by the losers if it's a lie. You know, because if you got to lie about it, you must have been the loser. So, in my experience testing out the name, I found very different things than what I found about reading about the name. And in reading about the name, Gian Giorgio Trissino did an excellent job in planting the seed and spreading the information that would later be used to help, in my opinion, and by what I know, to help to hide the name above every name that gives you the power to cast out devils. Now, I do believe that we had talked a little bit about my experience, quote unquote, that caused for me to have that revelation, right? We did talk about that, right? The spirit coming through the phone. Okay. Well, that was just my first experience, and that was what, 2002? That was 20 years ago. I've had 20 years worth of experience, and I'm saying this more for folks who don't know sake than I am. I'm not saying it for your sake, but we're gonna build on this. I got 20 years of experience of testing the name. Many of those years still doubting it while I tested it. And when I say tested it, I mean by working in deliverance ministry, by working under ministers whose focus was the casting out of devils, which is biblical. These signs shall follow them that believe. And the first of which, they shall cast out devils in my name. They shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. But I don't find a lot of the brothers who are very into the name being this or the name being that having any concern about the casting out of devils or the feeding of the poor or doing anything Christ-like. That was noticeable to me while I was still testing this name and still dealing with all the different brothers that I knew who had all these different belief systems. I was coming closer to where I am now because of you and Brother Kwabena, two brothers who identify, quote unquote, as Hebrew Israelite. But my experience was taking me out of the realm of trying to know everything through linear logic and trying to know everything through academia and what scholars say and what theologians say. I was coming out of that place and going into a place of testing it out, testing the spirit by the spirit. My first test of that spirit was my first experience with an extra dimensional entity. And in that first experience, Los, I was playing your music. The beats that you had made with the Hebrew words and prayers in there, I was playing that at that moment that it happened. I turned it down once everything started getting funky and I wanted to make sure I was hearing what I was hearing. I did turn it down, but that was on, and that was on. I remember it was like Yah is the name of the Creator or something like that. I don't remember, but like you had vocals on it.
Yeah, I know what song you're talking about.
Okay, and that night when that entity was when the Almighty allowed for that entity to have a little extra leash so it could come bark at me, I was playing your music. And that's one thing. The second thing is when the thing began to truly manifest was when I happened to be reading a book to this person and I ran across the name that I had nothing but disdain for. You know how they always say, well, you got to believe in the name of Jesus. I did not. The name had power over this devil without me believing it. That was an unforgettable moment to me. But alongside that, once that happened, I said, oh, okay. Well, if that false name that means Jesus, and it wasn't no J in Hebrew, and Jesus for pig, just look on the back of a hog head cheese, you'll see Seuss right there. So I mean, all of these thoughts ran through my mind in like a millisecond. So if that name works,
Mm-hmm.
then let me try the real ones. And I went into the Yahshua, Yeshua, Yahshua. No, first I went to Egyptian because I believed more in Egyptian than I did Israelite at the time.
Or Hebrew.
Right, or Hebrew. So I went into the Egyptian and I said, Heru, and it got empowered. It was empowered when I said those names. I said several names. Ra, Heru, Amen Ra. I was really into the Metu Neter, and I knew that stuff. When I study something, I try to really dive into it. So I was really well versed in that. So much so that I knew things then that I don't even know no more. But I shot those names at it, and it got emboldened by those names. Then I said, "Oh, okay. Well, let me remember what was my brothers talking about." And I went with the Yeshua and the Yahshua and all of that, and that emboldened this thing. It was only when when again by happenstance, because I happened to be reading some. If I wasn't reading this book to this person, the book was called How to Begin an Exorcism by Dr. Ken Olson. And again, that's a Catholic concept, exorcism. We know that. Although Christ was called the exorcist, that's a translation thing. But the whole idea of exorcising a demon, if you exercise your muscles, they're going to get stronger. All of that's trickery to me. But the idea of casting out a devil is biblically sound. And so I said, well, okay, so maybe I need to use that language that the Revelation 2:9ers and that my good buddies here have told me is the one. And I went to do that, and this entity was emboldened. That again was 20 years ago. Since then, I have had hundreds of times to test the name. Many of those times I didn't believe it like I do now in the beginning. But repetition and practical application are the best teachers. And it was shocking to me. You mean to tell me, Judge Joe Brown, that the scholars of this world would tell a lie that would allow for devils and demons to run loose out here and nobody to be able to bind them up and cast them down? You mean to tell me I can't trust the scholars and the academics of this world to tell me it was no J? You mean to tell me I can't trust Giancarlo Tricinio? And so now that's how I got to here, was through constantly seeing they lying about stuff here. And then thinking more and more about how little I knew about Hebrew and how little I could ever know about the Hebrew that the Messiah spoke, which in my baby bear square understanding ain't the Hebrew that most of these brothers be hitting me with on this channel. It's Aramaic. And we had a little bit of discussion about Aramaic earlier. How do you feel about the difference between Aramaic and Hebrew? Do you think that do you think it matters?
I think everything matters. Okay. I think that the discussion that you just had about the casting out demons in the name that we refer to as being pagan, I think that you may not know the original name, or you may not believe that that's the original name, but we know factually that the name that's being used by the masses did not exist in the early beginning. It did not exist. It was created by others later on, because you can't trace it back. It stops at a certain point. The letter J was in existence in the 1500s. It came into existence in the 1500s. There is no J in the languages prior to that. It's not in Aramaic. It's not in Hebrew. It's not in Arabic. You know what I'm saying? It's not in any of the ancient languages. So
are you
I know what you.
Are you sure of that? How can you
From what
be
I've studied,
okay?
from what I've studied, it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Now,
What about the J
the reason
sound?
why what letter makes the J sound? It's not, they would have had to eliminate a certain letter out of all of those languages for that J sound to exist. And what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. They would have had to do that, and then they would have to show me. They don't have to show me anything, but for me to believe a certain way, I would have to see the correlation between the name Jesus and the other names of the scriptures. Okay, when the Messiah said, "I have come in my Father's name," I can clearly see if his name is Yahawashah or Yasha or Yahshua. With Yeshua, that's when the Yiddish comes in, and the what you spoke about earlier, the Masoretic Hebrew. We didn't originally write that way. You know what I'm saying? That is the Jewish community that came up with those vowel points, and even the style of the letters, we didn't write like that. We wrote in picturetic Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Sort of similar to hieroglyphics and stuff like that, because that's where the hieroglyphics came from. When you study back, they studied people before them. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I would have to see the correlation between Jesus and the other names, which I don't see. Like Israel, the word Israel, we pronounce it Israel in English. That's not the original way that you pronounce that. It's Yashra'al.
Right.
So you hear Yah in there.
But
you
it's
hear Yah and Yashra'al. The Creator said, "My people are called by my name."
Right.
He says this. Okay?
Absolutely.
So I don't see, I see some people call Jesus here and there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see a nationality of people called that. I see people they've adopted the term Christian, but Christian, it goes back to Christos and Christ, and that's Greek. Those terms are Hebraic. You see what I'm saying?
The Hebraic term is
Messiah. I would have to see the correlation for me to accept that totally like that. At one point, I thought it was that way too. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was the name, a long time ago. But once I started studying and I prayed for understanding, I was revealed that that's not the name above every name. It just like where are the correlations? That's where I'm at. Where are the correlations for it to be that? You know what I'm saying? If you can't just pick a name, and then like when I tell people, I say, well, how is his name Jesus in English? And then in Hebrew, it's Yasha or Yahawashah or Yahshua. They say, oh, that's just the way you say it in Hebrew. Nobody's names change when you go to a different country. The language doesn't change your name. You can see that when you watch the news. It doesn't change. So that doesn't make sense to me either. You could talk about George Bush or Barack Obama. You can go to every country and they'll speak a language that you don't understand. And when they get to his name, they'll say it. Just like you'll hear Barack Obama, George Bush. See, because there's a difference between translation and transliteration. And you can't transliterate the name Jesus back into Hebrew because the letters don't exist.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. And we know that he was given a name in the Hebrew tongue. That's scriptural. We know that they refer to him as a Jew.
Right.
Okay? But the word Jew doesn't exist. The word Jew comes from
Judah,
the term
which
Judah. But that's not how you pronounce Judah in Hebrew. It's Yahawada. Okay? Once again, you hear Yah. You hear it in everything in the language, and you see the correlations. And so it makes sense that Yah would be the name above every name. It's in Hallelujah. It's in all of the prophets, Isaiah, Zechariah, Obadiah, Nehemiah, and so forth. It's in the Messiah. It's in the word Messiah. Messenger of Yah.
Right.
You see all of the correlations with it. So I don't get that when I try to do that with the name Jesus. I don't get that. So, but I'm not saying that where people are and their understanding, like you can't cast out devils or nothing like that, or demons with that name. You can, because it's about your conscious level.
Right.
It's about your conscious level and your attunement with the universe. So you can do that because you believe.
Really?
Okay, this is what the Messiah said. You can, with the faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. When you believe strongly about something, you make it manifest.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I don't debate nothing about what you said about what has happened and the experiences that you had. But when you get down into the scriptures, that name, you can only trace it back so far. You can't go way back to the beginning stages. Like he walked around the face of the earth over 2,000 years ago. What language did he speak?
Aramaic.
Okay, so what would his name be in that language?
I don't know. Aramaic is lost.
Okay.
And
they say.
There you go. And it's all about what they say, because they are the ones who give the information of how long it's been since J has been in existence, or the sound of J. We don't know if it was a symbol that the Revelation 2:9ers are keeping from everybody. This symbol right here produces that J sound, especially since that's the biggest argument, is there was no J. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe it was a different symbol, and Giancarlo and the Revelation 2:9er Zionists not going to let nigglets, quote unquote, like you and I get a hold of something like that. And then, secondly, names do change from country to country. Etienne is how they say Stephen in France. And
how do they pronounce it?
Etienne, with an E.
Okay.
But aside from that, that's the name of a normal human man. We're talking about the name of the Son of God, God in the flesh, the Savior, the Messiah, the name that is quote unquote above every name. Perhaps just as when Jacob became Israel, and we know that's not the proper pronunciations, Yaqub and Yasrael. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I stand corrected in that sense. Okay. Scripturally, names do change. Like Paul, Shaul was changed to Paul later on in the scriptures. Mm-hmm. And like you said, Jacob was Yasrael. Mm-hmm. You know, but it was stated in the scriptures that the Creator changed those names.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It doesn't say that he changed the name of the Messiah.
Well, and I'm saying that the name of the Messiah is hidden on purpose. That's what I have found in my studies. Because in my studies, I found everything that you said tonight to be true according to academia, but not true according to experience. So either something was wrong with my experience, or it was just my willpower, like you said, or my desire, mm-hmm. or whatever, or they lying about mm-hmm. those ancient languages, and especially about the name that would cast out devils. Then there is, if it's about intent, then I wish that some of my good, cool brothers would have the intent to cast out some devils out here, because mm-hmm. we sorely need help in the deliverance department as a people. And that is that, and I mean, deliverance is the children's bread. So unfortunately, I don't see not a single quote unquote Hebrew Israelite able to cast out devils, whether it's through the name that they use or whether it's through their intention.
Oh, I would beg to differ with you on that one, because I can tell you some stories where it's happened with me, but that's nothing that I put on display.
Okay, but hold on. That's why I said I don't see, because I'm in a position. I'm in an odd position that I didn't put myself in, but the Most High put me into, where I have to contend and battle with people and mm-hmm. defend the faith and defend the name of Jesus quite often. And one of the first things that somebody would hit me with to shut me down should be, well, man, come over here to my page and check out my ministry, because we do deliverance ministry, but we do it in the name of Yahweh Shah. I would love to see that. That would have changed my path probably. But what I see is very sincere, comfort-filled people, because the evidence of the Holy Spirit is not, the speaking in tongues and the hamanama sibanama hamanama sibanama. Yeah, that was it. That it is the
I love you, bro.
I love you too, bro. but it's the evidence of the Comforter, and the folks that exhibit that comfort and that peace, and that ain't trying to push nobody into their belief systems and whatnot, invariably tend to be these people who misguidedly call themselves Christian. And again, this is me thinking back to how I came to this place, the logic that it took for me to say, okay, well, maybe they lying about that J thing. And the more I learned about the brotherhood, the less I became dependent on trusting what it says in a book about something that important. I also thought about the name of Yah, and well, shouldn't the name Yah be inside of his name? There's nothing in scripture that would tell us definitively that his name would have to include the same letters as the letters of the Tetragrammaton. There's nothing in scripture that says that explicitly. We can say it's implied when he says, I and my Father are one, but that's not, again, explicitly what that would mean. We would be stretching a taste to say, well, that means, me and my Father are one, and we haven't had the same name. But you and your Father are one, and y'all ain't got the same name. So,
right.
So that didn't do it for me. And then it was the thought about, well, if this is the name above every name, it don't have to be like none of the other names. If this is the name that causes terror and fear in devils and demons, these scholars would not publish this name. These scholars and historians would put in their books something to keep anyone from ever mistakenly discovering this name. We don't know Aramaic, but maybe they do. And to be honest, to a person from Israel who grew up in Israel, it would be laughable how much we know about, quote unquote, Hebrew. Modern Hebrew even. Yiddish even. Because the Revelation 2-9ers that live in our country won't even let us in on Yiddish. But to a degree.
I agree.
But to a degree. So then, how foolish it was of me to begin to think, okay, well, I can understand God by having a grasp of I probably knew about 25 to 30 Hebrew words. That wasn't making sense to me. And then the grandma and grandbaby idea just kept coming to me. I remember coming to my grandma, and she was on the phone talking to Aunt Mary or something, and she said, "Thank God for Jesus." And I remember how mad it made me that she said that. It made me mad. I was like, that's what's keeping our people down now. And thank God for Jesus. I thought y'all said he's the same person. Blah, 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 blah. And I began to note that the people that say Jesus, especially people who have had sleep paralysis and night terror experiences, people that have had near-death experiences, or who were threatened by some extra-dimensional entity, what we would call demons, what the Bible calls devils. These is cash testimonies of people who weren't religious people, but they called out this name and instantly stopped the experience. Even in the ufology department, many folks have said that their abduction experiences that had been going on for many years in some cases, those abduction experiences would cease from them saying this name that's supposed to be pig and Jesus. So I said, now that part's got to be wrong because the Lord blessed and had no sorrow with it. He's not a mixed up God. He wouldn't allow for you to be able to say the name Satan and cast out a devil, no matter how much you believed it was going to work. No matter how much you believed it was going to work, if you said in the name of Lucifer, I cast out Azazel. In the name of Lucifer, I cast out Abraxas. No matter how much you tried that would not work. Aleister Crowley and them hated the name Jesus. They really dealt with these extra dimensional beings. But they didn't mind the name of Yahweh. And I'm not going to diss Yah because it's in the Bible that Yah as a word is something that we can refer to the Father as. I am that I am, the great I am, the Yah. That's just I am. Devils say, like in Sim Yaze, which is a fallen angel, uses the name Yah to pronounce the I am part. It's like the El that you find in Hallel or in Azazel. El is not in and of itself holy, and Yah is not in and of itself and by itself holy. There's another part. And for a long time, I felt like the other part was Va. Yahva. And, you know.
I mean, it is, as long as the understanding is there, the second half means eternity or eternal. Whether, it be the letter V or the letter W.
I thought that Yah meant.
Is that it's,
I thought that it was I am eternal. Right?
Right.
Okay, so which part is I am?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why the names of the prophets, like Isaiah, means I have remembered. I am remembrance. Everything that has Yah in it means I am right there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yah is how you say I am. It means existence.
Right.
You declare your existence. The creator self-manifested. He declared his existence. Right. I am that I am. I am everything. And I am eternally. Mm-hmm. There's no definition. You know what I'm saying? I'm everything.
Right.
So that's what the I am means. And the letter Wa, which we call a Va sometimes, is symbolic of eternity. Mm-hmm. That's when that letter is in that tetragrammaton, it's supposed to be show eternity or existence, infinity or forever.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, okay.
It's the meaning of the name.
Right. Okay, so yeah, so that coincides with what I was saying, that that Yah in and of itself means I am. It alone is not the name of God. It is it's
the shorter form of it.
Okay.
It's
so
the form without saying the eternal part.
Okay. Right. Exactly.
Like my name is Los, but my full name is Carlos.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's the abbreviated form of the creator's name.
Right. Okay. Which is the same concept with El. El is added to other names because that's a word. You know, El has a meaning.
It's all, and all is short for Allahayim or Elohim. Mm-hmm. That's where the AL or the EL is one part of the word Allahayim.
Right.
It means mighty powers.
Right.
And when it's singular, Allahayim is plural. Mm-hmm. Elohim is plural. Mm-hmm. And when it's singular, it's all or El. Mm-hmm. And that's like Daniel in the Bible. Right. The EL is attached to his name. Mm-hmm. You know, and when you look up the characteristics of that person or the definition of that person's name, it would tell you he has the power of this or the power of that, and that's why EL is attached. That's where you get the word Allah. Allah. You know what I'm saying? That those words, the Aramaic or the Arabic language is a cousin language to the Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? The first letter in Hebrew is Aleph. That's it, and it's the same letter in the Arab language.
I
You know what I'm
I
saying?
I re, I, re,
It,
I remember these things because I remember
yeah.
telling you about these things when I studied them extensively. But
hmm
what I'm saying
E-
is,
even in our language, we call our language A B C D E F G. We call it the alphabet,
right,
right?
alpha and beta,
Which is Greek. Yeah, but they
right,
got it from the Hebrew. Aleph
absolutely,
and bait.
absolutely,
Aleph means house. I mean first, and bait means house.
no doubt,
You know what I'm saying?
no doubt, no
So
doubt,
that
no
is where
doubt,
they got it from. And all of the Greek letters and the English and all of that derived from the Hebrew.
right, no doubt. Um, yes, indeed, a lot of things derive from the Hebrew, all of which, to my point, are not holy. Just because it comes from Hebrew does not make it holy, because again, the Kabbalists use Hebrew and they use these same things that they're feeding us, our community especially, and we don't have much power. We don't have much resources or much ability to check those things to see if they are true. The way to check those things would not be to read the books that the scholars put out. And again, this is just this is just to explain where I came from, where you are in your belief to where I am in my belief, because I once believed the same thing. You sound like
Mm-hmm.
me, and and that's that. We related, so that makes sense. But you sound like me when again I was repeating the things that teachers like Dr. York and others taught me, but I could not verify for myself. I can't read Hebrew.
But the only difference between you and I is how I came into the faith and how I became into the understanding that I have was through through prayer. It wasn't just I'm going to start studying things. I asked the Creator to show me which route to go because I was going to church. I was going to a Christian church. I was dealing with people who studied Islam. I was dealing with other people, and I couldn't get the satisfaction that I thought I should get. I said, this is confusing for me. Or, the pastor was messing with all of the women in the church. Remember I told you that story a long time ago? I said, man, how
Yes,
am I
I
going
do.
to this church and the pastor messing with all these women in the church, but I thought we ain't supposed to be sleeping around with women like that. You know what I'm saying? So I went to the studio and I prayed, you know what I'm saying, because of the situation that I was having in my life with my daughter's mother and all. It just was overwhelming. Everything was overwhelming. And I asked the Creator for the path to go. I knew nothing about Hebrew. Nothing. Not one iota, bro. Not nothing. And the next day I had what most Christians would call a testimony. I had a cousin of mine, I expressed to him that I had left my daughter's mother, and what I'm saying, I don't want to tell all my business
No, no,
on
no.
a
I mean,
social platform, but
yeah.
I left and had nowhere to go, and I went to him and told him about what happened, and he pulled out this book, a Bible that he got when he was in jail, called the Restoration of the Original Sacred Name Bible,
Okay.
and he started explaining to me about how he felt that the Creator had given him salvation from a murder case. He had went to jail for like 9 months and he didn't do it. And somebody saw him distraught inside the prison, and they said, because he was in there crying, you got to be tough in jail. And somebody came to him and said, look, man, you can't show them, you can't be in here like that. They're gonna take advantage of you. He said, take my Bible. He said, I'm gonna tell you to read this, and I'm gonna tell you. He gave him that Bible, and he also gave him a King James version. He said, you compare the two, you can see that they've taken certain things out of the original scriptures. Okay, he said there was no J. The names or the words Lord and God are pagan words. These are titles. They do not apply to the Creator. They apply to the adversary. You can trace Lord back to Baal. or Balim. Okay, the word God, Gazrael, or those are terms that the Creator told us not to refer to Him as in the Scriptures. Okay, he never said for us to call Him God, because Shaitan or Satan is also a god. There are many gods. Egypt, the Comedian practices, that's what they worship and honor the gods or goddesses. This is all paganism. So the Creator said, that's why He said His name is above all of that garbage. You know what I'm saying? We have turned the Messiah into a deity. He never told us to worship Him like that. He never said that. He was always like, why y'all praying to me? Why y'all looking at me? He said, I pray to the Father. You know what I'm saying? Don't exalt me like that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So we now we walk around with images in gold of the Messiah on crucifixes. You know what I'm saying? Everybody believes that, you know, He died for us. He died for our sins and this, that, and the other. Which scripturally, it tells you no man can do that. There are several scriptures that tell you no man can die for you. That's in the King James Version of the Bible.
Right.
But that is the belief system that we are under. And everybody believes that. And then we say that we're covered by the blood and all of these things that when you think about them, they sound kind of sacrilegious or demonic in a sense. You know what I'm saying? You take communion in the Catholic Church, you're drinking the blood and eating body and all that. These things these sound like a horror film when you really look at it.
Absolutely. And
You know
that's
what I'm saying?
and that's why we
like a horror film.
and that's why again we have to make those differentiations between what followers of Christ do and don't do or believe and what Catholics do or don't do it and believe. We don't want to be lumped into the same group. What Catholics do, we know to come from Roman paganism. We want to follow the way of Christ the best way we can, speaking the language that we speak. And for many people, there's not enough access to Hebrew for you to change all of the things that you should change in your language. What about the words that we use for son and daughter? And cache other words that the spell trick has given us all.
Bang is a son.
Right, but right.
Yasha ben Yosef.
I know, but my point is what I'm trying to get at is cache words to change. If that's the case, beyond Lord, what is it? Lord and God is cache words that need to be changed. If it's about not saying any words that have pagan connection, it's cache words we shouldn't say, cache clothes we shouldn't wear, cache things we shouldn't have nothing to do with. So
I agree. But look, listen to this.
Okay.
When this is what I'm trying to say about the Hebrew. Just like you just made my mind go somewhere when we spoke on the word son. Like the Hebrew word for son is ben or bang.
Right. And
that's just listen.
No. I was gonna say and shamash, because it depends on what son you're talking about. And that's where they get that whole game of worshiping Jesus as son worship. If you're talking about English, because that thing in the sky that lights up in the daytime was called shamash in Hebrew. It was called soul in Latin. It is because of these devils who give us this language that there's a confusion between SUN and SON. These homonyms.
Okay,
so that's a
let me
moot point.
expound on what I was going to say though. That's correct. But what I was getting ready to say is the word ben is associated with the male child of someone. Okay, not the sun in the sky.
Right.
So, it doesn't just mean son. It means continuation of the father.
Okay.
Or the family. It's continuation of the father. That's what ben means.
Dope.
Because the male is what continues the family because the male has the seed. So
Absolutely.
when you study the Hebraic words, they have deeper meaning than these words that we're using in English.
Absolutely.
This is how you get your salvation, because you're breaking the spell with your understanding. You're not brainwashed by what the powers that be have imposed on us anymore. This language that we speak in is all confusing. It all comes from somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So we'll say something, and a person might not get the total understanding of it because they don't understand the word, or because it doesn't make sense. Like you said, the J sound. How do we know it didn't exist? Why do we use the J sound when you spell the word George? There's no J there. It's a G there. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of confusion in the language itself.
Right.
But in Hebrew, it's not that way. It's very direct.
Yeah. Okay.
You disagree?
Well, I can say I don't know because I don't know enough about Hebrew. But what I do know, which, everything that you said thus far is a Hebrew word, I know was a Hebrew word. But there's way more Hebrew words that I don't know. And
yes,
right.
Likewise. I'm not fluent.
Way more Hebrew. Like, I couldn't have a conversation with a person that speaks fluent Hebrew. And
remember, the Creator said, "I am eternal." It's an eternal process to get back to the original language. It's eternal. So no one knows.
So then we won't have salvation until we get all the language back.
No, I'm not going to say that. Okay. There's different levels of salvation.
Okay, cool. Well, let's put a bookmark in that and come back, because one thing I want to show is that we can have friends who don't believe exactly what we believe, and for the most part, when we have friends like that, we salvage the friendship by not talking about the things that we don't believe in. Like, if you know that your buddy is a avid Chicago Bulls fan and you hate the Chicago Bulls, y'all will probably keep the peace best by not talking about the Bulls when y'all get together, right? But
true. You can be respectful of one another. Yeah, if you know people who have those beliefs. Yeah.
But isn't it more beautiful and a more pure display of love if y'all could still talk about the Bulls and not get mad about it, and then go on and watch two other teams play? So excellent. So I wanted to show and display that also. That me and y'all, we've been doing this
to the audience. Huh?
No. I think I was gonna say what you about to say. So go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I was gonna say to the audience, me and Theo been having these talks for many years. This ain't nothing new for us, and we just displaying how we still love each other at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We'll have differences in understanding, because there are times where I think a certain way, and he'll say something to me, and I'll say, "Man, I didn't look at it from that perspective. I never looked at it from that angle. Let me take another look at that. And I've obviously done that for him too, because he told you guys that.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he's absolutely right. We don't have to debate, but the scriptures also say, "Be defenders of the truth." And he says, "Don't compromise the truth." Okay, so now that doesn't mean that we can't be disillusioned in our truth. I could be disillusioned in my truth.
Yeah.
And that's why we have these talks like this.
Iron sharpens iron, right?
Bring the truth out.
There you go.
Yep, that's right.
There you go.
So I can believe something to be a certain way, but I could be wrong about it. And that goes for all parties involved.
Say that.
So that's the true meaning of church. That's the purpose of church.
Yes, talk about it. Talk about it.
Yeah, that's the true purpose of it. The fellowship and the gathering is for those things to happen. Everybody has a say so in the fellowship. It's not a controlled environment.
My brother.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what part of the perversion of, the so-called houses of the Creator in this day and time. It's like you go there and it's whatever the pastor or minister says you can't raise your hand. If you have a question, you got to go to Sunday school, which is not the Shabbat. And my understanding, the Shabbat is the seventh day, which would be today. You know what I'm saying? But of course, we are going by the Gregorian calendar. You know what I'm saying? We are following that. But Saturday would be, the seventh day would be today, according to our calendar that we're going by. So you will work 6 days, on the seventh you will rest. And Sunday would not be that day. Sunday is the first day of the week. You know what I'm saying? So that's all backwards. You know what I'm saying? But I know I've read about that. I knew that was part of the Masonic plan for everybody to have worship on Sunday, because it goes back to Roman and Greek paganism. That was part of the plan. Sunday is just what it is, worshiping the sun again. You know what I'm saying? So all of the days of the week are named after pagan deities. Every one of them.
Absolutely.
Every one of the months are named after pagan deities.
Absolutely.
This whole system is the beast.
Yes, indeed.
This whole system is the beast. You know what I'm saying? None of this is named after the creator like it should be.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is the deception. This is where we're in. And when you break through all of that, that's your salvation.
Right.
When you understand, oh, this is a lie. Today is January the 1st. They say is the first day of the year. It is not.
Right.
The Bible tells you that the first day of the first of the year is in the spring, when life springs forth, not in the dead of winter. You know what I'm saying? And that's not how it goes. So that doesn't make sense. It don't apply in all areas. So that you know what I'm saying? Because it's got to do with harvest time and when we to reap the benefits of the land. So how can January the 1st? This is the worship of Janus, the Greek or Roman deity Janus. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get January. You know what I'm saying? So, but we don't study. We don't study that, and it don't matter to a lot of people. These things matter to me because I want to understand. I want to break through it. So I study diligently to find out, because I want to get to the truth.
Very, 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 very well said. And if I can just add on to that, for myself, and I think for a lot of people, the salvation issue is a whole other thing than that. But let's say that we can both agree and say that the freeing of your mind is a step towards salvation. That's one thing. There's a lot of people who have free thoughts, but they're bound in some other way. You know, they might be.
And you know, Yahweh or Jesus, you know, his name in Hebrew means "I am salvation."
Right.
You know that. In Hebrew, it directly means that.
Right, without a doubt.
It has a definition.
Yes, yes, it does. And to we who believe that Jesus is the name above every name, which I believe and know to be true, because I got to defend the faith too. Jesus' name, in and of itself, is not enough to give you salvation, but it is through Jesus and through the acceptance of Jesus that one can find their way to salvation. I wish that there were magic words that a person could say and immediately be saved. And obviously a lot of people who are saying Hebrew or what they think are Hebrew words are not exemplifying the behaviors of a person that's quote unquote saved from devilishness. So that part to the side. But what I wanted to add on and build on was something totally different. I wanted to add and build on this. That the true salvation is freedom from bondage, and again, that's a level of it. We talk about soul salvation. We as believers know what soul salvation means, but just to deal with what you were saying about knowing these things, like knowing that Janu comes from Janus and June comes from Junius, which is also from Janus, and all these things I used to teach in the basement, talk to you and all my good friends. You know, February comes from Februarius, March from Mars. I know these things like the back of my hand. It didn't save me.
That's right.
It didn't save me. I knew those things then, and I still know them today. But it freed my mind and helped me to think more clearly, But it didn't save me because I still like to fornicate and smoke bud and drink 40s. And and I was still bound with pride and a whole lot of other things that showed and proved that I wasn't free from everything, which when a superhero come and save the damsel in distress, she is free from danger. So knowledge don't make you saved, but it can save you from some troubles because your mind will be able to see clear and make clear decisions. So there's that. Yeah. But then there's also this. There is the freedom that people have when they get past caring that we're in the Gregorian calendar and blah, 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 and today is because there's nothing you can do to change it. Once you know it, like once a dude know that he nice at something, he's less likely to say that he's nice at it. Like you're nice on the ones and twos. I've never heard you say that. Okay? You don't have to say it. You're comfortable in that. Hold on. You're comfortable in that. And my point is, once a person has overstanding, there's understanding. Well, I understand that they say blah blah blah, and this month is named after that. That's understanding. Then overstanding is, yes, and I live in the world, but not of the world. I'm going to speak English until they put me 6 feet down in the ground. And I'm going to see in the English words that are all around me, from this Alesis mixing board to this Alienware computer. I'm going to see things all around me that I know are pagan, and I'm going to still have to deal with them. I'm not going to shut this computer down. I'm not finna scratch off where it say Alienware. It has no power over me. Right. Just like what it says about the pagan idea, which we call a Christmas tree, in Jeremiah 10. There are people, and I was once one of them. It was a level I was at because I had knowledge. I didn't have wisdom, but I had the knowledge of the Christmas tree, of being pagan, and that the ornaments was probably the heads of people that had been beheaded. It was being sacrificed to Baal, and the star on top. That's a pentagram, and it don't matter whether it's inverted or whether it's right side up. It's got the same meaning because the subconscious mind flips things upside down and right side up, and can read things no matter what direction you put them. That's why it's the same sign on the Newport as it is on the Nike, bro. I got that, but I'm no longer bound by that. To where I still don't wear Nikes because I don't like Nikes, but I wear Adidas. And my top 10's got a pentagram on the tongue. And guess what? You got no power over me. And that is a freedom from bondage. One level of bondage is, well, I like that star on my top 10's tongue. Man, that look fresh. That's bondage. That's the worst of bondage. You don't know that you're in bondage. The second level is this. Do you remember when you came down to my meetings in the basement and I was like, Los, man, I know you like Nikes, man, but man, this symbol on Nike, man, and Nike come from a pagan god, and the symbol is right, and you got to stop wearing Nikes, man. And then you hit me with, well, man, what about Adidas? And I started thinking about it, and I had all these Adidas. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to throw them away. I'm going to stop wearing them. And do you remember when I started wearing sandals? I started wearing sandals in the meetings, okay? That's a second level of bondage. To where, okay, now...
You went from one extreme to the other?
And I'm bound by that now. Now I can't hardly buy no shoes. My shoe size is hard enough to find as it is. And then on top of that, I got to find a special shoe that don't have no symbol nowhere on it of any kind whatsoever. That's a bondage. That's a bondage too.
Yeah, that would be hard to do. Yeah. I got on Nikes right now, bro. I got on Nikes right now.
So
you know what I'm saying? Look. So I feel you, but my thing is the understanding of the logos and the logos and symbols that we idolize, um, we should not. You know what I'm saying? We should not do that. That's a form of paganism. It is. Um, but if the Creator commands you not to do something,
hold on, because I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit for me,
you
Los.
can't hear me no more.
No. It's kind of muffled. Just like your voice got a
Maybe
little
it's
low.
my earbud.
Yeah, I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, I don't want to miss what you're saying.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, if the Creator commands you not to do certain things in the Scriptures, because we're supposed to abide by the Scriptures, and the Scriptures are to me are that's the manual that we're supposed to revert back to when we don't know what to do.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a piece of equipment, like just like when you're trying to get this broadcast going, you had to revert back to the tutorial to try to find out exactly what to do.
Yes,
okay?
Sir.
And that's what the scriptures are supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? The Torah is the law that we honor because that's where the rules are. You know what I'm saying? We understand about the New Testament being graceful because we all fall short. You know what I'm saying? But the law and the rules are in the Old Testament, and those are strict. And you know what I'm saying?
Yes, they are.
I mean, there's some perversion there with the new forms of the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? The King James Bible and all of that. It's a lot of stuff that ain't in there that should be in there that has been taken out. But the moral law and the moral code is in the Old Testament. And things like what you just mentioned about the Germanic tribe that worship trees, you know what I'm saying, and went back and adorned the trees with their spoils of war. They used to pray to those fir trees, you know what I'm saying? And that is how we got the Christmas tree. The Creator specifically tells us not to engage in those traditions of men like that. You know what I'm saying? It's in the scripture.
Well, so, yes, it is. Yes, it is in the scripture.
And so because we're honoring deities other than the Most High.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're honoring God again. That's what paganism is. False focus. You're focusing on something that really ain't giving you no salvation. You're focusing on things you think are giving you the strength to do other things. And you know what I'm saying? That's what paganism is. That's my understanding of it.
Okay.
And,
okay, I got it.
That's what I'm striving to do. Now, is it hard to steer away from anything? Like this shirt has a logo on it. It says Heaven Studio. This is where it's the 5'9" studio. He called it Heaven, ironically. But it's hard to get away from logos in this day and time unless you tell yourself. So that's obviously something I haven't overcome. Have I even tried to overcome it? I can't say that I have because I love logos. You know, I have my logo on my hat. You know what I'm saying? I like art. You know what I'm saying? I'm attracted to art. I think that it's okay for us to create. My intention with any of this stuff is not ill. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean the powers that be weren't in their intent wasn't. You know what I'm saying? When they created certain things, like you said, Nike. You know what I'm saying? The original people who created the logo for that probably did honor Greek gods, or you know what I'm saying, or that's a way to
certainly they did
entrapped in paganism.
Yeah, certainly you know
they did. But it's all, like you said, it's all around us.
Yeah,
it's all around us. Akai, I think, is a god. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, on my drum machine.
That's right. Absolutely. And the people that made Yamaha, if I remember what Dr. York said, that's not a Japanese word, like we would think.
No. It's Hebrew.
Yeah, and it's Kabbalistic. So just as you can say, well, you know, I like logos or I like Nikes, and I just like the art of it. Then there are people who believe in the Messiah, Jesus Christ, Lord of Lords, King of Kings, Christ of Nazareth, the Nazarene, who might say the same thing about the Christmas tree. I don't, but I can't tell them that they don't think the Christmas tree is pretty. And, you know, they can tell me, just like you said, they can say, well, you know, I do it because the children like it. It has nothing to do with paganism. I don't deal with paganism. I think it looks. I think it looks good. I like how it looks. So
Right.
so then we're all just
Yeah, you can
picking.
justify.
Yeah. So
We
we're
all
all
justify things.
we're all justifying things, and that's to my point of the freedom of not being in a bondage of quote unquote the law, when it's hundreds of laws and no man has been able to fulfill them all, which is the biblical reason for the Messiah being brought forth. And his statement of, I came not to destroy the law but to fulfill it.
Fulfill it.
And when if you fulfill my prescription, it's a done deal. If you don't fulfill my prescription, it's nothing in the bottle. So what he's letting it be known is that in place of those laws, which it became impossible for man to keep up with, number one, and then number two, it became an act of works. Like me thinking I was going to be holier than you, and you the one introduced me to Yah, but I was going to be holier than you because I didn't wear Nikes. And I would sacrifice my Adidas, and I'll wear sandals to the meeting in front of everybody. That's the works idea, or the idea that through works I can get salvation. Whether it's the work of me taking my Adidas top 10s and throwing them in the trash, or it's the work of I've learned 25 Hebrew words, or it's the work of every time I see something pagan, I'm a shun it. Which again, I'm gonna shun it, but it don't bother me. I used to be in a place where I wouldn't even go over to my mother's house on Saturnalia, what people call Christmas. I wouldn't even go over there. And she said to me one day, my mom was not no joke, if you recall. She said to me one day, she said, Ted, I don't care what you believe. She said, but I don't see you no way, so that's my day. So on Christmas, I expect for you to be here with the family. And, I felt convicted about that. Because I was like, well, is that worshiping? Is it worshiping Nike that you got on Nike shoes? Is it worshiping Saturn if I go to my mama's house and eat the food? Let's say I don't eat the food. If I just go to my mama's house on that day. Is it paganism if I go to church on Sunday because I live on a block? I don't have a car, and I live on a block like 12th Street and Rosa Parks, or rather, Rosa Parks, it is 12th Street, but like 12th Street in Puritan, where it's just a few houses and one church, and the church's services on Sunday. Am I worshiping the sun because I do that? Am I worshiping Saturn because I go to church on Saturday? So, it becomes a form of bondage, and it can become a self-righteousness, like I had when I was like, well, I'm so godly, I'll put aside my love for, I draw too, I'm an artist too, but I'm such a godly artist, I can put aside all of those things and be closer to God. And that's that self-righteous, self-centered BS that a lot of people come at me with on this channel. I know you're not on that page, but I'm not on that page either. And what I want for the body of Christ, whether they be Israelites or folks that claim Hebrew Israelite, or folks that claim Christian body of Christ, or folks that say, I don't want to call myself a Christian, I follow the way. I want you to not be in bondage, and again, I'm talking to the listeners. I don't want you to be in the bondage of you can't talk to your buddy because he believes, that Hebrew is the key to salvation. The word advises that we try to keep a certain company so that it does not corrupt who we are at our core spiritually. It says filthy conversation brings corrupt and bad company. These are things that will corrupt you in some way, shape, or form. Lot's not bad company, and this man has lived a cleaner life than I lived.
in
Uh,
some ways, yeah.
well, as far as the drinking and smoking, I ain't never seen you drink or
Mm-hmm.
smoke. You didn't see me drunk
No.
and high, right? So, you know,
Yep.
the self righteousness of it all got to be slayed, to where, like it says in Jeremiah, the thing that really stuck out to me the last time I looked at Jeremiah 10, where it talks about the customs of the people. It says, and yes, this is King James because I speak English, and I believe they slandered King James. Uh,
They did.
it says, "Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen." Now that's a command.
Mm-hmm.
"And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them." In other words, when the astrologers will say, "Oh, the signs in heaven predict something bad," and all the people
Mm-hmm.
get shook because of that. He's saying, "No,
Mm-hmm.
don't. That's the heathens' way."
Like
But
Dr. York did
yeah,
with the planetary alignment in the year 2000.
there you
Remember that?
go. When I was waiting for the
Mm-hmm.
mothership,
Yep.
I was waiting for the mothership. May 5th, 2000. It was supposed to come and swoop me up out of
Yep.
here, and I'm still here. Uh, but it say, "For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck the halls with," they said, "they deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree," meaning they stand up straight,
Mm-hmm.
but, I mean, as if they were alive, "but speak not. They must needs be born," meaning you got to bear them or carry them, "because they cannot
Mm-hmm.
go." They can't go on their own. He said,
Right.
"Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good." And it was a freedom from bondage for me, who still don't want a Christmas tree. I joined the Nation of Islam when I
Mm-hmm.
was 18 years old. I've been on this 40 years. No, 30 years. 30
Mm-hmm.
years. I'm 48 now. I've been on this 30 years without messing with that stuff, so I don't have a taste for it no more. But what
Mm-hmm.
I used to do that was in air was I used to look down on people who did, or judge and criticize them, and assume that because they're doing those things, it would cause them harm. And scripture tells
Mm-hmm.
me that the power in that thing is the power that a person gives it. Like certain concepts in voodoo and witchcraft. You know, you you being afraid of the juju is half the power of the juju. So now I ain't afraid of no juju. You ain't afraid of the juju from
Mm-hmm.
Nike. And I'm not afraid of no juju that might supposedly come from anything that folks think is pagan at all. Things that I know are pagan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not afraid of the juju no
Mm-hmm.
more. Some of them I just don't want. I don't eat pork. I don't want to
There
eat
you go.
pork. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
ate pork in 30 years. I don't want it. It makes me sick to
Mm-hmm.
smell it. Sometimes it looks good on
Yeah.
TV when they paint them burgers and they put the bacon on them. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But if I happen to be
Mm-hmm.
somewhere and I have to smell it, I'll just about Earl. So, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not no point of self righteousness. That don't guarantee me into heaven, because one of my
No.
inspirations and mentors was a lady named Pastor Campbell, and Pastor Campbell did not believe in none of them dietary laws. Believe me, let me tell you. But
Mm-hmm.
but this was the person that exemplified the most Christ-like life that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Far as the things she
Yeah.
did for her neighborhood, staying in Vancouver and leaving her door wide open so people could come in day or night who might have needed some food or shelter or whatever she could provide. And she praised
Yeah.
the name of Jesus. So this woman, in her exemplification of Christ-like behavior, crushed all of what I thought was making me holy, because I knew these
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew words and I didn't do this and I didn't do that. And I'm looking at her and she's eating shrimp and she's eating pork and blah blah blah. So now,
Yeah, that was just her vice that she probably didn't overcome. But the scriptures tell you not to eat certain things.
A lot of
It tells you
things.
that. Like the pig is a organic garbage disposal. That's what it is. It eats anything. You know what I'm saying? It used to eat dead carcasses back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the creator or the Messiah cast the demons into the swine. You know, all of that it correlates. It's a reason for that.
Absolutely.
The pig is filthy. It's a filthy animal. And
You
we
shouldn't
dress
want
it
to
up
eat it.
and, you know, slice it up and put some glaze on it and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't supposed to be eating that.
But like Paul said, that's not a salvation issue. That's not a thing that
No.
don't guarantee your salvation. That don't guarantee that you're gonna be with the Father in Abraham's bosom in the end.
No.
And a whole lot of people that don't eat pork or abstain from this and abstain from that is another law that they can't fulfill. So that's why the law in and of itself was not sufficient. There had to be an example.
But you have to have some type of governing factors. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say,
and that's all through the scripture.
You know, I could do anything and I'm gonna be okay.
Right.
You know, things are bad for you.
That's
you know what
right.
I'm saying? There's
Absolutely.
certain things that are not good for you.
Absolutely. You're 100% right, and it kind of becomes a trade-off for each person because something that might be bad for both of us, maybe you can abstain from it and I can't, and then it might be another thing that's bad for both of us that I can abstain from and you haven't.
And I can't.
Right. So and again, these things are being brought up tonight, partially, y'all, because my brother Los hit me up last night and we haven't talked to each other in a decade, at least. And then the other reason is because of We Are the World. I said it because of We Are the World, y'all. Last night, we sat up here and we listened to Pastor Joe Schimmel, my OG, in the Breaking Down Songs game. We listened to Pastor Joe Schimmel break down We Are the World. And here you had Willie Nelson from country. You had Cyndi Lauper from, what did they call that style? New wave. New wave punk.
Punk, new wave,
right?
Mm-hmm.
You had Michael Jackson from soul and R&B, right? You had, pop, right. You had Stevie Wonder from soul and R&B. You had all of these different people from these different, Bruce Springsteen from whatever the hell that is he does.
Yeah, soft rock.
Right, okay. So you had, and hell is biblical, you had all of these different folks coming together under one banner because they all were opposed to one entity.
Family.
And they could still come together.
Yeah.
For some reason, those of us who profess to be opposed to Satan, we can't do that. That's ill. That's ill. So it was by the will of the Creator, in the name of Jesus, that I was reunited with my friend. And I mean my friend and my brother who have seen me in my darkest moments. I was reunited with him to help to foster a sense of unity in the Satan-hating community. If you hate Satan, you know, the enemy of my enemy is a friend of me, they say. If you hate Satan, we should be relating. So all of you new folks that's coming here, I wanted you to understand where I came from. I want you to understand that I didn't get hit over the head with a Bible when I was 2 years old and made to go to school. Made to go to church. My mama didn't take me to church. My father was a warlock. By his own admission, didn't believe. And I wasn't raised up believing. My grandma and them didn't go to Baptist church. My granddaddy, because he's the one that showed my daddy that stuff in the first place, he got so scared of all that stuff, he started being Catholic. Because he's like, well, they're the ones that do exorcisms, okay? Scared him into that. So, and we didn't go to church with him that often. So, I came to this by logic. Now, you may not, a person listening may not believe in my logic. But I came to these conclusions through thinking and through experience and through testing the things that I thought, the things that I read, the things that I taught people for years. To be clear, when we were in the basement meetings, these was meetings that I set up and conducted, and that I was the teacher in the meetings, and I was teaching Nuwabu, wasn't I? I was teaching Dr. York basically. So this has been a long journey of learning this stuff, and that same thought process or that same freedom of thinking or whatever that I used then, I've not forgotten today. So I'm acquainted with just about anything that a person is going to try to hit me with, to try to say, oh, well, you Christian, you believe in Jesus? You don't have to tell me about the J. Listeners, I got an answer for you. I told you I don't believe them. You don't have to tell me about King James. Listeners, I got an answer for you. I believe they slandered him. You ain't got to tell me about the pagan days. I was teaching them 20 years ago. You ain't got to tell me about none of that type of stuff. I'm at peace with it. Not meaning that I like it. Not meaning that I don't go to war against it when I'm called to do so. But meaning that it can do me no harm. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. And every tongue that rises up against me in judgment, thou shalt condemn. And so let us begin a time of healing and of unity and of coming together as folks who can say, well, you know what? We don't have everything in common, but we can watch Songwriter Secret videos and watch Pastor Joe videos because we have music in common. All of us here, just about everybody listening, got music in common. So we can come together on that. And then I'm reading through them comments, and there's still some goofy goobers in them comments trying to pick and nitpick at this and nitpick at that. We the nitpickingest group of pickaninnies I ever seen. And it's time for it to stop. Especially if you consider yourself a B1 person. If you B1 and you on my page,
we all gotta check our intentions, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna say this in closing.
Yes, sir.
Like there are so many religions and so many different paths to take. And what I learned to do, even though I'm very strong in my Hebrew, y'all have heard that in the interview. What I did was say, let me look at the most prevalent attribute of each one of them and apply it to myself. And like with Christianity is something that exudes faith and comfort. And there are times when I need that. You know what I'm saying? There are times when I need that. I need to be comforted. I need to be faithful. You know what I'm saying? And that's the most prevalent thing that I see in Christianity. Excuse me. And then Islam. Islam teaches you to be disciplined. That they can be extreme at times, but the true essence of Islam and the Islamic people that I've studied with or watched, they exert discipline. That's a good quality to have within yourself.
Yes, it is.
So,
yes, it is.
I look at things like that. In the Hindu faith, they deal with respecting nature, and things like that. So, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, and that's a beautiful thing. And again, for people who don't understand things in context or who are always trying to find some way to prove the next man wrong to make themselves feel better about themselves or to prop themselves up or whatever that case may be, this brother understands what's pagan and what's not. But he's just sat here and told you how he can learn. He can learn from belief systems, or he can at least respectfully and peaceably coexist. Well, I don't want to say that.
Find common ground.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He can find common ground with somebody, which to me, or for me, the finding of the common ground is a way to help lead somebody to Christ. Because if this brother Los had not found common ground with me, the fact that we both was into hip hop and making music and blah blah blah, we had that in common first. And he had enough love for me that although I was in a very different place than he was, I was basically doing black new age noir. He still found enough common ground with me and cared enough about me as a person, as his brother, as another brother from where he from. He cared enough about me to take time and say, well, you know what, brother? I don't think you should discard that Bible like that. So, you know, everybody just take a chill pill. Everybody relax. And I say that colloquially because we don't need to relax. We need to be on guard and be vigilant. But I mean, as far as when dealing with each other, we got to do better. We got to do better than Bruce Springsteen and Stevie Wonder and Cyndi Lauper and them. We got to be able to show and prove that we too can come together against the God that we disagree with, the God that we see as the cause of confusion. We should be able to come together against Shaitan, Satan, that old devil, the reptilian, and that's that. So I do thank you. DJ Los is a very, very busy brother, y'all. He's got a lot of things going on. He did this not only out of love for me, but out of love for y'all. I told him ahead of time what my goal was. He agreed to it, and I also told him that we might touch on some subjects, and he agreed to that. And so I have nothing but more respect for you and more love for you.
Likewise,
and more
bro.
thanks for you, brother. And I do thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule. But I want you to let people know, folks who are into music and who may want to partake in your art, I want you to let folks know how they can do that nice and loud and clear. And I'm also going to make
Okay.
sure that that's in the description section as well. And please do that.
Okay. On my social medias, you can find me like on Instagram. I'm DJ Los the Original. On Facebook, I'm D period J period LOS. Twitter, I'm DJ Los 313.
Okay.
I got a lot of projects I'm working on.
Nice and loud,
Where
Los.
do I start? Okay, I don't know how loud I can be. I got these ear pods in my head. So okay, so I'm working on a project. I'll be 50 years old pretty soon in April. So I figured I'll do something to honor my existence on the planet. What I'm saying? Everybody keeps saying you gonna do something for your 50th birthday. I'm not really supposed to be celebrating birthdays like that. What I'm saying? That's another paganistic practice we all do. So, but I do want to put a project out with all of my friends, and people I've worked with, like the Royce the 5'9", Raz Cass, and Apollo Brown. A lot of it's gonna be hip hop based. So it'll be all of the people that I've work with and hope to work with. Elzai, Slum Village, people like that. So look forward to that coming out sometime in April. Me and my father are working on a project with all of the musicians who played the music behind Dr. Dre and the Death Row era when it was big. A lot of people played on that stuff that came from Detroit, as well as other various places in the United States. And we just figured we'd come together and do an album, you know what I'm saying, and show our affiliation for that, and how that was big at one point, but it was some behind the scenes people we didn't really get acknowledged like that. And so we're gonna do that project. We don't know when that's coming out. We working on that. We already started on that one too. And working with the Almighty Dreadnoughts and my group ARES. So we got projects coming out on them as well. So look forward to that.
Okay, all right, and like I said, for those who might be looking for some production, or are you selling tracks, Los?
I don't necessarily sell my tracks out like that. I've been working with just my immediate family.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The people that I mentioned, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that I consider to be my hip hop family and community. So I usually work with them in house and stuff like that. But I don't have a website where you go and just purchase my tracks, or I don't just work with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I gotta see where you're coming from.
Okay. And like I said, I will make sure to put all your contact info and direct people to your page. And is there anything else that you might want to say in closing?
Just for the listeners and the watchers, this brother right here is a very special person to me. You know what I'm saying? He is one who I look to help break these spells in this beastly system that we're in. He's always had that gift. And I was missing him, in recent months. I'm like, man, where is my brother? I haven't talked to him. And I was talking to somebody and they said something about unplugging. I said, that's my friend. That's his channel. I know that from 10 years ago when they started it. I watched it, or 8 years ago, and I said, I miss him. I got to reach out. I got to see if I can find him. And so we're here now. You know what I'm saying? My I don't want to say wish. My desire came true. I put it out there in the universe, and the Most High made it happen. So put the energy out there, and it comes to be. I like to say, tell people about abracadabra, like I told you earlier. You have your different discrepancies with it, but abracadabra is a Hebrew phrase that means I create through speech, in my understanding. And so when I put it out there, it came back to me. So here we are again, me and my brother, one again.
Well, and again, I'm just thankful that we did get a chance to reconnect, and I look at this as one of many conversations. Maybe you'll come back sometime. Drop a beat on that MPC, and you know what I'm saying. Drop a couple cuts next time, right?
For sure. Yeah, I got the tables right here too. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see the tables. Right on. Yeah, that
right
was
there, bro.
and that was my first love was the cut and scratch. I could sit and watch you and Dayz cut and scratch and transform all day long. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
But okay, brother. Again, I'm not gonna keep you no more. I do so much appreciate your time, and I do indeed hope that you will be back. I think the people got a kick out of us going back and forth, a little taste.
I hope they did. I hope they wasn't too upset. We took all day, getting on here, and they like, oh, this guy, who is he, and what is he talking about? You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? I like to share. So.
Right on. Well, thank you.
All right, bro.
Thank you again, brother. And
okay, Yahweh Barakatah. That means bless you in Hebrew. I love you.
Thank you. Love you too. Peace.
Peace out.
Now, listeners, y'all stay on here, and we can kick it a little taste, I suppose. I saw somebody saying, "Brother Theo rap." I'll play something for you guys, but I see that we got a lot people in the house tonight, but I want to highlight a couple of them. One of them is the producer of the tracks that I'm going to play. And then the other one is my good buddy and my May 16th brother, Dayz of Noah, who a lot of y'all have been blowing me up, asking me, where's Dayz? Where's Dayz? What happened to Dayz? Is Dayz all right? And brother, it's good to be loved, and the people love you. Is there any way I could get you to say something over the phone, a little taste, and I can call you up? And I see Fufu Darkskin in the house. I ain't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. Melody's Child and Key is in the place to be. Cookie Crunch is in the house, without a doubt. And Mike Cherry is here. Voice It with Chrissy LaCole is here. The Prophetic is here. Jack the Giant Slayer is here. The Latter Rain says we would love to have him back. And we're going to make that happen. Martin Leon is here. Shonuff is in the house. And let's see, can we get Dayz on here? And salute Rob Nunn. Big nephew Ronell is in the place to be. My brother VL Jones Sr., salute to you, and I thank you for your love and for your support. And I also want to thank Aymar, and I want to thank Brother Blake also for supporting our ministry and our channel. Now, okay, Brother Dayz said, let's do it. He said, I'm down to chop it up. Okay, so now I know how to do this. So let's talk to our good brother Dayz of Noah, because I'm telling you, Dayz, I think they like you. Okay, now. No, I was just like, man, I told him today, because he was helping me and Los troubleshoot our technical difficulties, and Dayz made it better. He made it as good as it was. So I think it's only right that he come on for a little taste tonight. So let's call up Dayz of Noah and get a little bit of Dayz insight. And again, thanks to everybody who has tapped in tonight. It means a lot. Oh, okay. Got it. Well, okay. I was just going to call you. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. And yes, Regmon Music is a super producer. Longtime listeners to the show are familiar with my buddy D Point, who makes the bangingest, slappingest b-boy purist beats, which that's where I come from, that b-boy purist stuff. And I'm going to do some things to honor the creator that gave the talent to me. I'm going to give it back to him. But I'm also a music aficionado, sampled and cut and listened to so many records over the years. I love music, and me and Brother Reg share that in common. And as a former major label producer and musician, he's been a great pairing with me, and we put together a couple of songs that we play from time to time on the station. But there will possibly be more to come. It's just about God's timing. It's all about God's timing, and it's all about the Lord. I have no desire to be a part of no business of music at all, and I really don't have any desire to sell music, which is what really makes me so lackadaisical about it. But don't get it twisted. I can bar down most of you on here. Trust me. Please believe it. I'll show and prove. No. But yes, I'm quite the barbarian. So whenever Dayz of Noah is ready, we're gonna bring him on here, and I give all thanks and praise to the Lord. I used to stutter profusely, and now I'm nice with the mic device. So okay, he's ready. So let's do it. Let's see here. Should be hearing him coming through loud and clear here. This is so low. Peace, my brother. Hold on now. Let me see. Let me make sure that the people can hear it, and I got everything going right on my end here. Okay, hold on. Give a little mic check if you can, brother Dayz. Why am I not hearing him? How come I'm not hearing Dayz? Okay, external in. Okay, we got that going on. Okay. I don't want to do it the way we just did it with Los here. And we don't have to because we take call-in shows all the time, so we should be good. But for some reason, okay, one more time, Dayz. Yeah, okay. It must be the headphones. Must be the headphones. Okay, so you see, we just do it like this. All right. So yeah, brother Dayz, where you been, man?
Man, I've been in the dungeon. I've been locked away, man, just trying to finish this documentary. You know, I actually had it done. I had it done. I had it done, man, I want to say second week of December, I had it done. But right when I was getting ready to, I got hit with that strike. You know, we did the live stream, Richie and Nicholson, we did the live stream, and they hit me with a strike, and they pulled it, and they started hitting all kind of videos with age restrictions and pulling other videos. So I basically had to pull some videos as well and clean out the channel, really. They cleaned the whole channel, and I mean, at least 4 months worth of stuff they cleaned out. I think within about a week. So after that, I was just kind of spooked. You know how it is. You've been through this. Happens probably once a year, once every 2 years. I heard a call from the Uprising had one of his channels fully removed. The same week my channel got hit. So that kind of scared me a bit because I know how they work. I know they go on sprees, you know, and they'll, especially in our community, and they just hit a bunch of channels, and they pull a bunch of channels. I think Brad from Carolina got hit with a strike. It's, you know how it is. So you just gotta lay low. You gotta let the algorithm calm down. It's not good for the channel, of course, but we have to do what we have to do to stay afloat and survive on this platform, because it's the only platform that's really viable in you know, the grand scheme. I mean, there's BitChute hardly ever works. There's Odyssey, no one goes on Odyssey. There's Rumble. I'm considering Rumble, but that's kind of an echo chamber. You know, we're trying to reach the sleep. We're trying to reach the lost. You know, preaching to the choir is one thing, you know, but when you're trying to reach, you know, young people and old that are out there and confused by all of this madness and stuck in the world, you know, those are the new fresh ears that we're trying to reach. And we can't do that on other platforms because those people aren't on other platforms. So we have to survive on this platform. I forget who was in there saying it. What was it? Start with a Y. He was saying a lot of good stuff in the chat. You to zone, and he was saying how, yeah, you know, YouTube is the only real platform, and it's true. If you're talking about actually reaching people, it's true. So we have to survive here. We have to keep fighting. We can't give up. A lot of channels, they just go away and they go back into the world and they get a job and, you know, just go back to the grind. I totally get it. But man, it's time, you know. There's not many people out here anymore speaking to these things. So I had to do what I had to do, and now I'm just okay, so that's right. I was done with basically pretty much down to the last several minutes of the doc, just wrapping things up. And then Travis Scott dropped a interview with Charlemagne. So I was like, oh man, I gotta fall back. I have to check out this interview. I have to see what I can pull out of it. And boy, oh boy, did I find some gold in that interview. And I found the perfect statement that solidified my conclusion in this documentary that I didn't have prior. So I was like, okay, this is exactly it. So I just said, you know what? This is a good time for me to just go back to the studio, really just start going to work. And then I got hit with some drama. You know, I was telling you before, you know, I was out of the internet for a little bit. My phone broke. You know, my 2013 iPhone no longer just wanted to work with me. So I was out of a phone for a while. My internet was down for a minute too. I just got hit with all kind of madness. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, I got a little frustrated, got in the flush a little bit. You know, sometimes we just, you know how it is. And I just kind of just decided to take a few days off, and I really just didn't do anything for a few days.
You needed that, brother.
I needed it. I really did, man, because I was frustrated. YouTube was messing with me. You know, technology was falling apart. My living situation is funny right now. I was just like, man, what else? You know, but at the same time, I gotta remember, hey, we're still here. You know, we're still here. We're still plugging. You know, we still have a channel. We're still breathing. You know, like, what am I complaining about? What am I complaining about? You know, it's like I have to focus. So I just went right back, man, and I've been just knocking this thing out. And I added like a whole other hour to the documentary, man.
Dope.
Basically. And now I'm just like full steam ahead, and I can't wait to just get this thing done. Now I'm finally rounding things out. I don't want to give a day. I always do that. It never works out. You know what I'm saying? But I know I just need maybe another week, if that. And this thing is going to be ready to go. It's going to be long for people who don't like the long documentaries. I apologize ahead of time, but it's going to be long. And it's going to be a lot of information. If you're familiar with my work, I'm sure you're prepared for that. But it's just a lot that's going on. But this whole Astroworld thing, we've been talking about it, a lot into it. You know, aside from the ritual stuff, there's a lot of other things going on in this. How, you know, bigger picture things, like bigger picture than just the event. I'm talking like culture. I'm talking about the future generation. You know, we have to remember that population, it might have been only 70,000 people, but we have to remember that demographic that was there that night, that's the future. That's Gen Z. That is the future right there. So we have to remember, like, the implications of this and the leaders that are leading this generation. So I just really go into a lot of that. But anyhow, man, that's where I've been. I'm in my new space. I have a new office space now, so we got a whole new setup, everything. I'm currently putting all my stuff back together as far as my equipment and everything. And yeah, man, we're coming swinging. I see you're already swinging. You got all kind of content pumping out right now. I love it. I'm so happy to see it. I saw your video the other day. It's like that old classic Unplug 'em from like 2016, 2017 Unplug 'em. Like, I'm loving it, man. I'm so excited. 2022 is going to be off the chain in more ways than one. A lot of crazy crap is going to happen. I'm sure everybody's ready and aware of that. But a lot of great things are going to happen too. The body is being built up right now. People are waking up left and right. This whole sham is falling apart. So be ready for the double cross. Be ready for the overplay, for the underlay. Be ready for all of that. Because, I mean, if you're paying attention, you know, they just come right out saying all of this stuff is a sham for the most part. So, you know, they have something under their sleeve. So we have to be prepared for those things. 2022, you know, year of the twos, duality, Janus, you know, the big split. It's gonna be an interesting year, man. We thought 2021 was strange. Man, I feel like it's gonna be another 2020 because 2020 was madness. That's when we got hit with all of this. So 2021 was a continuation, partial lull. 2022 might be chaos magic, man. Chaos magic. It's all in the numbers too.
Excellent. Now, without spoiling the surprises that I know you have in the work that you've been crafting for us all, could you expound a little bit on anything concerning the Travis Scott incident? Well,
we can talk about it. How about this? I'll mention things that I don't spend a whole lot of time on in the documentary. We'll just do that.
That I think that would be good because a lot of my listeners have asked me about it, and in classic unplug 'em grumpy uncle fashion, I feel like I've showed you all about this stuff enough to where you shouldn't have questions about Astroworld. I already told you how to get down, all of the witches, and it's a mass sacrifice ritual. What more do you want me to say? But you showed me the error of my ways when me and you was talking about it, and you showed me that there was a lot more layers to that thing.
A lot more layers in the, like what we were talking about. There's a lot about Travis Scott as a person, right? That he has a history that I don't think a lot of people coming out against him are aware of. Like, he's been in this game for a long time, and like a lot of people will come right out and say, I don't even know who, because he's kind of built, and I will say that in capital letters, he's built for a certain population, right? So anybody not in that demographic, say if you're not Gen Z, you might not be very familiar with this dude. But I've been following Travis Scott, surprisingly, though I don't think I've ever really spoke on him, ever, in anything. But like many others in the industry that I follow and research and study that I don't talk about, he's just another one of these artists that I've been following since the beginning of his career. So I knew about Travis Scott when literally no one knew who he was. And he has a very interesting story. Now, it's maybe controversial given his status today, given his fame. It may be controversial to say this, but like, I only can say this because I know where he comes from, and I know who he was around, and I know that circle that he emerged out of, and there was a time when he was just like this normal dude who was just hungry to make it, right? And he's a fascinating story because I think he's one of those genuine stories, and I'm only saying this because I want to humanize him. You know, it's very easy for us to demonize these celebrities, and for good reason. I mean, they're on top of the world. They're demigods. They're titans of the day. You know, titans of the time. You know, but there was a time when they were normal people, and I can say that in this situation, it's like one of those really interesting tales of not rags to riches, because he was never like impoverished like that. He actually comes from a rather well-off community in Missouri City, Houston, Texas. But I think he's a good story, one of those types that gets into the industry and really gets possessed by it, like in every way possible. And he opened himself up to all of these spirits incrementally throughout his career by taking on more and more symbology, pushing more and more occult mysticism, unbeknownst to himself. I'll tell you, I don't think he went into this as some kind of devil worshiper or anything. I personally believe because in his career, he was just like one of these edgy internet kids. You know, a lot of this new age hip hop, or it's not hip hop. Let me refrain from using that term. This new age rap that you see in Lil Uzi Vert and the Playboy Cardis, who I talk about as well in the documentary. He was like one of the earlier versions of these guys, even though they got everything from Lil B. All of this comes from Lil B. Lil B was like the seed that planted this kind of new internet character. Of course, fed off of Lil Wayne and, you know, Gucci, and of course. But like Lil B was really that character that started this whole new internet wave of edginess, trolling, meta irony is a really good term. Look it up for those interested. It's just irony. It's like post irony. You know, it's like being weird to be weird because it's weird. You know what I mean? Like meta irony. You get that with the Lil B, right? He's came out with an album named "I'm Gay,"
Right.
You know,
Okay.
and it went viral.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he went on ESPN in like a halter top in a summer hat. You know what I mean? And like some pearls on his neck. Like this whole meta irony. This whole like. Just it's a super absurd. Like this is like taking existentialism to the next level, right? It's just this whole just pure absurdity. You see TikTok, you see all of the meme culture. Everything has become so overblown to pure extremes. Everything's in like pure extreme mode. If it's not extreme, it's not relevant. So when you have a culture like that spawned out of the internet, right? Because you have these younger kids who are spending more time online, less time in the real world. Now, what they're doing is they're getting a hyper reality because the internet is hyper real. The internet is timeless. It's timeless. There's no history in the internet because everything happens at once. You could watch a video teaching you about World War II, showing you real life footage, but also learning about future technologies that haven't came yet. So it's like there's no time. So imagine growing up in this timeless virtual era. It creates a new type of thinking person, a new type of being almost. And so these new artists are coming out with that lens. So they're creating art through that lens, which is brilliant in one sense because they have vision that, say, people like us don't have, you know, from other generations. But at the same time, there's no meaning behind it. There's no purpose. There's no history, tradition. There's no real culture. So it's deracinated. It's wild. It's literally wild. So when you mix that wild, immature, juvenile nature with this kind of overabundance of brilliance due to like this influx of information, you get a pure absurdity. And then you mix the drugs, right? Then you mix the pornography and the hypersexuality these kids grow up with. Then you mix the non-reality of video games, and you just get this just mashup. It's like a mashup culture, and so Lil B being kind of the start of this, you get this movement of all these different guys. You get the Raider clan in Florida, you know, spawned that whole dark movement that led to A$AP Rocky and all of those, ASAP clan. And out of that movement came Travis Scott. The interesting thing was, Travis Scott was never underground like the Raider clans and the A$AP mob and a lot of these guys who started off more underground and stayed underground. They would call it SoundCloud rap, right? Travis Scott was the guy that he came out of that. He flew above the whole SoundCloud rap, stole a lot of the aesthetics, stole a lot of the what they would call quote unquote vibes, and he commercialized a lot of that stuff, though in a more watered down, extremely mild and subtle way, like a McDonald's Happy Meal version. Mind you, he actually does sell a McDonald's Happy Meal, which is hilarious, but I call him the McDonald's of art form. He's like the McDonald's hip hop rapper, literally, because he actually has he's endorsed by McDonald's.
He's got a toy too, right? Is that?
He has an action figure.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So the interesting thing about him is he came up, and this I do spend a little time on this in the doc. So maybe I need to slow down a bit because I don't want to give too much.
Yeah.
I go into that era. I go into that era of the 2010s. That a lot of people, at least in the mainstream, are not familiar with because, as I told you, I was involved with that era because at that time, like you were in your past, I was making beats. I was creating. You know, I was never an artist in that sense. It was all for fun. You know, just being creative for fun, just for creative sake. But I was aware of all those artists. I was aware of all those scenes. And being in the Bay Area, I saw a lot of those artists in the flesh. You know, going to the shows, going to the events, being in the Bay Area, California, you see a lot happens there. It's like growing up in New York. You're gonna see a lot of big movements happen before your eyes, just like the hippies who lived in Haight-Ashbury saw the whole counterculture develop. You know, as a teen, or should I say, as a mid-20-year-old, early 20s, late teens to mid-20s, going through the rave scene, going through this like new age hip hop / new wave electronica movement that was coming up around, say, 1999 to 2013. That was a massive era that I experienced firsthand, and Travis Scott is a product of that era. And he's actually connected to a lot of artists that were coming up on the internet at that time. So I just find it interesting seeing this artist come out of all of that and then blow up out of nowhere. He's huge. By 2018, he was the biggest rap artist in the world.
How?
Some people will be like, "What are you talking about?"
Right.
What about Kanye? What about Drake? You know, what about Future, who he stole a lot from? You know, what about all of these guys? Well, the thing is, you have to pay what we don't pay attention to because we're not in the business, you know. And the only reason I know about this is because I actually do the research to figure these things out. But there's a massive marketing business behind these artists, man. And a lot of these artists are not artists. Though I'm not going to say he's not an artist because he's talented, but he's a product. And he was a product from the very beginning. And I don't spend much time on this, so I'll talk about it a little bit now. And I try to avoid spending time on this because it took away from the event. I didn't want to spend so much time on his history. I wanted to focus more on the event and the causes of it and some of the bigger picture ideas. But Travis Scott is the quintessential, what some would call studio, or what some would call industry plant. He's the quintessential version of the industry plant in all ways, in all shapes and forms. In his first album, he had Future, he had The Weeknd, he had Drake, he had Mike Dean behind the production. He had what's his name? What's that really big producer? Not just Blaze. What's the other one? Big, huge producer.
Not Mustard.
Not Mustard. Not Rockwaller. Lex Luger.
Okay.
He had Lex Luger. Mike Dean. I got pictures of this guy. I got pictures. He's about 17 years old with Mike Dean on airplanes. I'm talking 2011.
I wonder, is he
This dude was flying around
son?
Mike Dean. Let me tell you. Let me give you some background. You know what, man? I could go so deep. On this dude. Like, but my heart is holding me back. Like, I almost feel bad now. I know some people will be like, "What are you talking about? How could you feel bad for this dude?" But it's like, I really believe this is just one of those examples of an innocent boy,
a useless idiot type of
pawn, kind of like narcissistic, fame-hungry little boy going into this dark realm and just literally being consumed by it. And to the degree that he turns into a superstar. And some will say, how did this happen overnight? It didn't happen overnight, because he was literally unheard of for the most part in the mainstream sense until 2017, right? He was in the game in 2011. He was flying to New York and LA back and forth. He was working on Jay-Z's Magna Carta, okay? He was helping produce beats on Kanye's Summer. What was that? What was that collaboration album? Something Summer. Cruel Summer.
Okay.
Now, there's another thing people aren't aware. Travis Scott is a producer. I won't say he was never a rapper, because he's always rapped, but he's a producer. He started off making beats. That's how T.I. discovered him, allegedly. T.I. discovered him by hearing one of his beats. Isn't it weird how T.I. hears a beat by this kid, immediately raps over it, flies him over to his studio, and starts working with him like in overnight. And after that, he's working with Kanye. Then he's working with Jay-Z. This is when no one knows who he is. No one knows who this kid is. I'm talking about 2012, 2013. Travis Scott was in the game. I'm talking like I got pictures of this dude, like with everybody. I got pictures of him with Bill Clinton.
Get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. I got pictures of this kid with that one Rothschild chick.
What? The one that was with
not the one that was with Jay Electronica.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
But that she's a model. Her last name is a Rothschild, but she's an heir.
Uh-huh.
I can't remember her name, but she's very famous in the modeling industry. So, and he's heavy in the fashion, so you already know the fashion connection. You could go back to all the big, Alexander Wang. You could go back to Rick Owens. They're all occultists, right? He was about to drop a Dior pack capsule with Christian Dior this month. They canceled it because of the event. But I mean, Christian Dior, come on, man. This is like major high elite level. And we understand the occult history of these, Gucci, all of this stuff. So back to who does he know? His parents. So let's get to his parents. Interesting thing is that I have a clip. I didn't show it because out of my love and respect for DJ Premier. I didn't want to pull him into this because, like, you know what I mean? Like, I really respect DJ Premier. And some might disagree. How could you respect anybody in the industry? I grew up on this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be double-minded, but I still can humanize people. And I don't know if anything really satanic DJ Premier has ever done. I mean, you could probably correct me here. I wasn't like crazy fan of Gangstar.
I can.
And I do understand the 5% Nation is involved with that, so you would correct me there.
Well, I think it's good to err on the side of not wanting to cast aspersions or to attempt to not appear to be so quick to judge people. I think that's a good thing, but I will say that I started looking side-eyed at DJ Premier when Guru said he didn't want anything to do with him. And I know that there's a cover story to that.
Wait, what was that?
Guru said on his deathbed he didn't want no parts of DJ Premier no more. They had they had something between them that has not been totally disclosed, but DJ Premier won in the end because I believe he's a more important Brotherhood member, and they put out a nice cover story that said that Guru had it wrong and that somebody doing business between the two of them had set them at odds. But Guru seemed like a really smart brother, and I just had a hard time believing that. But that's neither here nor there. But let's hear what you got to say about it.
Okay, so now this is a banger, and I've never heard anyone mention this. And again, the doc's not done. I can slip this thing in. I haven't rendered the final product. I can slip it in there, but I don't know if I will. But I'm gonna say it here. This is the kicker. This kind of right here tells everything about how this kid got in the industry. So basically, all right, so, he's from Houston. Travis Scott is from Houston. Now, a lot of people go to the story about his mom. His mom was an executive for Apple.
What?
Okay? Yes. His mom was an executive for Apple. A lot of people go to that side. They're like, his mom got him into the industry. Because, he signed a deal with Apple Music. Yeah, like 20 years later, you know what I mean? He should have had the Apple Music. I got the clip of the interview when he signed Apple Music that I have in the video as well. So a lot of people go to that, to the mom side, but people don't mention his dad because a lot of people don't have the info on his dad. So basically, his dad was a musician. Travis Scott comes from a family of musicians, right? He's a history. He is a talented young man. Don't get it twisted. A lot of the people the devil use are extremely talented, and they're brilliant. He may not be a good speaker. He may not come across as the most eloquent or educated or smart, quote unquote smart. whatever that means. He might not come across as the smartest dude, but this dude is a wizard. He's a warlock in every sense of the word, negative and positive. Like, he knows how to make sounds sound great, and I can respect an artist for their skills, but that's Jack Berman Webster II. Spot on, Brother Jason. Good to see you, by the way. So he's an extremely talented young man. We always got to put that out there and humanize people. Like, there are always some redeemable qualities, but they picked the wrong side, unfortunately. And the money and the fame and the promises got to him. Am I saying he went to the crossroads and sold his soul? Well, you got to wait for the video. but I will tell you, the man is a brilliant young man when it comes to shaping music and sound. Problem is this. He chose the wrong side. So anyhow, he comes from a long lineage of this. So his father was an artist, was a drummer, right? His father was a drummer. His grandfather was a soul artist.
Anybody that we know?
I don't think anybody famous. These guys weren't anyone famous. Mm-hmm. I was looking for that, because that's a boom. That's a shoe-in, just like like an old military sergeant, or not sergeant, some like high-level military family connection is usually another one that we would get from what's his name's work, McGowan's work, right?
Well, now, let me interject this real quick. Much like with Prince and his father, and with Lil Nas X and his father, mm-hmm. and with Drake and his father, Drake's dad had a degree of success, but a lot of times these dads seem like they, because they didn't hit the mark. I wonder if Prince's dad or some of these other dads didn't put their child in the system. Michael Jackson's dad, in order to live vicariously through them, at best and at worst, to sacrifice their children to the game and get fame by proxy,
Man, yes, see, this, now, what you just said right there, for me, like, let's get personal here.
Okay.
Personally, like, if you want to know me, like, what I think, because that doesn't matter. What I think doesn't matter, but if I'm going to share what I think that's kind of what happened here.
Okay.
And I only say that because I know the history of his relationship with his father. And it wasn't a healthy one. It was actually a very traumatic one. Right? It was actually a very toxic relationship. Like, I'm talking about getting to the point of fist fighting.
Whoa.
Right? Yeah. So, again, back to dehumanizing people. Travis Scott been through a lot of crazy crap in his life. So, we know how it works in the industry. We study this well enough. Most of these people come from these kind of families. Or they don't have family. Right?
Right.
They usually come from these broken homes, or they come from these toxic homes because they're vessels.
Mm-hmm.
They're just ready. They're just ready to be taken. Mm-hmm. Because they're hungry. They want love. See, they want love. They want support because they didn't get that growing up. So they seek for that. They seek that love through fame.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Through attention.
Right.
When the parents aren't giving that child what they need to feel whole, they go to the world for that.
Right.
And it's a sad story. That's why I said I've been struggling with this documentary. It's been a battle, it's a spiritual battle, because as much as I'm revealing the darkness of this man's soul, it's like I can't help but see his humanity.
Mm-hmm. I think that a lot of the younger listeners especially would appreciate that. That's not something that I do enough, and I think in general the truther community doesn't do that enough, on one hand. And then, on the other hand, there's, I'm kind of a all of them witches hardliner. And, I have to think back, when you said a Dave McGowan, I think about weird scenes inside the canyon, but I also think about John Todd and how he said that David Crosby informed him that, after a certain point, after John Todd left from doing production in the music business. He said he bumped into David Crosby somehow, some way, somewhere, and somehow, for some reason, David Crosby shared with him. I think John Todd said he asked him, "Well, hey, are you still producing music? How's that going?" or something like that. And supposedly, according to John Todd, whom I believe, he said that David Crosby told him, well, to paraphrase, well, now in order to produce, you have to know the craft.
Yes.
They don't allow you to be a music producer without knowing the witchcraft, quote unquote, of sound and frequency and hertz and all of those types of things. So those are the two things that kind of make it difficult for me. And then I'm an old head. I want to hate on the young MCs anyway. They ain't got no skills. But but on the real side, as a black man, and just as a human, and primarily first and foremost as a Christian, my will is that none should perish. And I would hope, like Pastor Joe Schimmel says in his videos, who's a much more experienced and wiser minister who's been in the Lord longer than I have. I like how he made it a point to, after everybody that he broke down to the final compound was done, he says, pray for them, to turn away from these dark things and whatnot. Knowing of course that they didn't really sell their souls. That's a colloquialism that we use. That's we all know what that means.
Yes.
But he would always make it a point at the end. Like the old gangster rap records that they used to make, at the end of Ice-T telling you all of these bad things going on in the street, it always end up bad. So he would try to make a positive message out of whatever negative thing was being presented. And so Pastor Joe does that. And I think it's a good idea for all of us to take a page from that and not be so quick to try to sound smarter than the room or holier than thou in our quick condemnation, and to be like the accuser. We don't know what this man might be contemplating when he lays his head down on his pillow. He might be thinking, tomorrow I'm done with this.
Exactly. And I have to remind myself of that about all artists. Now, I haven't went into the depth I go into with this specific artist. I haven't gone into this kind of a pretty thorough doc on him, but I didn't really go into this kind of depth. I didn't go into his history. Now, I know Travis Scott, and I know, not personally, but I know his career. I've been following and watching this artist since 2010. So it's different for me with this artist. Not to say I've ever been a fan, but I've always thought he was interesting because he works. Like I told you, he's been working with all these people. It's who is this dude? And it's just an interesting story. Now, I didn't go into that depth with other artists, but I think I was pretty harsh, and I continue to be harsh on Lil Nas X. But I have to remind myself, man, it's the same situation. I guess he pushes me a little different because of the whole, ABC thing. That just rubbed me the wrong way when you start selling that kind of stuff to children.
Right.
But now Travis Scott is selling almost just as equally harmful messages to children too. Mm-hmm. All right. So I just try to check myself, because we're in these positions where we have an audience and our words have meaning and power behind them, and we're speaking the truth, but at the same time I don't want to be fleshly about it, you know what I mean? Just because these guys are going against what we believe and everything, but at the same time it's righteous to hate sin, and it's a struggle, man. It's a struggle. It's not easy to put these things into perspective. But I say all that to just get to the point that I don't really know what's going on with this guy, right? I don't really know. I don't really understand fully if this guy is a legitimate, full-on, pure demon and knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? or if he's just so intoxicated because he's constantly smoking. He's literally like a chimney. So he's constantly just taken by the pharmakeia spirit, and he's just in a cloud of fame, and he's living in an alternate reality. So it's hard for me to know. Yes, Dudley Les, I go into that. Yes, yes, yes. I go right into that. We're going to save that one, though. But, you know, is he like, does he know what he's doing? Does he not know what he's doing? We can't answer those questions because we don't know. And I'm not going to try to make those kind of arguments. But we can find evidence to suggest that people are plants, people are being used by massive organizations and corporations to socially engineer society. We can make those arguments, and that's something that I do. He's trapped. Cookie Cruncher, shout out to Cookie Cruncher. Absolutely, just like all the rest. These guys are trapped, man. He's trapped. I look at this guy, and it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if he wakes up in the middle of the night, like, how did I get myself into this? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, there's other things I could say about this event and who really was the sacrifice in all of this, right? Who really was the sacrifice, right? Maybe Travis Scott was the sacrifice, but that's going to have to wait till later. We'll figure out what happens with that later because I have some other theories regarding that. And when I say him, I don't mean physically, I mean his career. Anyhow, how did this dude get into the industry? Let's go back now. Let's go back to his father. So his father and grandfather were musicians. He was playing the drums when he was like 5 years old. The dude grew up in this kind of like very cultured, musical family. Toxic though. Toxic family, not a good relationship. Lived with his grandmother till he was 6. I found that weird. You live with your grandmother till you're 6. Then you move with your parents for the rest of your life. Mind you, he lived with his grandmother in South Park, Houston. Now, for those that are from the area, those that are familiar,
Gangsta Nip, right?
Gangsta Nip. You understand the history of South Park. South Park Mexicans, another one. You know, there's a big history there.
When he called it South Park Psycho.
Yes,
right?
Yes. Not the nicest place.
Right.
But he lived there till he was 6. Then he moved to Missouri, I think Missouri City, with his family. It's a little more, more suburban. But just I found that strange. Now, South Park, his grandmother, his father's mother, that's where his father grew up. Guess who was their neighbor?
Who?
In South Park.
Not
used to go and no.
Okay.
And used to go over to Travis Scott's dad's house and learn how to play the drums.
What? Who?
DJ Premier.
Get out of here. Are you serious?
Bada bing, bada boom,
wow.
out. DJ Premier.
Wow.
I have clips. Like I said, I haven't put them in the doc yet. I can slip them in. I have clips, video footage of DJ Premier telling the story how Travis Scott's father taught him how to play the drums, introduced him to music. That's major.
Yeah, it is.
That's major, and that's not really widely known. DJ Premier, DJ of the infamous hip-hop group Gangstar.
DJ Premier is in deep
legendary.
Right.
Legendary. I'm talking about like Run DMC EPMD status, legendary.
Right. A golden era legend.
So for me, and I have other connections too, I got a lot more that I don't even talk about in the documentary. Like if we wanted to get into the history of the industry, that's a whole other video. This documentary is dealing with the Astroworld.
Right.
But like when it comes to this industry, we're gonna work on this. You know what I mean? We're as we talked before, we're gonna put some stuff together. Right. I mean, there is just too much going on in this industry historically for a lot of this stuff. This is too much. But anyhow, DJ Premier, right there, that's a smoking gun, man. You know how much DJ Premier owes Travis Scott's dad?
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. You helped me get my rhythm together for cutting and scratching.
Thank you.
Right.
It's major. So for me, though I have other connections that I could mention, I think that's the one. I think that got him a shoe-in. He didn't have to use his mom's Apple connection. I mean, DJ Premier.
Right, exactly.
Who he don't know?
Right. And what a cosign.
What a cosign. And what's interesting is you never hear about that. It's almost as if I didn't even know they knew each other until I learned these things. So I think that is the connection that got him in. But when you look at his history, when you look at his, because I remember his old school mixtapes, you know, Cruising USA and the Graduates album, you know, these albums from 2009, 2008, where he was just some kid like making raps in his bedroom in Houston, and then 1 year later he's in New York working on Cruel Summer, and he has a song called Animal with T.I. Huh?
Wow.
Huh? Like, what? Out of nowhere. So, and that was in that, and then his he got signed to T.I.'s label, and then he came out with Owl Pharaoh. Okay, he can't get any more occult.
Right.
He came out with that album in 2013, and his single that came off that album was called Upper Echelon. Okay, Upper Echelon.
Right.
Featuring Future.
Wow.
Okay. Who you know come out with a debut album, virtually unknown in the industry? You got Future headlining your hit single, and Future's like the biggest in the game at that time. This was 2013. Future was probably arguably the hottest rapper. Right. So it's just like fascinating to see the history. And mind you, no one knew who Travis Scott was in 2013, even though he dropped a hit single with Future and produced by T.I. I think, yeah, T.I. was on the track too. No one is familiar with this kid. Now let's fast forward to 2018. He drops Astroworld. He's the number one thing on the planet when it comes to the industry as far as numbers is concerned, and that gets back to the business aspect. He was a marketing machine. He's a genius when it comes to marketing. No one markets like this dude. He got a damn action figure. He got a endorsement with McDonald's, Reese's, Nike. He has 27 Nikes, exclusive Nikes.
Wow.
And they're fire. Let's just be honest here. They're fire. Like, his shoes are really nice shoes. They're nice shoes. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're nice shoes.
I bet they are fire.
Now, coming from the Bay Area, being part of that whole sneaker wave, 2001 to 2006, I was there. Huff, you know, all that. I was there. I was part of all of that. I was a sneakerhead. You know, I've overcome. Okay, but I was there. I understand that whole scene. It's big. Now, see, I'm old. That was back in the day. That's when it first started. That's when it was fun, and it was just, hey, we just collecting kicks. It's fun, right? That was 2003, 2004, 2005. Man, now this sneaker game is insane. This is madness. These kids, they're going crazy. These shoes are selling for $500, $600, $700 on the internet.
Get out of here.
It's just insane. The game today, the sneaker game, is madness. So imagine a hip-hop. He's like the Michael Jordan of the rap game because, oh, mind you, he has Jordans exclusives. Jordan 1s.
I see him.
He has Jordan 1 exclusives. That's huge, brother. That's huge. Like, from a business perspective.
Right. No, I get you.
You can't get bigger than this. I don't care about Drake. I don't care about Future. Who has Jordan Air 1 exclusives with your name on them? And you ain't even an athlete.
Right. Yeah, that's a major endorsement from corporate America and from Luciferian world authorities. That's major.
I mean, he got
369. He got 369. How many did you say he had?
I think over 20.
Wow.
And there are different types of collabs and exclusives. Some are more exclusive, literally with his name on it, and then some are more like collabs, you know, but he has a lot of shoes. So the shoe game got him in. A lot of people aren't aware of this. Only the ragers, only those that are into his movement know this.
The ragers.
Right?
Can you expound just a little bit? And again, we don't want to do no spoilers, but can you just expound a little bit, because I think that that's one of, like, when
Well, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, when I think about the guy, the thing that jumps in my mind as the most demonic thing popping is the fact that he's bringing out this rage spirit in a lot of young people who listen to the music and they catch that spirit, you know, raging on the outer layer of the onion, on the very top layer, on the very most esoteric layer. Raging is just a term for something that the kids do, but in reality, raging emotionally and spiritually is about having this uncontrolled spirit of anger that a lot of young folks have, and that kind of goes in line with rebellion, witchcraft. But what can you give us on raging without spoiling anything?
I spent quite a bit of time on that
Okay.
subject, actually. Yes.
Okay. Well, then let's not. Let's get a
And
peek.
Cookie Cruncher, I have a whole set book and metal and the appropriation of mosh culture by way of, I would argue, the first were Public Enemy and their track Bring the Noise with Anthrax. Onyx did a little bit. Naughty by Nature borrowed a little bit. Moshing has been integrated into the hip-hop culture far before any of this rager crap. So a lot of people see raging and Playboy Cardi's mosh pits, and everyone thinks like, oh, this is some new hip-hop thing. It's been in hip-hop. Mind you, what Travis Scott makes is not hip-hop. What Cardi B makes is not hip-hop. They admit it themselves. So I try to delineate that. Moshing is different from raging, and I try to make that argument. So what we find with raging, it's exactly what you said. It's a spirit. It's demonic. It's very unhealthy. It has a lot of negative psychological implications as well as spiritual. But I don't want to go into it too much because I actually really dive in on that, because that's really what Travis Scott brings to the table is rage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably the biggest thing to take home out of anything. I'm talking about bigger than, and no disrespect to those who lost their lives that night and the family of those who lost their lives and those who were affected, but the culture he brings is the ultimate. I call it the egregore. It's the demonic spirit that's feeding on souls, literally. Okay. And this is what his movement represents. Now every Travis Scott fan isn't a rager, and I make those differentiations as well. So I really break it down. But the thing is, this what he's doing is, it's new age, right? Just like we have the new age religions, what Travis Scott is doing is the new age movement. It's the new age soundtrack for the new age religion. That's truly what we're dealing with here. Right. This is like taking the hippie culture, which brought you the rave culture, right? Mm-hmm. Which now brought you this culture, this new culture. Yes, rage is a spirit. I have a whole segment called the spirit of the what is it? The rage spirit. I believe it's called the rage spirit. So yes, that's my whole argument. It's a spirit, and I compare. You'll see it. I don't want to talk too much about it, but anyhow.
Okay.
So we got this. Before we back to the business aspect. The reason I'm bringing up the shoes and I'm bringing up the endorsements is because this is the argument that can present the plant aspect of it, but also the brand. He's a brand. He's an entity. Spiritually, he's an entity, right? But he's also a capital, and he's an entity of capital. Mm-hmm. So he's an asset. Right. He's a very important figure to many so-called important people.
Right.
He means something to very powerful people.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So we have to pay attention to that. So I just find it interesting how this guy comes out of nowhere. Yeah, he's decent with his producing, but he can't rap at all. I mean, he relies on auto-tune to even get across, right? Because without that, it doesn't sound right on these beats. But when he uses this type of auto tune, it just creates this sound, these sonics, he calls it. So he comes out, and then he has all these endorsements. He's making more money than Drake. He's making more money than all of these guys. Now, I think Drake has more than him, of course, because he's been in the game longer. But when you're talking about like the year of 2018, for instance, not only did Travis Scott make more money than Drake, but he also outsold Drake in albums.
Really?
Yeah, 2018.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy when you think about how big
huge
Drake is.
And it's also crazy because I don't like neither one of them, but I know a bunch of Drake songs by name. I only know one Travis Scott song, and it's the one with Drake on it. So the marketing of Travis Scott is very targeted, would you say?
Yes, perfect word. Mm-hmm. Perfect word. I actually use that word in the video. Yes, targeted youth targeting. This is youth targeting. And back to what someone had mentioned, Travis Scott. Oh, I go into that because I believe Travis Scott is merely an he's like an outfit of the Tavistock Institute.
My man. Okay.
He's a wizard. He's a magician. He's the Pied Piper. Gosh, I'm talking too much, man.
Okay. well, take it elsewhere. Take it elsewhere, there, Dave.
So let's go back to that history. So basically, this guy's a plant. He's connecting with all of these artists. He's been around from the very beginning. He was, interestingly enough, in his old mixtapes from like 2008 and 9, he was more into the frat rap that you would have saw with like Astroworld and like some of Kanye's early stuff. And then boom, overnight he comes out with Owl Pharaoh and he has gold teeth and he like blacking his eyes out and got dreads and wearing all black. Really taking some notes from Tyler the Creator and his movement he started in 2011 with Odd Future, right? Which is another one of these internet groups that came out during the 2010s. That's another, next to Raider Clan, you have Odd Future. And if you remember Tyler the Creator's solo track that came out with a video and really blew him up, he was literally a demon in the video. His eyes were black, he had black contacts, and he was eating roaches and throwing up and stuff, hanging himself, all kind of crazy stuff. So that vibe, Tyler didn't start that, but Tyler mixed with Raider Clan and a lot of influence from 3 6 Mafia that got a boost in the 2000s. That all of that mixed together produced the Travis Scott entity. And in my view, Travis Scott was just like a pure plant in that he's just this kind of random rapper dude that can kind of produce, that's hungry, super hungry and willing to do anything. And they're like, how can we take this vessel and superimpose all of this very mishmash, mashed up, occult-like culture on the internet? How can we take all of this really occultic, new age, meta-ironic culture and superimpose it on this blank slate called Travis Scott, or no, this blank slate called Jacques Webster II? And how can we superimpose this onto this Jacques Webster and call him Travis Scott and create this new age power brand? And that's what they did. And they took many years to build him up, which is fascinating because, like I said, he dropped a hit single. Well, it wasn't a hit single. It wasn't even a hit album. But he dropped a single with Future in 2013. That's huge, right? But he wasn't really anything until 2017, maybe 16 with his album Rodeo, right? Mm-hmm. But Rodeo was big. But, man, when he dropped Astroworld in 2018, DeAndre, atmospheric. He became atmospheric. Yes. By 2018, Travis Scott became atmospheric, and he was on top of the world, and literally unknown several years before that. So it's like interesting to me how they slowly developed this guy, and everywhere you saw him, everywhere you saw this guy, he had Mike Dean next to him. He was in studios with Jay-Z. He was flying to meet up with Kanye left and right. He was running around with all types of celebrities. He was signed by Good Music, Kanye's brand, and Grand Hustle, T.I.'s brand, at the same time.
At the same time.
He was a producer on Good Music, and he was an artist rapping on Grand Hustle.
Where do they do that at?
Where do they do that at? I mean, it's just too much for a researcher. There's just too much juicy details in this guy's career. It's like the rabbit hole is endless. And I've been following him for so long. When this Astroworld thing hit, I was like, this is it. This is what this guy was made for. This is what all of this has been. And I'm not going to tell you what my conclusion is, because I'll save that. But it goes into a whole other place. It goes somewhere else. All of this is going somewhere else, man. And I'm going to leave it at that. But this thing is crazy. This Travis Scott thing is crazy. And this Astroworld thing, ritualistic, sacrificial, yes. But really, it was just a spark. It was just a spark of something more to come. I'm telling you. Crazy. I've been out here, man, working day and night, knocking this thing out, and big things are coming in so many ways. And that's no fear mongering. There ain't no fear. You know, especially a lot of it's going to be psyops. So for us, wait, you know, we're just going to look the other way, because a lot of this stuff is going to be psyops, at least the way it seems. But man, this whole thing, that's what I'm fighting. I'm fighting for this next generation, man. We gotta save. Well, we don't save anything, but we have to try our best to provide the truth for these younger kids, man. Because the more kids fall into this culture and these movements, Travis Scott's just one, man. We got Billie Eilish, you know, who's another big one.
Yeah.
You know her, right? You're familiar with Billie Eilish.
Yes, I'm familiar with him. Her, yes, indeed.
So we got that. We got that whole angle too, which is a Travis Scott like kind of, you know, power. She's powerful. She's very powerful, man.
Yeah, she has a great deal of influence over over young women, especially, and a spirit of fatalism and resignation from life. Suicide spirit, very laced with heaviness. Her music is very laced with heaviness. You know, I try to listen to a couple of tunes, and like the depression spirit, which is called heaviness biblically, that was just too tough. I was like, if this don't cause some poor little sisters to slit their wrists.
There we go. I'm trying to tell you. And another one, she's not as like renowned, but she has a very, very wide audience, a very broad audience. She has a very massive influence on a more, it's not underground, she's not underground, but she's like cult, she has like a cult following. Artist named Alana Del Rey. Are you familiar with her?
Yes, I am.
She's another one I followed since her very beginning. She's another one that I'll eventually maybe do something this deep on. But she's another one of these dark spiritual vessels that are really doing some damage on the youth, man.
And they gave her a very occult name. It's laced with spell, nasty occultism. You have to turn her first name backward and realize that Del means of the, like De La Soul or of, and Ray is Ra. So if you turn her first name backward, of Ra.
Wow.
It reminds me of Crowley's statement about how the eye of Horus is more pleasurable to him than the mouth of Isis. You know, inherent within her name is their wicked practice of sodomy and the occult, both in her first name and so-called last name, which I'm sure they gave to her, quote unquote.
Wow. See, Man, there you go with those linguistic breakdowns. That's wow. That adds a whole nother layer to it. Interesting. That woman, she clearly, unless it's an act, I don't think it is, because she's too good at it. It's just too pure. It just seems to really come from a dark place within her to be an act. But it's very clear she's been through some serious stuff in her life, or I'd say childhood. Mm-hmm. Because she has all, like in her music, when you read, because I've read all of the lyrics, probably every song, at least a lot of her songs. I mean, the lyrics, they're just like, they're almost like diaries you would read from like someone in an institute. Mm-hmm. You know, suffering from a type of borderline issue. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like textbook stuff. Mm-hmm. Same.
MK Ultrafied artists.
Yes, there we go. Same with Travis Scott. When, you know, it's hard to listen to his music because it's so hypnotic. Like, I gotta be honest, man. I'm still battling demons doing this video. Wow. Because, like, this music, it's like, it's so hypnotic, and some of it sounds really good, man. I have to be honest, like, his production, it's like...
The devil likes the best.
Man, it's just the production is so interesting. Now, I'm not saying production's evil, but it's the messaging he puts into his music. It's the spirit that's on those songs, right? Like, for instance, if a producer makes a beat, right? Mm-hmm. And before he gives it to Travis Scott to lace, he lets me listen to it. And I'm like, oh, this is a great beat. I could take that beat and praise Christ on that beat. And lace it with the spirit.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I can say, oh, that's a great beat. I'm not interested. And he gives it to Travis Scott and he laces it with the demonic spirits. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless the producer laced it before he let me hear it. Because I know they do that too. We learned that from Todd, right?
Absolutely.
So it all depends on what's going on, you know, where it's coming from, and the intent. Intention is powerful in magic. Magic is intention.
Yes, indeed. A huge part of it, and also a knowledge of how to manipulate the natural world around you. But then there's that extra piece that's one step beyond anything you or I could do. Having that inspiration and that guidance from an ethereal being who understands things about sound that no matter how much we think about it or practice it, we would never be able to understand the way that they do. So that's why they're able to produce such compelling and enchanting music. Something that me and Los was saying today on the phone, I meant to bring up tonight. Next time he comes on, we're going to talk exclusively about music. We had to talk about religion because that's just something that we do. But something that we talked about tonight, earlier today, that I meant to bring up is the idea of what makes a beat sound hard. And he and I was talking about how we didn't know no better about different tracks that we liked that we thought was just sonically, you know, in some places, if some was slapping, you know, they might have had a word and they said, oh, that's fresh. And we said fresh in Detroit. But the biggest compliment you could give something was to say, that's hard. And as we started thinking about it and talking, it was like, you know, well, what does that really mean? Like, what are we really trying to convey? And it's something that sounds sinister and dark, for the most part. You know, you think about Nautilus by Bob James. That sounds hard because it's full of the devil's chords and it's full of these downshifting chords that take you down somewhere. When you go up, like for like happier type of music, you don't get that same feeling. You'll never say it's hard when you chord up, but when you chord down, boom, boom, that it darkens the room. It darkens the mood.
I mean, film soundtracks. Okay, that explains everything.
Right, exactly.
Even through the production of documentaries that I do, soundtracks are important because you're building environments.
Right on.
You're building environments. So now there's a difference, I would argue. Now, listening to music soundtracks might be kind of weird. Okay, you probably don't want to be listening to music soundtracks for, say, horror films. Okay, because that's probably not going to be a very enjoyable experience. Well, maybe not for everybody. But at the same time, there's a place for those sounds because they have a purpose, right? Because they're building an environment. They're building a mood.
Sometimes suspense, sometimes horror. I learned a great deal from noticing things in soundtracks, and even to your point, buying certain soundtracks. Like, we would get Shaft in Africa, or the one that Barry White did. Somebody in the comments can remind me and refresh my memory, but Barry White had one that a lot of people sampled from, and I learned a lot just listening to the moods that he was creating through using certain notes, certain note progressions, and certain chord progressions.
Yes.
Even Marvin Gaye, T Plays It Cool, that soundtrack. So yes, I did sit and listen to soundtracks. Melody's Child in Key, I like how she said bright. Some notes or some chording makes the music bright, and some makes it dark, or like Redmond Music is saying, hard is like heavy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Redmond's a pro, man. He knows exactly what he's talking about.
Without a doubt.
Yes. So now I just want to. Now we can talk about frequencies, and I actually want to speak on something because there was something weird that happened that night regarding frequencies, which I want to touch on because I spend little time on that in the doc because there's so many bigger issues. Right. But I have a lot of info on that I can share in other videos or just in talks. But before I go there, I want to get back to this concept of frequency, vibrations, lowness or heaviness, hardness, and just the elements of sound, and especially considering sound production and the usefulness and meaningfulness. This is what I want to get at.
Okay.
When there's meaning behind things, when there's a purpose behind things, I'm not saying it justifies it, but it gives it some sense of justification. But when you're making things dark and heavy for no meaning outside of darkness and heaviness, that's a problem. And see, what I just explained, there was a differentiation between a soundtrack for a film and a beat for a track. A soundtrack for a film has meaning and purpose behind its vibrational changes and tones and heaviness, because it's syncing up to a visual that is telling a narrative, a story that's fictional, and that's meant to be enjoyed as entertainment, and is understood to be fiction. Right. Not to say there's not programming, not to say there's not negative aspects of it, because we understand Hollywood. But what I'm saying is music has a different effect. Music that is not tied to, say, a film has a much different effect on a human being. And I'll explain. Though music's fictional too, to a degree. It's fictional in that we understand it's not literal. He's not here right now saying this and it's happening. But it's coming from a real person, even though they may be a caricature, right? Though he may be an artist, like not a real person. But the thing is, it's coming from somewhere. It's not like coming from a script that was put together by a group that's being funded to put into a film. It's coming from a person that people identify with. The problem of artists is people identify with them, and they interject, or should I say introject. They introject their messages. Introjection is like when a child is told something by their parents all the time. They start to believe it, and it becomes part of their identity in their adulthood. Same concept in music. When you listen to music as a child, those messages you're constantly listening to over and over again become interjections for your own identity, your own personality, right? Especially the younger you are, the more significant the effect. So when we hear these types of heaviness, hardness, like solemn, sad rap, it has a very, I would argue, internally, it's spiritually, it has a much, and this could be debatable, but it has a different effect than, say, a movie. Movie shapes culture. Hollywood has a lot of detrimental results from their productions. But music touches you in a way.
Absolutely.
That's different from a film.
This is true. Films may amp it up to a degree, because whereas as music is only audio, with the film you've got the audio, the music is in the film, and then you've got the visuals to go along with it. That's why they put music videos with songs, because yes, it's one level to have the devilish tones and frequencies that they know will affect you in a negative manner, just like they know, to your point, Big Nephew Ronell, just like they know how to manipulate water. It's that Dr. Emoto did that years ago, and there's lots of people on YouTube who still duplicate those experiments where they can show and prove that they can move water in particular ways, and even taint water by using certain frequencies.
Yes.
But music is easier to digest. It's a smaller chunk.
Let me add to it.
Okay.
How many times do you watch a movie opposed to how many times you listen to a track?
Right. I watch a movie one time. If it's really good, I might watch it again later on.
Maybe.
Months later, maybe. Right.
Maybe.
But if I like a song, I'll play it over
every day.
Right. That's right.
It becomes not just a part of you. This music we bring into our lives on a regular, habitual basis become a soundtrack to our lives.
Right.
Right? So this is the importance and the differentiation between, say, soundtracks for a film and soundtracks of our lives. Right? So I'm only making that differentiation because I don't want to demonize sound. I don't want to demonize Sonics. I don't want to demonize heavy Sonics because they have purpose.
Well, I believe
they can be used with purpose, should I say?
Well, I personally believe that the sound that we call hard, and I'm talking about hard sound. Somebody said, well, an acorn can be hard, but I'm talking about sound. So when we're talking about sound, it all comes from the creator. So if there was a purpose for something to sound hard, I mean, perhaps that was battle music. Can you imagine?
Perfect example, yes.
Can you imagine the warriors going to war to some light music? Like Happy or something. So perhaps that would have been the purpose for that. And we do have some evidence of that idea in the fight song, which is prevalent in college football, primarily football being a war game. But the fight song is a big deal, and it may not sound hard in the way that urban rap and hip hop sound hard, but the same principles are applied. Like right now, I'm thinking of the "Hail to the Victors." Dun, 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 dun. It does have a way of motivating you and getting your adrenaline going. Fans of a football game are like no other fans that there are, right?
Yes. Spot on. Mm-hmm. And I don't watch horror films anymore. I used to be a big, huge fan of horror films. It's hard to watch them anymore just because, when you're born again, some of these things just aren't pleasing to the eye anymore. Right. And you're turned off by a lot of these things, especially the more gory stuff. I like thrillers. I can watch psychological thrillers, but I can't really get into the horror like I used to. But even with that being said, we'd say if you were to listen to the soundtrack of a horror film, it's some dark, kind of creepy, scary stuff, but there's purpose there. I wouldn't want someone to, say, oh, well, we shouldn't be making these type. Well, there's purpose there. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. But when it comes to these artists and the music that they're making, not only are they using heaviness and frequencies and different types of tones, but they're also putting a heavy message. They're layering a heavy message over the heavy tones and vibration.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting this like double dose of lowliness and nihilism.
Right.
And Travis Scott's music, I use two main concepts: abject hedonism, just the abject seeking of pleasure by any means necessary, and nihilism. Mm-hmm. So these are his messages throughout his music. It's just pure hedonism, doing whatever feels good, do as thou wilt. It's pure Crowleyism mixed with nihilism, in that there's no real meaning to life. There's no purpose in life. So just get drunk, get faded, plow through as much peace as you can, because that's all that life's about.
Right.
Right? This is his message. This is his message. There's nothing deeper than that in any of his music. 10 years worth of albums, well, not 10 albums, not an album a year, but 10 years worth of music, and this is all you get. This is the only message you'll get. So you can't get any more satanic or demonic than that. So there's no redeeming qualities for him in his music. There just aren't, aside from his brilliant ability to sculpt sound waves. Outside of that, I mean, his music is pure demonic, right? So speaking of these frequencies, and we were talking about Mike Dean. Let's give a little history on Mike Dean. He's kind of one of these more lesser known producers, but and I have to be completely honest here, he's made amazing music. Like, let's be real here. Like, his ability to play synthesizers is unmatched. I mean, maybe Warrell is the only one of the few that would say is better, but I can't think of many others that have this power over synthesizers like Mike Dean. So I don't want to demonize him, but at the same time, he has to be a wizard. He has to know the secrets, man, because he is on every big famous track from Beyonce to Taylor Swift. I mean, this guy is on everyone's stuff. It's like he's putting that magical touch, and someone will say, oh, he's just talented, no one's as good as him. Okay, fine. But when you look at his history, where did he start? Who did he start with? He started with the Ghetto Boys. Am I correct there? He started with the Ghetto Boys, right?
Mike Dean?
No, he started with Selena. He started with Selena.
Okay.
Of all people.
Really? Anything for Selena's.
Interesting.
Really?
We know her story.
Yeah.
We know what happened to her. Mike Dean started with Selena. He was her, the man behind the keyboards.
Really? Okay.
And now, this is hearsay. I can't say this is fact, but this is crazy. Check this out. And this kind of built this whole idea of frequencies for me. It was said, I heard this numerous occasions, I don't know if it's true, but there was one song, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, or agree if you've heard this as well. There's something going around where people are saying there was one song that Selena would play, and every time they played that song, a fight or some type of riot would break out. And that one particular song, Mike Dean did something different on that song.
Interesting.
I don't know the details to this. This is pure hearsay. It might not even be real. Okay?
Interesting.
But I do know he started with Selena, and I do know from that point, that tragedy moving forward, he was on top of the world in the industry as far as production is concerned. Where did he go next? He went to the Ghetto Boys. He worked with DJ Ready Red. From my historical research and knowledge, all these
Houston connections. Mm-hmm.
Horrorcore.
Right.
Horrorcore came out of the stylistic experimentations of DJ Ready Red. Because if we remember properly, DJ Ready Red was the first DJ to kind of give that dark vibe. They kind of like make beats sound kind of like spooky.
And I guess he was the one doing all the Scarface cuts, all of the scratches from the Scarface movie, or all of the vocal samples that contained Pacino's most hardest lines from Scarface, right?
There we go.
Okay.
And who started horrorcore? Ghetto Boys.
Mm.
And the reason I say that is this. It's hard to say who started horrorcore. I understand that, right? Because
Esham might have been before the Ghetto Boys.
Is that true? Because I've read, and again, I've read this, so people write all kind of crap. But I've read that he was inspired by that. So maybe that's wrong.
Well, let me see. I bought Esham. I was 15 years old, and I believe that was before. No, I can't see. You know what? I will have to look into that because I don't want to say it wrong. But I do remember I was 14 or 15 when I bought the Esham Red tape, and it's very likely that he was inspired by the Ghetto Boys, but I'm not exactly sure. But okay.
Well, he was actually more inspired by metal, from what I read.
Okay.
That's where he got a lot of his more demonic stuff from. I'm not saying he got the demonic stuff from Ghetto Boys, but I think just this kind of like darker hip hop sound.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
They were the first to kind of provide that.
I agree.
This is an interesting twist. 666 Mafia. What's his Webster the Third? You know, all of these guys from Memphis that started the whole not horrorcore, but because they didn't call it horrorcore. Horrorcore, I believe, actually came out of like Brother Lynch Hung and the Sacramento movement.
Okay.
I don't think they call the Memphis movement horrorcore. I think horrorcore kind of was coined after Brother Lynch Hung and Brother Lynch Hung and Black Market Records. That whole movement, they kind of recreated the 3-6 Mafia vibe and like totally went off the deep end with it. Because anyone that listens to Brother Lynch Hung will know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But because 666 Mafia didn't talk about stuff like he was talking.
No.
They were doing a lot of the chanting, a lot of the 666 stuff. But Brother Lynch Hung was talking about some literal
sick stuff.
We won't even get into it.
Right.
But what I find fascinating is Ghetto Boys never really talked about that kind of stuff. They were darker in the sense that they talked about more brutal concepts. And from what I've understood through my research, and this is fascinating, there was one specific thing that kind of triggered this darkness in hip hop, as far as like what one would consider horror, and it comes just based on research. There's always facts we might not have found yet, right?
Okay.
So I don't want to say this is it,
Mm-hmm.
but from what I found, unless someone can find something else, this is what kind of started the horror aspect that became popular in hip hop and moved into Memphis, because everything came out of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
People think everything came out of Memphis, but Memphis got inspired by Houston. Houston was the first to do it. Houston started with the Ghetto Boys in '87, I believe.
Okay.
The Memphis movement didn't even start until the 90s. Screw Tapes and DJ Screw, Swisher House, all of that stuff didn't start until 91. Gangsta Nip, all of that, Gangsta Nip, I'm sorry, that's Houston. Gangsta Nip was actually probably one of the earliest as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Ghetto Boys album with what's his name? Bushwick Bill.
Mm-hmm. We can't be stopped.
On the gurney.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was the name of it.
With his eye falling out.
Right. Where he supposedly had shot himself in the eye, or no, his girl shot him in the eye over some Everclear. No, first it was his girl shot him in the eye, and then later on they said he shot himself in the eye.
Yes.
But it was all over drinking Everclear.
Yes.
And then his little identity was Chucky.
Yes. See?
Okay.
You know that whole history.
Mm-hmm.
This started the whole thing. From my research,
Mm-hmm.
I've studied it thoroughly too. Like, I've read a lot of documents from like these kind of hip hop journalists that aren't really known, and it's just interesting to pull this out, because I remember when I was about 9, I had this tape cover. No, I think I was about 11, actually. I had the tape cover, and I was just staring at it. I was so, like, I was disgusted, but intrigued. Because I never saw anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that what today we would call gore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This was the first introduction to gore in the hip-hop industry, right?
I got the mind of a lunatic. There
we go.
That was a sick song. They all murdered somebody in that song, right?
I'm trying to tell you.
And then Brother Jason said maybe a ritual. I think that Bushwick Bill losing his eye, and I think Fetty Wap only having one eye. Although he says that he was born like that, I think that's a cover story and a lie. I believe he gave up his eye for the devil on the Eye of Horus tip, on the Odin one eye wink tip.
Yes,
and I think Bushwick did the same thing.
Yes, I believe it. Because right after the mainstream, like the surface journalists will tell you, oh, it's because of the album cover. It was so out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you, I was intrigued by it. As a kid, I'm just looking at it like, God, this is so scary. I like it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it was literally scary.
Mm-hmm.
Like it kind of scared me, but I liked it because I like horror films as a kid, so it was one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And that blew the Ghetto Boys up.
Mm-hmm.
That album cover was very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
And that gore.
They kind of went commercial after that.
They did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They did.
Because before that, didn't nobody know about them. You didn't hear the Ghetto Boys on the radio at all. It was just me and my little crazy friends listening to the Ghetto Boys. But after he lost that eye, and they took that album cover to show and prove, their dedication to Satan, I believe. And I've heard both Willie D and Scarface tell the quote unquote story of why they took a picture at such a traumatic moment, as that, and I don't believe them.
It's such a disturbing album cover. It's so disturbing. It stuck with me. And not until many years later when I started researching this stuff did I figure out the significance of that album cover. Not only did that blow up the band and put them on, but it didn't necessarily normalize it because it's just the first incident, but it introduced the concept of gore and horror to hip hop. It became an accessory.
It sure did. It sure did. And it wasn't really there. You had guys like Ice-T. Ice-T would get close, and I believe that he's a CIA, MK Ultra insert also to some degree. But you didn't. There was a line that wasn't crossed, and the Ghetto Boys, they jumped over that boy, didn't they?
They really did.
Yeah. Okay.
They really did, and I'm going to tell you, I wasn't a huge fan of the Ghetto Boys because it was a little bit extreme for me. I was more used to listening to the Too Shorts and the Mac Dre's.
Mm-hmm.
I was, from the Bay, we were more about hustling and women and stuff and all of that kind of fun partying stuff.
Right.
All of this dark stuff, I was intrigued, but at the same time, I was like, this is a bit much.
Right.
But I was young. I was very young. I was maybe 10, 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years later, I was bumping Season of the Sick. You know what I'm saying? Brother Lynch Chong, like it was nothing.
Right.
And it's because all of that music came out just all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. And I was just enthralled by all of it.
And we got desensitized.
And we got desensitized.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm telling that history because Mike Dean was on the team.
Mm.
Mike Dean was behind a lot of those sounds. A lot of the early quote-unquote horrorcore sounds, Mike Dean was behind the keys. Mike Dean is behind the keys of every Travis song you hear.
Right.
So there's a history of this. My point, I want to eventually do a video that kind of goes into this whole Houston connection, but it all comes back to Houston because, and this isn't to disparage Houston at all. Okay, this is just history.
Right.
This kind of darkness of this darker aspect of hip hop was born in that small little place. Now, from Ghetto Boys, you would get the 3-6 Mafias, you would get the Webster the Thirds, right?
Right.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. We with you. And brother Jared, no thank you. No thank you, sir. No thank you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. But
Yes,
you,
sir. I don't know what you think about 666, sir, but I'm going to have to decline respectfully. I thank you because, hey, a person may believe something different about 666 than I do, but it's not that serious. Somebody said they'd give it back. I'm trying to find out how to give it back now. Whatever. Go ahead, Dayz.
Yeah, so this history is important because we wouldn't have the Travis Scotts, okay? We wouldn't have the Playboy Cardis and the Lil Uzi Verts, dropping upside down crosses and hailing Satan. We wouldn't even have the 3-6 Mafias if it wasn't for this era that was introduced by the Ghetto Boys. And it's not like the Ghetto Boys were even claiming anything satanic. It's just they spawned that dark spirit into the industry.
Okay.
Now, again, someone could probably come up with some band, some lesser-known group that might have inspired them. I don't know. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But something about that Bushwick Bill, okay,
mm-hmm.
calling himself Chucky.
Right.
And all of that, man, if you listen to some of his lyrics, that was a wild man. But he's actually a really nice dude when you look at his interviews later. R.I.P. He passed away recently.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed like a good dude. Like, really loved his children, was a good father. So you get these, it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see these guys later in life, and they seem like really good people. And I can't say Bushwick Bill was ever really famous.
Right.
Even though they were big for a moment, he didn't. It was a different time.
Right.
It was a different time.
Right.
Anyhow.
And just to all the snipers on the roof, we're gonna stall them out and give them a pass. No weapon formed shall prosper anyway, and I'll give it to the poor. But yeah, hold on to the thriller. Hold on to the thriller. But all right, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Dayz. And Dayz, I want to thank you, brother, because you are dropping dimes tonight.
Well, hey man, I'm glad I can. I'm up a little late. I got a moment. And I can always answer the phone.
Right on.
I don't have none of my equipment hooked up here, but I can always answer the phone. So I'm glad you're doing this. This is fun, man. Whenever we're on the phone, we go forever. So this is always something I look forward to, man. Because I don't get to do this with anyone else. So I appreciate it.
And it always feels so natural because, like you said, this is what we do when we talk anyway.
Yes.
But much appreciated, and I overstand, Jaguar. Thank you. Yeah, the horrorcore idea has been around here for a long time. I think that the problem, or that the strategies that the powers that be had to come up with had to change in order to draw in different people groups, who may not have been so indoctrinated with satanic and horror type of imagery. In the hood when I was growing up, it was still a lot of spookiness that people just wasn't going to deal with. I knew a lot of people that didn't want a cat around them just because of the witchy things that they may have heard that some folks do concerning cats. So there was this hyper vigilance about it at one time. And I think that groups like I know groups like Esham. Everybody listened to Esham. All my friends listened to Esham when we was 14, 15 years old, and that was a way of getting us to drop our guard against Satan and the devil. They had just, stripped the schools of all Christian influence, not just prayer, but everything, and then at the same time you have this influx of rappers who are changing the vibe of the art form, quote unquote, from this happy, yes, yes, y'all, you don't stop, from this partying thing to this very, very dark and creepy and overtly demonic music that was really worse in a lot of ways than heavy metal, where there was some degree of subtlety, not in Rammstein and the hardest of hard rock groups. Of course, I ain't talking about them, but just in general, the Satanism was present and you could see it, but it wasn't stated. Rap states things in a very flat out way. Yes. And it wasn't until rappers started to doing the horror thing that had been going on, I guess, in heavy metal and rock and roll and other genres, that it kind of took legs of its own and became a thing of pop culture as opposed to counterculture, right?
Yes. Another thing that's interesting about hip hop, and this must be stated, and let's look beyond race, but still be able to address race.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for hip hop, and I know some might disagree, and it's debatable, but for my experience, it appears as if hip hop has a different type of connection and influence on its audience, specifically its black audience, than say some of this more metal type music would have on its audience.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is there's more, just from my experience, it seems to be more of a stronger entertainment and experiential value when it comes to, say, metal and stuff like that, to where you could go enjoy this music and kind of go home and live your life, opposed to like hip-hop music that becomes part of people's lives.
Lifestyle. Mm-hmm.
And it almost speaks to them,
mm-hmm.
because it's like there's this culture, this racial cultural connection.
Mm-hmm.
So
to where we feel a loyalty to them, like that's our brother. He made it out the ghetto,
Yes.
Okay.
See,
okay.
Let me make this differentiation. I'm gonna try to be clear on this without like pissing anybody off, but
good luck.
And I don't want to play into the race thing, and I'm not trying to make some woke argument here, but I'm just trying to be very clear and honest.
Right on.
There's something about being black and being part of the black community that requires a type of in-group membership that is connected to an identity that isn't experienced in other races, to the degree that other races have the ability to live a life free and they tend to be able to live a life that doesn't dictate their experience in the world, what they can do, what they can't do. Doesn't define who they are by way of their race.
Right.
They get to actually live in the world as a blank slate human.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do you kind of get what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Opposed to being black, it's like you have to do black things.
Okay.
You have to live up to the black identity. You have to stay within the realms and parameters of blackness, quote unquote, opposed to other racial groups that don't have that kind of limitation.
Do you think that's not present in, say, Japanese Americans?
That's a different story. I would say that does exist in the Asian community in many ways, yes.
Okay.
And I would say it exists in other cultures as well.
King Dez just said we're the only ones who base our culture off of music as opposed to music being a part of the culture. Excellent comment, King Dez.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out with this. These kind of things are hard to put into words.
Yes,
They're complex ideas. They're complex ideas, but they're also controversial. And I don't want to rub anyone the wrong way. And I don't want to, for a second, I don't want anyone to think that I'm playing into like race politics and stuff.
Right.
I'm trying to be on a sociological level. I'm trying to be very accurate in defining that groups are different, and groups do experience a different world in many ways. It's just a fact.
Okay.
Right? So it's like, if I'm growing up as, say, a non-black kid, and I don't even have to be a white kid, I could be something else, but like, I could go and do things and not always have my whiteness held over my head.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, now, that may be changing now, because things are turning now with this whole, like, social justice thing. Now it's like they're flipping the tables. But, you get what I'm trying to say. So, the reason I say that is because, like, gosh, I don't know how to say this without sounding, like, racist or something, but it's like, kids can grow up on a lot of this punk and a lot of this metal and a lot of this, what some would argue, extremely satanic music, and still not really be taken by the culture of the music. Can still, like, go to school and college and live a great life. And of course, there's many other elements that are involved with their experience. I'm not saying music and culture of music dictates your future. But what I'm saying is that in the black community, this hip-hop, in many cases, takes kids down a dark road they never get off of. And the lifestyle becomes their identity to the degree that kids try to live out the soundtrack.
Nope, you get no argument from me on that part there. Now, what I would build into that is that that's by design. It's not and I'm not saying this for your benefit. I'm saying this for the benefit of people who don't feel free enough to discuss anything that may come to their mind, including race. And it's yes, this is true. And I want folks to know that it is not because of some biological malfunction or some inherent lack of intelligence in my quote-unquote people. It is because of many factors that poor black kids sometimes feel like the most successful people around them and the most promising thing that they can identify with is this culture, quote unquote, this so-called culture, and the hopelessness of living in the ghetto in the inner city helps to fuel that spirit. And it is a spirit, and it's a spirit that, yes, indeed, we have. Unlike any other people group, quote unquote, any other nationality or ethnic group or whatever, we do indeed have this. But it's part of the devil's twisting up of certain natural things that I don't think are evil inherently, for different people groups. There's different musical scales. Did you know that? There's different musical scales for different groups. I didn't learn that until I read this book called The Secret Magic of Music, and it was talking about how, like, the scale we use ain't the scale used worldwide. That's why sometimes when you hear the Arabic music, or you might hear the ancient Chinese music, like Morticia Adams would play on her little guitar on the old, okay, that it sounds funny and out of tune to us. It's a different frequency, and I think that there are powers that be who know this and who have mastered the art and the science of bringing people down.
Yes,
and that's not to absolve black kids of any responsibility for their actions. Not trying to say, oh, we can't help it, because that's just as bad as saying, oh, we're genetically inferior, that's why we do it. So
I never would make that argument.
Yeah, and I know.
Sanchez. You are correct.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't, but I think that just for some of the people listening for whom any conversation involving race is sensitive, I wanted to just make that clear for them. For those who don't know, there are people who don't know because they don't talk about race. They don't feel comfortable talking about it. They don't understand it, and they may have, by default, given in to some very prejudiced, negative stereotypes because many folks are not experienced with living among inner city black folks any other way except vicariously through TV or music. Being from the hood and being from the inner city, I recognize that we have the same desires as other people do, but sometimes it appears that the limited outlets that we have and the limited access to information and access to economic power kind of pigeonholes you to where you don't have as wide of a view of things to look forward to. So where one kid, there you go. So one kid might have all of these different things that they're into, and one of those things is heavy metal. But they also take hockey, and they're a member of the debate team, and they take trips to other countries every summer with their, so their scope, their range of experience is different, and their ability to have a wider point of view is enriched because of these things. And if
they would call that social and cultural capital, that would be the kind of academic terms for that. Absolutely. Okay. And those are all true things. Mm-hmm. They are. Mm-hmm. Those things are limited to certain groups opposed to others. And and I'm not crying about that.
Right. Not at all.
It's a whole Heideggerian concept of thrownness. We're thrown into this world with what we get, and it is what it is. I'm not complaining about it. The point is, music, especially this type of music and its low culture, just makes that thrownness, that condition much worse and much harder to get out of.
Absolutely.
When you pound it over the head with this cultureness, you don't even have to listen to the music. You can just grow up in the culture, and it already has an effect on you, even if you don't like the music. Try it, and
it amplifies it.
It amplifies it. I can't identify with this, but say if you're a black kid growing up in a hood, and you love metal music, you would be targeted.
Right.
You know what I mean? You would be ousted.
Right.
You would be ostracized.
The other kids kind of enforce this narrow-mindedness to a large degree.
Yes.
I can remember when you would be afraid of appearing too smart.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah.
Because
you want to pronounce words.
There you go. There you go. Somebody will tell you that you sound white or something like that. Yeah. So
and growing up in a black family where my father spoke very good English, he was articulate. He just was. He wasn't even an educated man. My dad didn't graduate college, but he just spoke very articulately. And growing up as a child, always around that, it just it shapes the way you speak. You know what I mean? And then you go outside and people want to laugh at you, make fun. That's something we deal with.
Yeah, that's true. Being ostracized because you're good in school, and I know that that's not an exclusively black experience. That's not what I'm conveying to any of the listeners. I don't want to be misconstrued either. That's not an exclusively black experience, but I do think that it's one that is more common in places where, again, people are marginalized and you have less choices. And I remember that. And if not for the fact that I was a neighborhood kid and I went to school with my friends, I would have experienced it. And I was a big kid. I would have experienced that same type of bullying because I was good in school, But I did see it happen, and I know that it still happens to this day. I was just watching something on TV, Miss Virginia on Netflix, and one of the boys was getting bullied because he was appearing to be smart in school. So it's still going on to this day, and it's one of the things that the culture pushes. The so-called culture. Everybody do it for the culture.
Yes.
What culture?
Yes. Yes. And half the time it wasn't even about being smart, actually. You know what I mean? It was just it was as basic as just pronunciation.
Right.
It wasn't even about knowing things. That's the worst part.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's like I never did good in school. I barely made it out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it's just very simple stuff. It's just like anathema.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And yes, we are the only race to discourage success in education, and it is a self-esteem issue, Sister Crystal Ball. Bad parenting to keep this victim culture continuing, without a doubt, because there is no deficiency within us naturally. You know, it is an environmental issue, and part of that environmental issue is in the parenting. You know, to a degree, because I snuck and did things. You know, my mama, she didn't play no games, so it wasn't no lack of discipline at all. It was that I was like, okay, if I don't want Denise to find out, I got to be really smart about this. Okay, but it is true that we perpetuate this thing, and especially in that term, do it for the culture. You know, which I don't like.
No, I don't like it at all.
No,
because it's like, what culture are you talking about?
Yeah, the one that they created for us and then told us, hey, this is y'all's, or the one that we are
sponsored by McDonald's.
right, and the one that has degraded the way that we speak and the way that we dress and the way that we express ourselves with the opposite sex. No, let's not do it for that. Let's put that culture aside, and most importantly, let's find Christ. You know, and let's stop telling ourselves that we can only do this box of things that constitute the culture, quote unquote, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So I'm loving where this is going, but I'm sure everyone's waiting for the you know where we were headed with the frequency stuff. So let's try to bring it back to this Mike Dean character.
Yes, sir.
And the whole horrorcore Ghetto Boys moving into from Houston to Memphis. We get, you know, the 3-6, and then you know, Atlanta got everything from Memphis, from Memphis. So basically the South just started taking over and inspiring and influencing hip hop in a bigger way than the West Coast and the East Coast combined, though on the underground. They didn't really get their heyday till, you know, a little later, maybe shoot, not until the 2000s, later 2000s, right? Maybe, who was it? Maybe, well, of course, Lil Wayne, Gucci Mane, and maybe T.I. But prior to them, and of course there was April and MJG who were doing their thing early on. They were doing more. They were in Atlanta, right? No, they were in Memphis.
Right.
But I'm just talking about like the South. The South had always had movements, but it's just interesting how this dark stuff really, as it started with Ghetto Boys, it really got solidified with 3-6 Mafia. And something about 3-6 Mafia was immensely inspirational and influential. And I have to be honest and say that I was a victim of that, because I'll never forget when I got that second 3-6 Mafia album, I could not stop listening to it. And like, I don't want to say it put a spirit on me, but I just think it was the sound. It was different. You know what I mean? It was haunting. And being someone that's kind of into horror films, and you know, like I said, I like Brother Lynch Hung, and I liked a lot of those movements. And I was never a satanic kid, you know. I was never like I wouldn't even consider myself a bad kid. I was mild, really, you know.
Right.
But I just kind of like, maybe I like heaviness, right? Maybe I like, and I'm not necessarily in the messaging, but the sounds. Like I said, I was a producer at one point of music. Actually, I started producing music when I was 14. So from like 14 to say, man, 21, I was making music, and then I took a break, and I started making music again in my 30s, from like 30 to 33. Or 34. 30, like those first 4 years of my 30s, I jumped back into music, but I was more going into more electronic music. So like, I always had an ear for music. I've always been very fascinated by sounds and frequencies. So I say that just to kind of preface this whole thing. Is like, I don't believe it was the spirit of these guys that intrigued me to this music. I like production elements, right? Different types. And this was a whole new sound. And, you know, it just was cool. I really liked it. But at the same time, I have to be honest and say that the lyrics kind of creeped me out, because I was not used to, of course, I was already well aware of Brother Lin Chung, but he was different. Brother Lin Chung was almost like putting a horror film to a beat. He was literally like in his lyrics, he was like rapping out movie scenes almost. But 3 6 Mafia was different.
Yeah.
It was a little more haunting.
Yes, very haunting.
Yeah, like Brother Lin Chung was almost comical with it.
Yeah, right. You would find places where you knew he was saying something so crazy to get a laugh reaction.
Yeah, it was like so out there. I really just like the beats. His beats were crazy.
But I liked his verbal dexterity. He was nice. He was nice with the words. But
he could.
Yeah. But now, as I was thinking about Atlanta, you know, I thought about the first Southern group that kicked down the door in hip hop, period, would be Two Live Crew.
Absolutely.
Which we don't think of because we don't like categorize them in this type of rap. But I would say that the first group, you know, because we also had MC Shy-D, come on, shake it, come on. And then we had Roll It Up, my homeboy, Roll It Up. We had that group. They was from Atlanta. But when Atlanta really, I think, took the mic was with Outkast.
Well, there it is. Outkast put the South on the map.
Okay.
Essentially, 1993 with the Players Ball. When they were rolling out on MTV, that was it. Officially, that was it. Like, the South had made it. Mind you, they got booed when they got their first award, so we wasn't having it yet, as far as like the East and the West and Midwest.
Right.
We weren't really having it yet, so it took them a little while because they got booed off the stage.
Right.
And that's when he said, you know, hey guys, you know,
South got something to say.
Yeah, we got something to say. You know what I mean? Like, I'll never forget that.
I love Goody Mob.
I love Goody Mob.
Yeah.
I love that whole Dungeon family.
I love Goody Mob.
I loved it. I was like, you know what? This is the next stage of hip hop. I was ready for it. I was a 13-year-old kid. I was ready for it.
Right.
It was different. They were saying different things. Cell therapy. I mean, can you get a deeper track at that time?
Right.
I mean, that track was so deep. It's like, who are these dudes?
Right.
Like, man, it changed my life. Like, for real. It took me to a whole other place. I was like, man, hip-hop music can be so much more deeper. It can be so much more interesting. And then, you know, we had Wu-Tang around, you know, that time. It was just it was a massive time for hip-hop. And, of course, at the same time, we had Snoop, you know, with his album, which just blew the door down. He was the most famous rapper that ever exists. So think about that. You got Snoop dropping his album, his debut album. You have Outkast coming out. You have Wu-Tang really coming to the stage, all at the same time. Imagine what it was like going through that as a 13-year-old kid just surrounded by that. You know, it was just such a time.
You couldn't even defend yourself from that. I wanted to field this question from Neil Ortiz. I think it's a good question, and I don't know the answer. offhand. If I thought about it, I probably could. I can tell you who was the first rapper. I can tell you why you see so many kids with tats, and that was Jodeci and Tupac. But
Jodeci, yes.
But
Jodeci and Tupac.
without a doubt, I remember nobody had tattoos in the hood, quote unquote. So we talking about, for me, in the hood was, black kids. So no black kids had tats and didn't want them. And then Tupac and Jodeci made that popular. But now somebody asked, who was the first rapper to get a face tat?
Great question.
Do you know?
Lil Wayne.
You might be right. Let's see.
I won't say I won't make this affirmative. I will not say Lil Wayne was the first, but I will say he popularized it.
I will wholeheartedly agree, and thought that was I thought it was crazy. Now, Neil Ortiz, did you have an answer, or was you just asking us? No, I don't see him with an answer. Yeah, I'd like to know. First one with a face tat. First one. Nah, it wasn't Gucci, brother, Mr. Jason. No doubt, it was not Gucci. Gucci Man did it after it was being done.
I'll never forget when Lil Wayne put that cross between his eyes on his forehead. It reminded me of an old Charles Bronson film. I was like, oh, wait, what is this?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then it just was over after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wiz Khalifa definitely popularized the sleeves and the body tats.
Mm-hmm.
Someone mentioned, Mac TV. Wiz Khalifa and Tupac was like the gateway. Jodeci was first, for sure.
Jodeci was definitely first. They was first. But Jodeci had a certain appeal that didn't make them as all-encompassing as Tupac.
Yes.
Once he did it, I'm talking about the girls gonna do it, the young guys gonna do it, the guys that's too old to be doing it gonna do it. His version of it took off and made it like part of your hip hop uniform.
Mm-hmm. Precisely. Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
It did become a new type of hip hop uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always been those, right? We could go through the list.
Yeah, the big fat cables, that was part of your uniform.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking to when I mentioned the early beginnings of like mosh pit culture in hip hop with Public Enemy and Anthrax, Bring the Noise track, we also could look at
Beastie Boys,
yes, and Run DMC with Walk This Way.
Most
and
definitely.
Kings of Rock. Mm-hmm. So like we've had these kind of integrations early on. Definitely a really good point. Beastie Boys, I didn't even think of that. That's actually spot on.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always been that rock hip hop connection. There's always been that. That's always existed. So people that want to make this argument like blacks are for hip hop and whites are for rock, that's never been the case. It's always been integrated. Now, of course, it's always been more popular. Hip hop has always been, especially rap, quote unquote, was mainly a kind of black thing, black Puerto Rican thing in the beginning.
There's no doubt about that, and I don't think there's any harm in saying that.
Not to the 90s. I'd even say late 90s did it become more of a
integrated art. No, without a doubt, it was.
Because I remember in junior high, we were still split up in groups. Those are the rockers, those are the rappers, the hip hop. They would segregate the school. People would make categories of groups in the school. It's just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sorry I cut you off there.
Mm-hmm. No. You good. DeMonchi Dave, who put their pants under their booty for? You mean as far as what rapper was sagging first? I would say NWA is NWA made us sag. As far as me and my friends, at age 15, I saw dudes around me that was relatively good boys start to taking on this different persona and sagging their pants along with it. I very vividly remember that because I got a friend. I almost said his name, but I'm not gonna say his name because my homie was a great example of that. E.Z.B and them brainwashed one of my friends so bad that it changed his whole personality. He became a different person.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
And in the 90s was an interesting movement. A little before that, a big movement that I eventually want to do some work on is the grunge movement.
Okay.
And also the band Prodigy. The band Prodigy, and we'll just, Green River is probably the real grunge group, but we'll just say Nirvana because most people are aware of that band. People might not be familiar with Green River and like Mudhoney, some of the early grunge bands that kind of really started the movement. Nirvana made it pop and made it famous, but Nirvana and bands like Prodigy, who were like kind of maybe one of the earlier electronic rock groups, those two groups and their movements really transformed hip-hop before hip-hop even knew it. It's like a vibe. It's the spirits. It's the vibes and spirits of these frequencies and these styles, right? They actually had a major effect on hip-hop. And what we would see over time is the slow integration of all of these things. And what do you get at the end of the day? You get Travis Scott. Because Travis Scott is and I'm just using him as
the culmination of all of these things coming into play.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. When you listen to his music, there's elements of it all.
Okay.
His music is just as much grunge, and to the purists, I know that's blasphemy, okay? But listen to what I'm saying. I'm speaking vibes, okay? I'm not speaking technical music theory and all that. I'm speaking vibes. He has all of the vibes of grunge music, the heaviness, right? The depression. He has all of that. He has all the electronic vibes, not as upbeat as, say, Prodigy, but that heavy, hard-hitting, sonic, electronic vibe, right? He has all of these elements, and he's like the perfect weapon. He's the perfect sonic weapon. And it's just fascinating to me to see his transformation and this almost fall from grace with this Astroworld thing, but I have another theory about that you'll see in the documentary. So back to his I'd say his what could we call him? Mike Dean. And I don't want to take away from Travis Scott, but I have to be honest. Travis Scott's sound is not Travis Scott's sound. Travis Scott's sound is
his mentor's son.
Mike Dean's sound with a little Travis Scott influence.
Okay.
All Travis Scott's music is owed to, I'd say, mostly Mike Dean. Of course, he's had all the greatest producers from Kanye to Lex Luger helping him. Mike Dean has been this dude's right-hand man from the beginning. And that's the most fascinating part, because Mike Dean he calls himself the synth god. He is a legend. For people that aren't familiar with the music industry, Mike Dean is a legend. Okay, this guy's ability to use the synthesizer is like Daft Punk has nothing on this guy. Okay, so as a music lover, it's so hard for me to like be honest about this dude, but then at the same time not love his music, because he's just amazing with it. But he gets a little crazy. Let me go into what I'm talking about here. So everyone was complaining about weird frequencies and weird sounds being played the whole night at Astroworld. There's a lot of videos going out, and it's really disturbing. Very, very syncopatic, I think that's how it's pronounced, very weird syncopations, like
mind control stuff.
Hours on, just all day. Yes, Kanye owes a lot to Mike Dean. Everyone owes everything to Mike Dean. He's like that ghost, that ghost in the shell. Right? He's that spirit behind the music. He's that man behind the curtain. All your favorite hit songs, he was probably on. If they had synth in it, he was probably behind the keys.
Sounds like the piano man from Under the Silver Lake.
There we go. Right? I don't want to demonize this dude because he's talented, but man, he got to know the secrets. Syncopated, that's the word I'm trying to say. So these weird sounds, everyone's like, oh, they were playing some creepy frequencies. They were trying to play with the audience. Let me get into the details of that. It's wrong and right when you say that. It's right in that, yes, they were playing with sounds. And yes, in my view, they were trying to create a type of disturbance in in the crowd before Travis Scott came out, a type of crescendo to be reached, a type of like build up, a way to like take people through this very strange, like people were saying they wanted to throw up. Some people were saying they gave them a headache. Some people were saying it was giving them anxiety, these sounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no one knew what those sounds were. I'll tell you what those sounds were. Those sounds were something very specific. Those weren't just some sounds. That was one of Mike Dean's albums.
Oh, really?
His latest albums. And I know people are going to rush to go listen to it. Please don't write in the comment section, Dayz sent me here. Please don't do that. I don't want no connection to these people. But
somebody just said that the sounds are on TikTok.
Oh, they're all over the place, but people don't know where they came from. I know the album they pulled them from.
Wow, okay. Wow.
I'm going to tell you the album just because I'm thorough like that, and I know it. Don't listen to it, because it's going to make you feel really uncomfortable. It's not going to be fun. Now, if you're a researcher, if you're into the research, go for it. But I'm going to tell you, this is the craziest stuff you've ever heard in your life. I've never heard anything like this. His album is called 420. It's Satan's music. I'm not kidding. It's like, this has to be Satan's music. Now, maybe the first half of that album's not bad. It might just sound like some techno. Some people say, oh, this is just German gabber. What are you talking about? And maybe it is German gabber. But listen to it. It will make your brain fall out your ear. I'm not kidding. The last 20 minutes is so disturbing, my heart almost stopped. I'm not playing around.
Seriously. I'll take your word for it.
I felt so paranoid. My skin started itching. My heart started beating. Like, my breathing started feeling funny. And I'm not exaggerating here.
No. I wholeheartedly believe you. And you were not paranoid off drugs, let's be honest.
And I wasn't. I was perfect. I haven't been on drugs in many, many years.
Right on. So we're not going to just dismiss what you're saying by saying that, oh, those kids were on drugs. Frequency, music, and mind control have been studied by the government. Look at MK Ultra. Stop gaming so much, young man, and do some reading. And maybe you'd understand that, yes, indeed, musical frequencies go hand in hand with mind control. You can be sober as a soldier. And let a certain frequency hit you that these people who study these things, they're masters at this. Masters at this. All witchcraft aside, there are sonic weapons that are used by the military, okay, that can paralyze people. They can cause you to vomit. They can do all sorts of things to you to cause confusion and delusion mentally and physically, biologically and emotionally through sound and frequency. They have the weapons.
They have the weapons. The technical term is called psychoacoustics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a very real thing. Psychoacoustics can be used to make you vomit immediately from hearing the sounds. Dog whistles is just one example of a psychoacoustic kind of. It's an example of a way psychoacoustics can be used. You can play with frequencies to the degree that you can't hear certain frequencies, or to the degree that you can tweak frequencies
where only certain animals can hear them.
Yes,
yeah.
and give you a literal physical reaction.
Absolutely.
There's the 19 hertz, I believe, is called the fear frequency.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, I think that album is done, at least in part, at 19 hertz, man.
Cool.
Because I've never felt that way. I've never heard music like that before. It was the craziest thing. This album is totally demonic. Like I said, the first half will probably just sound like a techno album. Some of the songs are not bad. He's a genius. Like, some of his music is so great, but when you get to the end of this album, it's not music. It's like some crazy sounds. It sounds like something you would find in an MK Ultra project where they're trying to break people down. Like, what sounds should we use to break down the subject to the point of submission? You know, it's on that level. And what part of the album do you think they played the whole time at the show?
That end part?
That end part, man.
Interesting.
It's crazy to me that they did that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Unless you wanted to literally harm the audience in some kind of way, because there's nothing good about it. There's no good sounding anything, and it's like the pitch is off. You know the frequency's off. You could just feel it, and even the tempos are like so off. It's like this. You know how there's tempos that sound natural to us,
right,
and sound good to us. It's like doing the opposite, putting it on very like there's no
off beats.
Off beats, like off patterns, patterns that never keep,
throwing
patterns
you
that
off.
are, they're constantly changing, and mixing bass with these. Oh man, it's fascinating to me because I study this stuff, but at the same time, it's like scary because it's like, wait a minute, this can't be good. Why are people playing with these types of sounds? What is this? What is this for? This is beyond experimental noise. I'm sorry. No, I'm familiar with noise music and experimental ambient sounds. That stuff is kind of cool.
Trill notes.
But when you get into this,
thank you, Dylan. Dylan Lawhorn says trill notes. Excellent. That term I just ran across that yesterday, and I was like, well, Bun B and them talk about trill, but yes, indeed, trill notes and the devil's chord and all those type of things are frequencies like this. But dang it. I want to ask you this question. Did the people who attended the concert, did they have to prove that they had been jabbed to get in?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh!
But what I heard, and I have actually evidence, because I have hours and hours of footage from this show, had weeks to collect. I have plenty of footage that shows they weren't really checking very thoroughly. But that doesn't matter if they were checking very thoroughly. You know why? Because people were informed beforehand you have to be vaccinated. So that means people were vaccinated.
People went and did it, right. Wow.
People got vaccinated just to go to the show. So what do you have when people are vaccinated? We already know some of the things going on with heart issues and stuff. You have energy arena, NRG arena. That's the #1 independent electronic producer in the nation, heading fifth generation technology. That's just one thing. What about when you mix these crazy frequencies they're playing all day? You know I got to do something funny. I got to do something weird to you.
Yes.
So now there was a lot of things going on about heart attacks. But then recently they just came out the autopsies, and I'm not going to say we can't believe what they say, of course. But they're saying it all happened from an asphyxiation. Right? They couldn't breathe. They literally suffocated.
Right.
Now, being one that has been in many raves, and I've been in a crowd crush at a rave before, I can vouch that yes, that crap, going through something like that, will cause you you won't be able to breathe. Like, I felt that. Like, when you're crushed against people, against a gate, by thousands of people, you literally can't breathe.
Right.
So, I do know from my own experience, no one died that night, but I do know people can die in those situations. And I go over some crowd crush history in the video, just to give evidence that, yes, you don't need 5G to kill people in a crowd. Not saying that's not true, but I'm just trying to say we can't be jumping to conclusions and think we know how everything works. There's too many moving parts here, right?
Okay, now question. Now, and yes, it makes perfect sense to the logical mind that if you are being constricted from breathing, just like if a boa constrictor was wrapped around you and it prevented your chest from expanding and contracting, you would not be able to take in air properly. But now, my understanding was that people did pass away from that.
They did.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they were. This is and I have footage of this. Okay, I have real footage that I can't put in the video because it's gore, it's horror. You see real people dying. I have videos of dead bodies, like right there. It's real. Like, it's insane to see this, but it's real. It really happened, and I do understand when you're squished, you can't breathe, right? But at the same time, people are falling and being stepped on by hundreds of people. So you could easily get knocked out with, head trauma, right? This is how the young child passed, head trauma.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. And thank you to Mo Facts. Thank you, Mo Facts, for that.
Shout out to Mo Facts, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as much as I do believe wholeheartedly that frequencies and just the whole fifth generation stuff, I know that had some effect on this. Of course, how could you deny that? But at the same time, I also understand that these types of events with these types of this many people and getting crushed and falling down and having people step on you, I do understand that can easily cause death, and I have plenty of evidence to prove that. Through history, there's been plenty of these crowd crushers that happened at events in the past that didn't have fifth generation technology in them. So we just have to be able to look at things from all angles. Is really my point here. But I found it very fascinating that not only has Mike Dean been through so much history in regards of weird frequency music, professional synth, and kind of part of this dark movement in hip hop, right? And being such a huge figure in this machine, but also he's Travis Scott's like lead like co-producer of all his work, and he was on stage at Astroworld playing those synthesizers and literally playing his album all day. And it's just hard to kind of like not think some of this stuff that happened has a darker element to it. Now, I know we understand the darker elements, but I'm speaking to the world, people who think all of this is, it's,
happenstance.
It happenstance, the crowd, these people are crazy, blame the crowd, this generation, There's those arguments, and I get it.
But it's happened in so many generations. I can think of 3 offhand. And again, I don't want to do spoilers because I know that you got certain things in your documentary. But can you see the screen?
I see the screen. Yeah, I see the pictures of Travis right now.
Okay. Okay, I've got something else on the screen now.
Let me refresh. Okay, I see it.
Yep. Okay. Did you have any of that in there?
No.
Okay.
I know this clip though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
this
cool.
Is WKRP.
Yeah, and
yeah, I know this clip.
Okay, when I watched this, I said to myself, now, here is the script writer's secret in full effect. I didn't remember it. My cousin happened to be over, and we was talking about this Travis Scott thing, and he was like, "Man, you gonna do a video on it?" And I said, "Nah." I said, "My brother Dayz of Noah." I said, "I know he's gonna cover it, and unless I can." When it comes to things like that I know other people are going to cover, and it's got a lot of traction and everybody talking about it, enough truthers are going to cover it. I don't want to just be one more person chiming in unless I have something special and unique to add to the conversation to help maybe decode something that hadn't been decoded. And I don't have nothing, Bobby. And he said, "Man, do you remember the WKRP in Cincinnati episode about the concert where the kids got killed?" And I was like, "Concert where the kids got killed?" And he was like, "Man, I've never been to a concert to this day because that was my mama's favorite show, and I was watching it with her, and I saw that episode, and it did something to traumatize me, and I still ain't been to a concert." And so I watched it. And when I watched it, some of the lines that are being said, it's the same way that the songwriter secret is done, but it's obvious that the script writers were not only writing a show to pay tribute to the disaster that happened at the Who concert in 1979 when I was only 6 years old, but they were saying certain things about music being, they were saying certain things about this rock and roll music that had been made popular by the powers that be, and how degrading it was to the culture, and basically how devilish it was. Now, I don't want them to block this stream, which they they probably wouldn't do, because all of these are just posts from regular folks. They've got a lot more views now than they had before, though, so maybe they would want to block me. But I'll just say to the viewers, if y'all are familiar with the Songwriter Secret, watch this episode using that same template to decode things that they're saying throughout here. I wrote them down, and I was going to send them to you. But, I could tell, it seemed like that I didn't want to put more on you than you already had going on. So I said, well, no.
I have a video where we could go into some of these ideas a little deeper.
Okay.
I cover so much in the doc.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the opportunity to go into like super depth on some of the, especially some of these ideas you're coming up with now.
Yeah, well, they definitely were saying things within the lines of the script that gave me the impression, I'm just going to say it, that this was a sacrifice that was done in 1979, and that there have been many of them. And they sold their souls for rock and roll. In one of the parts that we didn't show last night, Pastor Joe Schimmel talks about the Rolling Stones and the stabbing incident with the Hells Angels. Yes, and I thought to myself, okay, this one at WKRP in Cincinnati made an episode about. This is a comedy. They made an episode about this concert, and after my cousin said what he said, and I watched this episode, I had to look at several other episodes, because this is a show about a portion of the music business. So I said, now, is there more to decode in other episodes? And I did find more things to decode in other episodes. And I mean, not a stretch. There's one episode where Dr. Johnny Fever is under mind control and has an alter personality. And the lines that they say throughout that show is scriptwriter secret personified. But to get back to our Travis point, I thought to myself, I said, this is a form of mass sacrifice that they have probably, it happened with Puffy and Heavy D. They've been doing this form of mass sacrifice for a long time. Maybe at least once a generation, this happens, And
there was so Puffy had people pass at one of his concerts, right? And didn't one of Heavy D's dancers fall off the stage and pass or something?
Absolutely. Like Trouble T. Roy. That's how we get the song. When they reminisce over you. That's supposed to be a dedication to him.
When that happened, but I remember it kind of like, because I liked Heavy D. I was a Heavy D fan.
Heavy D was fresh.
Yeah, and I remember, like, I was really young at that time. I might have been 8 or 9 years old, but I remember, like, being affected by that. Like, that was one of the earlier examples of, like, death, that I saw, like, in that way. And I was just like, oh, wow, he's gone like that. Like, he was one of the dancers. Man, that was crazy. I remember that. So you're saying that was...
I believe that was too, and I'm gonna tell you, I have thought for many years that Trouble T. Roy's accident was a sacrifice for them, and Heavy D ate off of it, and the fact that Pete Rock and CL Smooth made that song, which is that's like standard fare at any purist golden era. Well, that's really post golden era, but any purist hip hop show where they playing throwbacks, they're going to play that song. That song does something to you. Like there's some spirit of nostalgia or some kind of energy.
Yes.
So yes.
I had the video on tape and I would watch it all the time, and I just, man, it just used to do something to me, man. Yes, yes.
It did something to me, and the DJs that I knew, every time they threw it on, it changed the vibe of the party. To this almost like this contemplative type of reverence. You know, like oh yeah, this is the holy song of hip hop at the time. You know, so yes, I do believe that that it's happened a lot of times. It's just that now that we're in the social media era that we're in, and the idea of rappers being in the Illuminati is so prevalent that we're focusing a lot on this now as a quote unquote culture, you know. But this has happened many times, and not just with oversized crowds. Think all of the times that people got smoked at concerts and shot and robbed, and the mass robbings that would go on at Run DMC concerts when they would come to Detroit. You know, it was always bad news. Even when Tougher Than Leather premiered in Detroit, they ended up banning it from the movie theaters because of the violent reactions that the kids was having from something in the movie. And it's not just that, you know, we get so excited and passionate we can't control ourselves. You know, sometimes it's this other stuff going on, especially when we're talking about music. And the album that put Run DMC on the map was called Raising Hell. So, you know, there's a lot of this that goes on, this mass sacrifice. And you know, I think that there's a lot of things in that idea of mass sacrifice that a person could talk about when it comes to the music business, aside from like oversized crowds. What do you think?
I'll tell you right now, you're spot on. And what I like about what you're saying is, and you have more knowledge in this area than me, clearly, this idea of the world of sacrifice, right? The realm, the sacrificial realm in the industry. It's a thing. It's a real thing that's existed for a long time, and it happens over and over again. And that's clear and well. But I'll add to that, and to give you even more evidence for why I agree with you, even though, like, I try to stay away from, like, saying anything affirmative because, you know, I don't know.
Right.
But the reason I personally believe you're correct in that is just when we look at how the what do you call them, the arena, how the arena was set up. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
So, this arena for this show for Astroworld was set up in a way that's different from all other shows prior to it. Now, what's interesting is this death has occurred at shows not designed this way. So people can make that argument, and I get that argument. It's just because this show was designed this way, it doesn't mean that this is why people died, because people died in other shows that weren't designed this way. That's not the point.
Okay.
The point is, if you want to guarantee that people die, you design a show a certain way.
Okay.
Something fascinating about this show is that it was designed in a way where there were no exits outside of the barriers, and it was shaped. You'll see in the video. I don't stay on it too much because it's been covered quite a bit, and I want to kind of wait till this whole trial eventually comes out to go into more depth on those angles.
Yeah, that's gonna be heavy.
No, it's gonna be crazy. This thing is gonna last for a long time. This Astroworld thing is bigger than even the people talking about it realize. This Astroworld, in my view, was a type of gateway. Now, I know a lot of people are saying he had the portal and that was the gateway. I agree. That probably was part of it. Might have been all visuals. But I'll tell you that even if they didn't have that portal, this thing was a gateway into a new realm, into a whole new age. And I'll go into that later. But the way they designed this crowd, basically, usually at shows, you have the stage, and then you have an open crowd, and then they have gates that kind of go around just to kind of give some shape. But the way they did this, they had the gates split into quadrants, and there was like a cross, upside down cross, mind you, of the stage, and then they had the Apple TV or the Apple music stage in the middle, and they basically had the audience gated off, walled off into quadrants, a north, south, east, west kind of situation. And basically what's interesting is all of the people that passed, all passed in the same southern quadrant.
Really?
So the southwest quadrant.
The positioning is important when it comes to conjuring.
Positioning is important. Yes. Okay. So everyone who did pass, all passed in the exact same area. I would even argue, just based on the evidence, within, like, I'm talking like no more than maybe 10 square feet. It's like everyone passed in the exact same location. 70 to 100,000 people here, man. That's kind of strange.
That's probably where they had the sacred geometrical symbol drawn up underneath the floor, up underneath the concrete, or some kind of way they had. That's probably where they had the gateway drawn. Was where the people died.
There's the upside down cross. You see the cross?
Yes.
On the right hand corner?
Yes.
Now if you look, you can kind of see another cross coming out of the cross.
Okay.
And that's splitting up the quadrants.
Oh, okay.
Can you kind of roughly see
Yeah,
the quadrants now?
yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, indeed.
Those are gates surrounding them.
Oh.
There's only one exit.
Wow.
So if you imagine being drunk and high on LSD out of your mind, and you want to go get water, you want to go use the bathroom, and only one direction you turn will lead you out. The other directions, all other direction will lead you directly to a gate that you can't get out of. Everyone's trapped.
November 6th news.
This can't be accidental. This can't be just incompetence. This is a multi-million-dollar event with thousands of people. Years in development.
And question, did this happen on November 6th?
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
The highest occult times of the year.
No, it didn't.
Friday night. Isn't Friday like one of the like high ritual days? Friday.
Yes, it's a big day for sacrifice. Going back to the Templar.
Friday the 13th.
Yes, but this 9/11 inversion, because that's what that is. November 6th is 116. If you turn it upside down, it's 911. And they use 911 just like they did when the towers were imploded. They use 911 as a symbol. 777-9311. But they use 911 as a symbol of saying the 11 for the wizard and the 9 for the completion of man. And so it's like it's a way of announcing a lot of things, but at the end of the day, it's a way of announcing that a person has reached wizard status, and it's a way of heralding in the new world order. You had Daddy Bush make that announcement, which happened to be on September 1991. And then you had many years later, you had his son, Junior, instrumental with the 911 and the towers coming down. So this, which was a sacrifice in which many people died, a mass sacrifice. So oftentimes 911 would be to signify a mass sacrifice. People call 911 when people dying. You know, there's some life and death emergency. That's when you're supposed to call 911. So these devils did this on November 6th. I didn't know.
And so you got all those breakdowns, right? All the very clear ritualistic elements.
I mean, I'm just getting these as you're talking, because I did no study of it whatsoever. So you're bringing all of this out.
And so that's the esoteric. The exoteric, the surface, is just the design, how they pinned people in. So what I did was I crawled through so much footage. I have footage full on, like, not the whole concert, of course, but many minutes of the concert from every single angle, from every single quadrant.
Cold.
So I have footage from every quadrant. So I know. It's like I was there now. I feel like I was there because I have footage from every quadrant. I know what every quadrant was seeing. And what's fascinating is when you look at the northwest and the northeast quadrants, there's really no drama. Everyone seems to be having a good time like any other concert.
And that makes it even sicker.
You look at the southeast quadrant, same thing. Not a big deal. Maybe a little more squished, but people are still partying. You look at the southwest quadrant, there's a sinkhole that's probably like, I don't know, the size of like maybe a small bus. And it's like everyone is just falling into this sinkhole and they can't get up.
In the pit.
In the pit, and you look down and there's stacks. You see people stacked. You look in the hole and you see someone beneath that person, and then you can see a head beneath that person. You can see a foot beneath them, and then you can see another hand beneath them. It's like the craziest thing you've ever seen. And it's only in that one quadrant. So for me, I was just like, this is so fascinating. It's like design how it occurred. It's just too technically just clean. It's clean. It's like a very well executed thing.
Did you happen to hear the young man right when it happened? There was a young man who was kind of going viral because he was there, and you could tell he wasn't a especially religious or spiritual young dude, but the way he described it, it ended up coming out of his mouth. He was like, man, I don't know. It just seemed like it was demonic. You could hear people.
Artists,
yeah.
Small rap artists,
Right.
Viral.
Yeah. And one thing that stuck out to me was he was saying that people were screaming at Travis and trying to get his attention. And I understand when you're trying to remember your rhymes and you're dancing and all this, I don't give him too many passes, but I can understand how you could be in the zone and not paying attention to what's going on or whatever. But also, when you're on stage as an artist, there's a lot of other people that are involved in your show who you look to from time to time to give you certain signals, about what's happening, about, okay, we about to switch to this song, or, about, okay, be careful on that side of the stage, or whatever the case may be. It's too many handlers around. It's not just him on stage rapping. It's people on the side of the stage. He may have even had people in the front of the stage that work for him, doing different things, bodyguarding or whatever the case may be, who would have signaled to him, hey man, something is going on. So I can,
makes sense.
I just can't fathom that he did not know what was happening. And then when I heard, and I only heard maybe the first few minutes of him and Charlemagne, but he didn't say, it made my spidey senses tingle. He didn't sound like he gave a damn.
Well, I agree. And I will say the dude is a bit off. Like, I have to be honest. Like, he doesn't seem like he gives a damn about anything. So, like, I don't know if if he's just, become this person. Some people say he's autistic, and there's that whole thing going around.
Oh, God.
So he doesn't really know how to emotionally.
Blah, blah. Sounds like a good cover story.
Yeah. And I do know it is a fact that his older brother is autistic. I do know that, but still, whatever. The point is, the dude just doesn't seem to have much empathy for anything, really. He doesn't really have much of a personality, in all honesty. He's kind of a strange guy in a sense.
Well, he could be an MK Ultra shell. He could be a mind control victim.
Precisely.
And
he's just dumb.
I mean,
he's constantly smoking. He's high all the time, so that doesn't help.
The way that the devil plays this game, he doesn't score unless you know that he's who you're playing for. He has to get your choice. He has to get your permission. So when me and Los was talking earlier, he was saying some things about different artists that he was dealing with, and kind of taking a similar perspective or point of view that you're taking, and I respect that, because we're not supposed to act like we know it all, and we know what's under everybody's clothes, and who's male to female, and who's female to male, and all of these things that we really can speculate on. We can say, I've got good evidence that such and such and so, but we don't really know. But the one thing that I do know is that when you're dealing with Satanism and Luciferianism, the devil has to get your agreement.
Nice.
It's no way you can go so far in that game without knowing that it's him that's propelling you. He don't like that. He's too arrogant and prideful for that. He don't want you to mistakenly give the props and the glory and the worship to the God of Abraham, or to yourself, or to anybody else. He wants you to know, this is me. And this seemed like, to me, this was his. I mean, look at this artwork on the ticket. This was his way of saying, okay, hey, I'm gonna give you a mass sacrifice. You've been good to me. You gave me a lot of good things, and I'm going to ignore these people while they scream and holler, which really made it sound that much more hellish.
Yeah.
He up there going crazy and really feeding off the energy of the crowd. All of the big performers say, whenever you're in front of a big crowd like that, and I performed in front of crowds, of course, nothing of, I shouldn't even have to say that, nothing to the level that he has, but
you've been in front of a crowd, you've been on a mic, and you're not paying attention to the crowd. You're trying to remember your lyrics. You're trying to vibe.
But you do feed off of the crowd.
Oh, you definitely feed off the crowd, because if the crowd's dead, it automatically affects the way you run.
Absolutely. So you know within moments how to read that room, and you start to feel when you lose in the crowd, and you start to feel when the crowd is really getting on your side. So there's no way that he didn't feel what was popping off. I just can't. It don't make no sense. But wow, and energy. Okay, this is hey. No wonder people was like, hey, are you gonna talk about this? I was like, but hey, this is really a blatantly satanic mass sacrifice ritual. And I'm just surprised that some of the symbolism is this obvious. I had looked at the mind control spiral in the O of Astro.
Oh, all the symbolism's right there for you. And as I told you in our last conversation we had before, he's been using this type of symbolism for years. And I will also add that there is a movement of this type of. There's been an occult revival ever since the mid-2000s with the onset of 3-6 Mafia, specifically sipping on some syrup and riding spinners, and all of those tracks that came out around 2005, 2006. Mm-hmm. When 3-6 Mafia came back on the scene, that energy really got picked up by a lot of these younger cats that were on SoundCloud and on the internet making music and making aesthetics. Raider Clan being probably the best example of this, and just really gleaning that whole dark kind of architecture from 3-6 Mafia, but then building on it, specifically with Space Ghost Perp, who started using Egyptian hieroglyphics in his lettering, and ASAP Rocky just totally bit that whole thing, and that whole ASAP mob look you have of darkness. They wear Crowley shirts, and flip their A's into V, or flip their V's into A's, and put X's for their vowels. That's all Egyptian hieroglyphics that Space Ghost Perp used to use, and ASAP mob just lifted it, and ASAP Rocky just totally took Space Ghost Perp's whole look and it really refined it and blew up. He just blew up, and they blew up off of that occult vibe. They blew up off those occult aesthetics, and all those occult aesthetics come from SoundCloud internet culture that was spawned by way of Tumblr and 3-6 Mafia. And it's just very interesting and we also have the Odd Future, which is Tyler's group, that they're from LA, but they still had that kind of darkness.
Same vibe.
Same vibe. More fun and goofy, not as satanic as, say, some of the Raider Clan stuff, but still very dark. And I think, like I said, that Tyler Creator video, his first kind of hit single video came out, I mean, that it's so demonic. I mean, it looks like something you'd see out of a horror film. So this whole movement has been around for a while. Travis Scott is actually a very generic version of it, and I just want to make this clear, just for historical purposes, more of an educational thing. Like, Travis Scott is extremely generic. Like, he's the McDonald's of this. Like, this kind of symbolism is peanuts. This is nothing compared to some of the stuff more the underground rappers are doing. He just lifted all of this stuff. Right. He stole all of this from ASAP Mob, who stole from Raider Clan. So all of this stuff has been passed down. And when you look at, even if you go back, a lot of these guys get a lot of their influence from metal bands. Like Lil Uzi Vert and Playboi Carti are direct descendants of a lot of metal aesthetics. They're very open about it. Now, Travis Scott wears a lot of metal T-shirts, but I have footage of him. He was on the Nardwuar interview, and Nardwuar gave him an album, a metal album. He's like, "Yeah, I saw you wearing this T-shirt, so I got you the album." Travis Scott straight up said it with no real shame. He's like, "Oh, I don't really even listen to the music. I just like the aesthetics." It's like, wow, this dude he's that oblivious.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like, don't expose yourself like that. At least try to seem authentic. But he's like, I don't even listen to this band. You know what I'm saying? I just like I like the vibes, or I like the aesthetics. So Travis Scott is a poser. He's a total edgy kid, But the thing, Denzel Curry, spot on. But the thing is, he doesn't know what he's dealing with. And some may say, no, he does know what he's dealing with. Now, he's been in the industry for so long. How could he not? And I agree with that. I'm not going to make the argument that he's just some naive kid. I think he's an MK Ultra victim, personally. Like, I truly believe that. I can't prove it, and I don't aim to, but I really believe he's just one of the freshest, newest, most sought after from the industry MK Ultra artists right now. And we're seeing him unravel. But at the same time, we might be seeing him taking the next step into the next part of his career, but you gotta wait for the documentary for that. Anyhow, the point is, all of this symbolism is all there, man. Like, it's all there, but there's legacy to this. This is a movement. This is an occult revival that I believe personally started in 2010. And it's just actually being played out now. It's kind of played out. All of this stuff is really played out at this point. But just because it's played out on an aesthetic level doesn't mean that it's played out in the spiritual realm. It's always powerful in the spiritual realm. That's why they continue to use it for these big types of events. So I personally believe this has ritual sacrifice all over it. I mean, anyone that is worth their salt, anyone that does any kind of research in this that is valuable or accurate, and not what you see on TikTok, all these guys passing around all this stuff, or just copy pasta, everyone's passing around these regurgitated videos people are doing on TikTok. Channels like yourself, KJ, Scariest Movie Ever, and a lot of these other bigger channels from back in the day have been putting this stuff out for a very long time. And I'm just trying to connect some of the musical history to some of this, especially regarding this new age rap, which I'm very in touch with. I've been following this stuff pretty closely for a long time. And it's just been out of my own interest, but it's interesting how it's now becoming mainstream. So now I can talk about these things because people actually know they actually know this. I can talk about it, people know what I'm talking about, opposed to, say, 5 years ago, if I tried to talk about these things, people would be like, who are you even talking about? But now all this stuff is very relevant. So
Wow.
I would say, aside from all the very clear symbolism and the numerology, and all of the very clear ritualistic aspects, we can look at just the design of the concert, man, and the breakdown of the design of the pits they built. They literally created a Squid Game. They literally created a type of Squid Game. Who could get out? Who can make it to the other side? And it's interesting how it all happened in one place, almost as if it was by design. And of course, I don't aim to prove this, but you can't blame this on incompetence, man. Who builds a set like that? Who builds like a whole arena setup like that, man, without intentionally trying to trap people? And you imagine you're in a crowd of people, and let's just say you don't know which direction is out. Say the only direction out is to the left. That's one of 4 different choices. And say you're completely out of your mind, drunk, high, whatever, lit, as they say.
Right.
And you gotta pee, or you need some water, you're hyperventilating, you can't breathe, you're thirsty, you're dehydrated. A lot of people are dehydrated there. He was selling his cacti drink, which is an alcoholic energy beverage.
What is it called?
Cacti.
Cacti.
Because Cactus Jack is one of his altars.
Yeah, and I noticed that it's made in an upside down cross when he rocks the Cactus Jack shirt or tattoo or something I was looking at.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So imagine that they only have 2 water places for nearly 100,000 people, 70 to 100,000 people. There's only 2 places you can get water. They ran out of water before it ended. Cacti is everywhere. You can buy cacti all night. It's an alcoholic energy beverage that dehydrates you and gets your heart pumping like crazy and drunk at the same time. Okay? So just taking that into consideration, all right? Say you're thirsty. Might not even be water, right? But let's just say you want to go get some water. There's only one direction out of all 4 that will get you out, but you're out of your mind. Mind you, it's going to take you about 10 minutes to get out because you have to get through a sea of people. Okay? I've been in this situation many times. I have 15 years of experience in massive events and parties. I was a hard partier from 1999 to about, say, 2014. Okay? I am very experienced in this world. Like, I've been to hundreds of parties, massive parties, all across the United States. So I know the experience. I know what it's like getting through 20,000 people to take a piss. I know what it's like getting through 20,000 people to find your friends, or being completely lost in a crowd of 100,000 people, high as hell. I know what that's like. And it's scary, it's not easy, especially if you don't know what you're doing. If you're a veteran, if you're a pro, it's nothing. You know how to deal with it. You know how to stay cool. You know how to wait things out. You know how to move with the wave. You know how to roll with the punches, as it were. But a lot of these people are young. They're inexperienced. A lot of these new Gen Zers never been to an event like this. They don't have life experience. They don't have years of experience in these types of events. There's only been 2 of these prior, right? There's only been 1 that was in person prior, opposed to the 2020 virtual version. So these kids, they don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? They're freaking out. They're panicking. Pan.
Right.
We'll save that for later.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, imagine you need to get out of this crowd, and there's only one direction that's the right direction. You have to,
like a labyrinth or a maze.
Like a maze. Imagine if you pick the wrong way and you go for 20 minutes getting through a sea of people and you meet a gate. And you got to go the other direction for 20 minutes and you meet another gate until you find the way out. Now imagine hundreds of people doing that at the same time. Jeez. Recipe for disaster and crisis.
Whoa.
It's just crazy. So the need, I don't even need to even use the symbolism and stuff to convince people. Just look at how they set the thing up. That's a trap. That's a Squid Game. That's nothing but a Squid Game. And people call me crazy for saying that, but I don't care what people think. It's just no one in their right mind is going to design a set like that without intention, without knowing that someone's going to seriously get harmed here.
A big part of witchcraft, as you said, intention. Intention is a huge part of witchcraft. Putting your intent in, and it sounds like the place was built with the intention of causing people to panic and facilitate, I think, the same action that you see on the ticket logo. Like on the ticket logo, it's a dude falling down a portal. It's a dude that's
there. We go.
Right here. It's a dude that's falling into this portal. Right here. And it looks almost as it looks like the depiction that you see in sci-fi movies when someone has bent the frame of time and space. And then you've got the lightning bolt of Lucifer, of course, the all-seeing eye, that's Baby Bear Square level. But then I'm noticing the roller coaster ride thing, which I know his thing, or one of his little themes is like a amusement park, but an amusement park is a modern day replication of what was first a freak show or carnival, carne, having to do with the flesh. And the things that they used to do at carnivals, including abominable practices and pagan practices like sacrifice, is where the origin of carnival comes from. And so it's like a big carnival ride, but instead of going where you think you might be going to have fun on this carnival ride, you end up in this portal, going into this pit, and you say it was actually a hole in the floor and people fell into it.
Yes.
Which happened after this picture or this depiction was placed on concert tickets. So that's intention. So it looks like there's a lot of intention here, a lot of intention witchcraft where, they have an idea of what they want to happen. And who knows what frequencies or what Mike Dean's frequencies may have imparted in the minds of the subjectable. Some people are more subjectable to hypnosis than others. He could have, something could have been introduced in the sounds of the music to aid and facilitate this franticness and this panic that they knew was going to happen. But see, my question is still, does anyone know how it started?
How what started?
How did the first, what, okay, in one instance, everybody is partying and having fun. I heard somebody say that Master P had said during his set, I hope don't nobody die tonight.
He did. Okay. I had that on camera too.
Okay. But so at what point in the concert do you know what song was playing?
A chaos start? I can tell you the whole story. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me have a drink here. Okay. Now first off, this is going to tell you how crazy this show was. Now, I don't go into any of these kind of details in the documentary, so I feel perfectly comfortable to just go off into this.
My man.
So, because this is very detail-oriented, and I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time on this because there are bigger issues. So, really what happened with this will give you some perspective on the show.
Okay.
They had already declared the show an emergency, like a situation of emergency, before Travis Scott even entered the stage.
Huh.
So that'll give you just a little idea.
Okay.
Before Travis Scott stepped on stage, people were already near death. Okay? Now, there's an artist named Don Tolliver, who's a really big artist now, coming up, one of Travis Scott's artists, just kind of different, of course, but same message. Drugs, sex, depression, hedonism, nihilism, same vibes, same messages. Amazing production, good songs, or at least beats that make you get lit or whatever, but nothing but demonic energy, right?
Right.
He really started the big his performance really got the crowd super, super hype, right? Now, there's two stages. This is where it all went bad. There's two stages. There's the main stage where Travis Scott is, and then there's the other stage where the lesser known artists are at.
Oh,
now,
okay.
Now the big thing happened when SZA. Are you familiar with SZA? Really popular.
Yes, I'm familiar with her.
Artist SZA.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
She's
very talented.
Yeah.
She's very, very talented. Seems like a really sweet girl. I actually know a friend of mine, and one has worked with her in the past, like before she was, famous and stuff. So I'm not trying to. I don't even know why she's involved with this stuff. She seems like a pretty normal person, actually. She's just actually she's blowing up right now. It's sad to see her involved with all of this. But I don't necessarily consider her industry, really. She's kind of like a regular person that's just getting a lot of fame out of nowhere, and we know what that means, so let me not give her too much, But anyhow, she's performing, and she brings a big crowd. Now, mind you, a lot of Travis Scott fans are waiting. They're waiting already at the stage for Travis Scott, and it's already packed, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's already packed.
Right.
Right? And mind you, SZA's stage is to the left of Travis Scott.
Okay.
Where did everyone pass? The southwest quadrant.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Physics. There's a lot of science is involved here. I have a whole segment where I go into the physics of this, because there's just as much as a physics-centered argument you can make as much as a metaphysical argument. You can never make a solely metaphysical argument or a solely material argument. The material, the metaphysical, the spiritual, and the material world are always acting at once with each other. Mm-hmm. What's above is so below. You know the whole saying.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to really be sure of these things. Now, right when SZA finished her show, everybody rushed. And SZA really had a pack. Her stage was packed, because she's a very popular artist now.
Right.
Right when she ended, they flooded. Like, I'm talking about, these people ran to Travis Scott. So as soon as SZA finished, her whole entire audience literally migrated at once. I'm talking at once.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people just moving at once, like a full body object, moving to an already packed Travis Scott stage. So this is what really kicked off the pain. The pain began right when SZA's concert. And it's amazing to me how they couldn't figure this out. Like, whoever designed this, they couldn't logically figure out, well, when SZA's done, everyone's going to go to the Travis stage. So why would they make it such that they're all stuck in one side? So basically, everyone's pushing into the Travis stage. This creates the crush. The crush starts to begin at this point. But it doesn't even get bad just yet, right? But this is when it begins. This is when the overflow was already established. By this time, it's packed. Especially once all the SZA population is there, it's overpopulated, overpacked. People are already getting crushed, already begging and pleading to get out in the South Quarter, already being pulled over. I got tons of footage, people getting pulled over the gates because they can't breathe. All of this before Travis is even out. Then the countdown starts. As the countdown, you saw the countdown, I'm sure you saw the footage, it's pretty viral. As the countdown is getting closer and closer, it gets tighter and tighter. When the countdown gets down to about 1 minute, a big rush goes, and then when it gets to 0, another push goes. So this is just creating more and more tighter situation. Right when Travis Scott comes out, the place goes crazy. Right when that happens, the sinkhole begins. Because everyone's pushing to get to the front. And as people are trying to push to get in, people are trying to get out. And I told you, there's only one way in each quadrant. So the way people are going in is the same way people are getting out. And I'm talking nearly 100,000 people here. How is that going to work? you're going to have some serious problems, right? So at this point, the in and the out is really only happening on the left side where SZA was at, for some strange reason. And I guess just the way the whole thing was set up, a lot of activity was on the left. Because when you look at the right, it seems like that side is not much activity going on over there, right? So you just have this, there's just a very big, it's like a bottleneck. That's a
surge. A surge.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, surge. It's like a bottleneck of that. And
thank you, Sister Angelique.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And a pressure point is created. And that pressure point happens to be in the southern quadrant where the people pass. How did this pressure point happen? I don't know. It's purely like, it's physics, but it's metaphysics. It's like, it's so strange. It could have been by design. Like, literally, some physicists could have put this together. I mean, they could. And from that point, that's when it was just pure chaos. And this sinkhole lasted the whole show. He did about a 40-minute set. The whole show, the sinkhole existed. So from the moment he stepped out to the moment he left the stage, people were on the verge of dying in the southern quadrant.
Okay. From the moment that he stepped out. That's
how it happened. Now, a lot of people blame the people who crashed the gates in the beginning of the show. I'm sure that added to the extra people there, but that's just the beginning. I think for me, the crashing the gates in the beginning is just evidence of the energy there. Mm-hmm. It's evidence of the rager spirit.
Right.
It's a lack of respect. It's a lack of like experience in these kind of events, and kind of like the camaraderie, the morale. There is a morale. There is a concert goer morale. There is a festival morale. In raver culture, they call it plur. Like, it's a real thing. There is a type of moral principle.
It's called what now?
Plur.
Okay.
Yeah. Pleasure, love, unity, respect, I believe.
Seriously?
I forget what the P stands for. Gosh, can't believe I forgot. Peace, of course. Peace, love, unity, and respect. It's a raver thing. It's called plur. It's like when everyone's at the show, everyone respects each other. There's never fights. There's never like anything negative. There's never fight. I've never seen a fight at a rave. I've been to hundreds of raves. There's never a fight. Anyone falls down in a mosh pit, they're picked up.
Somebody will look out for you.
Yes, always someone to look out for you, mm-hmm. right? And I understand maybe the ecstasy might help a little bit in that, right? Mm-hmm. But still, it's a morale. And, regardless of how satanic the events are and drugs and all that, at least there's something to kind of keep people from dying in these kinds of events, right?
Question.
Yeah.
Somebody says, Daniel Martin says, he asked the crowd if he should just carry on and to put the middle finger in the air. Okay.
Now, he did do that, right? Now, he does that in all of his shows. He is actually one that kind of makes sure the crowd's okay. But it's not in a thorough manner, right? It's not like he's really, really checking. It's almost like he does it like he's just going through the motions because he kind of has to, right? And on top of that, I don't want to say that because I've seen plenty of footage where he actually stops the show completely to help people get rushed out. Mind you, at his shows, people are passing out all the time and getting crowd surfed out because they're unconscious. They're not dead.
Right, but
they're passed out.
But this was a ritual planned on a particular day, and so he would do things in a different way than he would normally do things. Right?
Man, you just hit it. Let me add something, and I didn't put this in the doc. Let me add this now. Mm-hmm. Something Travis Scott does, because I'm very familiar with this artist and his performance, because he's really known for his performances. It's an experience, they call it.
Mm-hmm. And you gotta strike that light tonight because Dayz of Noah is he is having a career game night. So y'all should strike that light tonight. Okay, brother. Carry on.
So he's known for these amazing experiences in these shows. They're cathartic. It's like It's like going to a battle with your best friends and you guys win. At the end of the night, you're just like, we won, you know? It's like one of those things.
Right.
You know, there is kind of this cathartic element to it that I can understand, especially as a young person in your 20s.
Right.
You know, you're going to these shows,
right.
and you're just, you know, letting it all hang out. It's like you guys are going to war, but it's fun.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're getting bruised, and you get out, and you talk about it for years. I get that. I totally understand that.
Yes.
Like, I'm not hating on any of that. I don't care what generation it is. It's happening in every generation. We have our different versions of it. But this generation is different. Technology, in a way, and they're underexposed to real social relationships in a way that makes them more susceptible to harm. Let's just put it that way, right? They're less in touch. They're less in touch with the social element, right? They're less in touch with life in general because they're a little more inexperienced, right? Because they spend a lot more time on the internet. They're more raised like a lot of these Generation Zs. And no disrespect, but we're just being honest here. Digital natives, especially those like say under 25, you know, they have a lot more experience with the world through the internet than they do with the world.
Speak on
right?
It. Right on.
They've experienced the world a lot more through the internet than they have experienced the world in actuality.
Yes, sir.
That does something to a person, and it will definitely do something to that generation. So we have to be honest. We have to be honest about these things. Yes, no disrespect, no butthurt feelings, nothing. We're just being honest about how things work.
Right.
And so I get the vibes. I get it. I understand. I lived it. I know how that works. Man, parties are fun. That stuff's fun when you're young. I get it. But there's a problem. These kids are on a different level. They lack respect in a way. They're kind of detached due to that experience, you know?
Right.
They live in a social media world.
Right.
And they get in the real world and they forget that it's the real world.
Right.
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 So I understand that had effect on these kids. So they lack that
empathy and all of that.
They lack empathy, and I don't want to say that because that sounds kind of harsh, but they lack the morale, right? They lack they lack, like, for instance, you look at the mosh cultures that say hardcore scene,
right?
Grindcore scene, or the punk scene, the original punk scene. Like, you go to a Black Flag concert, say 1983, you know what I mean? It's like, there's going to be crazy moshing, right? It's going to be crazy to the point where people are bleeding, but they're picking each other up, they're hugging, no one's mad. No one's fighting. You know what I mean? People are respecting each other. If there's women, if there's girls in the crowd, they're being taken care of. You better believe there's girls in the mosh pit.
Right.
Oh, definitely. They're getting it in. But the guys respect the girls. If the girls fall down, they pick them up. That's just a thing. That's just like Plur in the rave scene. There's these moral codes. Like, this mosh scene and the rager scene don't have that.
Okay.
They step on women. They push women down.
Oh, wow.
They don't pick women up. They ignore them. You know, girls are getting hurt left and right. Girls died that night. You know what I mean? And that's not how it works. That's not how it should work. If we're gonna be able to have these cathartic experiences where we can get a little reckless and play on the edge and walk on the blade, you know, we gotta actually have some moral foundation to keep things in order to a degree.
Right.
Let's wig out, but let's also not lose our wig.
Right.
You know
At the same time, right.
So it's like they're missing that element, and for me, that's how this movement fails, and that's how it creates a perfect storm. It's chaos magic to create a type of, you know, ritual like this. You build up a culture, a rager culture that's just like this, and you give them this free reign, and you have their altar in the form of a Travis Scott that's like guiding this egregore, and then you put them in this kind of trap pit, you know, where they can't get out, and it creates like this madness, and you have all the other crowds pushing, and mind you, when they create a mosh pit, you have to open it up.
What do you mean by open it up for those that don't know?
You have to open it up. You have to create the circle.
Okay.
To have a mosh pit, you gotta open it up.
Okay.
Now, let me give you this example. Let's imagine being in an elevator. You're in an elevator, and you're packed in that elevator, and someone says, let's have a mosh pit. Let's open it up. Where are you gonna go? How are you gonna open it up?
Wow.
You can't, right?
Right.
But now let's put ourselves at the show. we're in a box, we're in a gated box with 100,000 people, and we're talking about let's open it up, and we open it up. What's going to happen to all of the people surrounding? They're going to be smashed against those gates.
Wow.
So you had this, I call it a perfect storm, because you have all these elements that are working together to create chaos. It's ultimate chaos magic. Not only do you have the ritualistic aspect, the symbolism, you have the vibe of Travis Scott working as an altar on the audience, but you also have the energy of the crowd that, unbeknownst to them, just want to have fun and are being driven by the spirit of rage, and they want to do their thing, but at the same time, you have an overabundance of people that are trapped in very horribly designed pit. So it's just like there's just all of these angles of malfunction.
Mosh pit.
It's crazy to me. And for me, like, I don't want to denigrate moshing.
Question: What does that mean? What does mosh mean? Like, where does that come from? Do you know?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't know the etymology and the history of the term. I should know that, actually. I should, but I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm asking because I sincerely don't. I just kind of took it for granted. But yeah, I mean that's something to find out. Like, okay, who is Mosh, and is that his pit? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yes. No, that's a great question. Please, someone in the chat.
Yeah. Well, we can look up the etymology right quick. But yeah, I would like to know the official story. Somebody in the chat who knows the official story, tell us the official narrative of where it came from, and then we'll
I believe it comes from the punk scene. That's where it comes from. But as far as like the etymology, like the linguistic aspect of the term mosh, that I'm unaware of.
Right.
I do understand the act.
Right.
The performance, as it were, is comes from punk rock.
Right.
And I describe it as bioenergetics. Right. So you have psychoacoustics and you have bioenergetics. Okay. So bioenergetics, kind of complex. There's many different versions of it. There's different schools that describe it in different ways. But to be simple, bioenergetics are a way of using energy-producing methods to create euphoria or different types of mood-altering situation. So, like breathing very deeply, exhaling, inhaling very deeply to get a kind of rush or to kind of like calm yourself down is a form of bioenergetics.
Okay.
Running or going to the gym and lifting really hard to kind of like, cool off or lower anxiety. That's the type of bioenergetic act. Okay?
Okay.
Bioenergetics is a way of using biological energy to create different mental states.
Oh.
Moshing is nothing but a bioenergetic act.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the word means, but I know what the act means on a technical level.
On an exoteric level.
Yes.
But it like all things, as you said, because the material and the spiritual are always connected, everything has a spiritual.
Everything, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Slam dancing is another one.
Mm-hmm.
Grindcore, hardcore scene have their own form of dancing. Goth scenes have their own style of like dance fighting. It's really interesting stuff. I don't knock any of these cultures because I've grown up in similar cultures, and I understand between 20 and 35, you go through a lot of this stuff. It's part of life. Whether it's like not necessarily Christian or not isn't the point.
Right.
This is part of life. We all experience it. I wasn't born into a Christian. I was a lost agnostic my whole life until my mid-30s. So I experienced all kinds of things, and I have to respect the fact that most people do too. And we gotta be real about these things. And they're not necessarily all bad. I will say some of the messaging and some of the music is horrible. But just doing like moshing could be fun. I'm not so much of a mosher. I like dancing, but I don't like getting physical with people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like in that sense.
Right.
Like it just doesn't attract me.
Yeah,
That's just personally that never was my thing.
Yeah, not even when I was in that age range. That wasn't nothing I wanted to be doing as a cathartic thing. But different generations do different things for entertainment. I feel like I'm whitewashing a little bit too because it's weird to me.
I get that too.
You know,
It is weird, especially when you're not familiar with it. It is definitely kind of strange. But I look at it like martial arts. It's not much different, or boxing. It has similar bioenergetic meaning. Michael Lane says, no, we have not all gone through such things. Clearly, everyone hasn't, of course. But I'm just saying, like, in your youth, you tend to get involved in music scenes, dance scenes, social environments that usually have these elements. It's just kind of a normal
things
thing.
You might not do now.
Yeah, things you might not do later in life. And we always have to be objective to a degree. Like, yes, these things exist. And, yeah, it is what it is. But, so there's bioenergetics. So I make this argument to not denigrate mosh pits and, they're satanic. It's like, yeah, maybe some of the music and the messaging could be satanic, but if we're just going to talk about mosh pits, and somebody say, well, it looks so angry and violent, and it is.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a good spirit behind it.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. It doesn't seem to have a good spirit, right?
Right.
But I mean, what's martial arts, right?
Well, I could defend myself with martial arts.
Yeah, a good point. Okay, good point. There's meaning. There's more purpose.
And then there's something to be said for that because at the end of the day, that's martial arts, and martial law mean if you break that law, you die. And this is really the art of killing. But I could use it to protect my family. This falls in the realm of entertainment, and I'm just curious as to what is the spiritual origin. I appreciate hearing and learning about the cultural or artistic origin, but we still have to figure out. Okay, so what's the spiritual origin of this? And
now this is where we get into the negative aspect of it, and this is where we get into the aspect of it not being probably good for you if you're not, say, 20 years old.
Okay.
where it would be more reasonable, right? I could understand you being 21, 18, 16 in a mosh pit going ham because, hey, what else is going on?
Right.
But if you're 35, 40, you shouldn't be in mosh pits, man. If you're a believer of the faith, born again, it's because the spirit of it is there's nothing righteous. There's nothing, you get the point.
Right.
So I'm not trying to say it's okay. This stuff is all well and great. I'm just saying there's purpose for these things at certain parts of life. In the world, we're only talking about the world here. Like these are things of the world. Now, just because it's something we don't practice anymore doesn't mean it doesn't have relevance and purpose in people's lives. Mm-hmm. Some of our friends, family, maybe even nephews, nieces, etc. Right. So we just have to kind of put things into perspective. So you have bioenergetics, and then you have psychoacoustics. Okay. Psychoacoustics are really just the psychological effects to sound, the way sounds affect the psychology, right? So what you have, a concert, an event, a mass event, a festival, is nothing more than an experience of bioenergetic psychoacoustics. If we want to get scientific, mm-hmm. right? That's the material aspect. That's the more for the scientific people. That's a way to describe what's going on at a concert. But then we could provide an esoteric, spiritual explanation for what's going on. And for the most part, especially in these types of environments, it tends to be a darker spirit. It tends to be a spirit of rage. Right, it tends to be these kinds of spirits. Well, but interestingly enough, they can be fun and pleasurable, which is Interesting.
Well,
but so is a lot of bad things.
Yeah, okay, you took it right out of my mouth, my brother. Because I was gonna say, yeah, just about everything I used to do that was bad, I thought it was funny. But now let's look at the screen here and answer the question that we asked the people about the etymology of mosh. Well, first, where did the word mosh originate? And according to Wikipedia, which of course we know, that's not the end all be all, and people put up those definitions, not necessarily authorities on the subject. But what it says is the term mosh came into use in the early 1980s American hardcore scene in Washington, D.C. Early on, the dance was frequently spelled mash. And I'm thinking about...
That's what I thought of. Mash, mosh, right? Yeah.
We did the mash. We did the monster. They did the monster mash on November 11th, I'll tell you that. But it said, early on, the dance was frequently spelled mash in fanzines and record liner notes. So they used to actually spell it mash. As in the 1982 song Total Mash by the DC-based hardcore band Scream. And it says, originally, a word in brewing. Oh, okay. Brewing like bring ale or mead or beer. General sense of anything reduced to a soft pulp consistency. And that's what happened, unfortunately, to some of those bodies that night. But it says it's recorded from the 1590s as the figurative sense, confused. Let's see what it says here. Okay. Oh, okay. When you mix things together, confusion is the result of that. Whether you're blending materials together in a blender or whether you're doing it in a fabric, there's a confusion. In other words, the differentiation of each fabric no longer exists, and it all becomes one in this confusion. So that's where the confusion part come in. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So mash, soft mixture. And of course, to dance with a certain amount of violence to metal music in a tightly packed arena. So part of the official definition, even according to Etymology Online, of the modern day verb for mosh, it's to dance, parentheses, with a certain amount of violence to metal music in a tightly packed arena. Okay, perhaps a variant of mash. Okay, and it says mash, originally a word in brewing, the general sense of anything reduced to a soft pulp consistency, is recorded from 1590s as is the figurative sense, confused mixture, muddle.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Again, these aren't things that I was familiar with, or even had the inclination to look up before. But I'm glad that we're having this conversation because I'm stretching out and I'm learning. I'm learning as I'm listening.
Let me add to this. This is really interesting because what I was going to kind of contrast this to, at least to give a little support, was sporting. For me, the experience of moshing reminds me of a type of sport. It's almost sporting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it's not, because there's an element that's added. So I was thinking like football. Football is very violent. It's a very violent sport, but it's fun, and there's competition, there's engagement, there's teamwork, there's other elements involved, but it is violent. Mm-hmm. People get hurt, people pass away sometimes. Yeah. But then again, what is it missing? It's missing music.
Well, they played a fight song to get the players geeked up, and during halftime.
Yeah. But when they're playing, they don't need the music to drive them.
Right, that's true.
Mosh pits need music to drive.
Absolutely.
So I have to get rid of that contrast because there's a whole additive here. And that additive is the music. The music is what's driving the mosh.
Right.
Not the competition, not the sporting element of scoring and winning and all of that. So there goes the spiritual element. Interesting. Now, could we say dancing? It's dancing. It is. It's violent dancing. What's the spirit of dancing? Because you need music to dance.
Right, and if
but there's no violence in dancing.
Well,
there's an
not normal
violence in moshing.
Right, there you go. There you go. Dancing generally is the opposite of violence. You're trying to make peace with a young lady, or there's the amicable aspect of dancing. You don't dance with somebody you don't like.
Facts. Yeah.
Whereas now with this, not only are you able to dance with somebody that's the same sex as you and have a good excuse for it, but you can make body contact with them. Oh,
so
boy.
There may not be a violent attitude to dance, but there could be a sexual attitude. Right?
Yes, without a doubt.
Okay. Which is equally dangerous in spiritual regard.
Yes, indeed. Interesting here. Interesting.
So fascinating. Now, the reason I went into that is because I wanted to demonstrate, given the potential for a type of negative spiritual element in moshing. I'm not trying to promote moshing or anything. I'm just trying to objectively assess the situation in that moshing does have a precedent. It has a culture. It has a morale. Given the whole circumstance, there's a morale there. And what I was trying to point out is that this new rager stuff that tries to practice this moshing, they lack that morale. So it's like you're taking the thing that's already kind of, it already looks a bit negative. You're taking that and then stripping it of any redeeming qualities.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, though moshing on a spiritual level may be more negativistic, there are redeeming qualities about it in that there is a morale. It is in a controlled environment.
Mm-hmm.
There is a type of shared understanding. There is a type of brotherhood, literally,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I kind of compare it to something like fighting, because we could be brothers that practice a martial art and we fight for sport and we hurt each other, but we hug after. And we may be closer after we touch each other's cheeks a bit with our fists, right?
Uh-huh.
So there can be some positives in that. Being a man of sport myself, being in martial arts since I was a child, playing many sports, football, etc., I'm very in touch with this type of violent physicality, even though I'm not attracted to moshing at all.
Uh-huh.
Physical, violent sports do attract me. Maybe not anymore. But I'm just trying to be objective and not like demonize anything too much, to try to see things, full circle. But this ranger stuff, it's all pure chaos. There isn't a morale. There isn't a brotherhood. It's pure chaos. And that's the interesting aspect of it all.
Excellent. And let me highlight Loyal Tangi's Loyal Tangi. This crossed my mind when I first saw that mosh came from mash, which I should have thought of off the rip, because the first thing you do when you're trying to figure out if it's some kind of spell on a word is you change the vowels back to the oldest vowel, which is A. And the first thing that came to my mind is one of my favorite shows that shows my age, and that's MASH. And the theme song is "Suicide is Painless." That's crazy. That is crazy. That dun, 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 dun. Ahmad Jamal has a dope version of that with a fresh intro that anybody out there that likes to sample, Big Unc just gave you one. But yeah, the MASH theme song is "Suicide is Painless."
Wow. Every time I hear that, it's one of those weird things, because I remember being the only time, because, we never had that show playing in our household, but I would hear it all the time at my babysitter. I'd be at the babysitter, and they'd always be playing that. It's just weird. So whenever I hear that, it just brings me right back to that It's just, one of those kind of things where you hear a song and it kind of puts you in a memory.
Absolutely.
So when I hear that MASH theme, it just places me right back in daycare. It's so funny.
Well, it's very contemplative too.
I didn't know that was that's the name of that song.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yep. Everybody just says the MASH theme song, but that's what it is. And suicide is painless.
Wow.
Yep. So yeah, it's more than a notion here. We got a lot going on with this whole thing, and I'm just beside myself, brother, because like I said, I didn't know nothing about it. I knew one Travis Scott song, and I can't recognize his voice. I don't know his voice. That's how little.
He doesn't have a voice.
Okay, speak on that.
You got to see the doc, man.
Okay. All right. Okay.
He doesn't have a voice.
Okay.
I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
He's an entity.
Interesting. Okay.
Let's just think, and then add that to where things are going, future. You know what I mean?
Right. The transhumanist agenda.
He's the first AI artist.
Okay, I got you, my man. Okay, I'm 100% on board, and I can't wait to see what you have cooked up for us. You gave us so many jewels tonight. I mean, you probably got a triple tonight. This was a stellar program. You explained so many things and really made it plain for me. Because, like I said, I went meh about the whole thing, and I regret that I did that, because there's a lot here.
It's so much. I mean, I go a lot more into I go everywhere on this documentary, honestly, but just in the event, there's so much. Like, it's such a rabbit hole. I would have to do several documentaries to really encompass all that went on that night. I mean, out of like just the pure overwhelming data of that night, I had to really touch on a lot of other encompassing aspects that built it up, that I go into more of the foundational aspects, future things, historical things. But if we're just going to talk about that night, man, I mean, it's just, we've seen nothing like this since, well, we haven't seen an event of this, I'd say, impact since I'd say Woodstock. And some may think that's an overstatement.
No, I don't think so, because this has sucked all the air out the room like nothing else. I mean, especially in a news cycle climate where everything is Roni and Omi. This thing right here was able to keep up, and some days was the top story. So this was a big deal. This was a big time sacrifice for that other team, and the fact that they let this young dude do it, I stopped brushing him off when he got with the Kardashians. I said, now this young guy, he ain't just your average bear square. It's something in his bloodline or something that they know about. For some reason, they're pushing this dude, and I'm like, I'm ignorant to his music, and I say that as a person who know about Griselda. Okay, I know Griselda's song. I know a lot of new stuff, but for some reason, this wasn't coming across my radar. When none of the nephews saying nothing to me about the music, so I'm like,
very mainstream. He's very mainstream.
Okay,
like it's weird because he's very mainstream, but he's also acquired. He's like an acquired mainstream artist. It's really strange. It's like there's nothing like it. It's like he's so huge, but a lot of people don't know who he is and never heard any of his music. It's because he has a very specific audience. And that's why he's so important. That's why I've been following him for so many years. And that's why I went in so hard on this album, because he is the Gen Z. Literally. He is the Gen Z hip-hop artist. In the most mainstream fashion you could possibly imagine.
Got you.
There's many. Playboy Cardi, Little Uzi Vert, Weeknd. There's a lot, but
Right.
he's like that McDonald's. He's like the Kanye of Gen Z.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's important. He's very important. He's going to be a big part of our future, whether that be he's involved in it or not. His career has so much to do with our future moving forward. Trust me.
And his influence is large.
Very large. Very, very large. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, I got schooled and I learned a lot tonight. I'm like, wow, okay, so maybe I need to check out some of his songs and do a little songwriter secret on this young man. I would love to know. I guess the last thing I'll bug you with, because I really appreciate you taking this time, brother. But I would love to know the song set list. I would love to know what song she went off on. I would love to know what song SZA ended with and Travis started with.
Well, I'll tell you what Travis started with, and it's pretty telling. That's a good one. I'm gonna find out what track SZA ended with, and I kind of like her, man. I'd hate to think she's involved in this.
Brother,
she just seems like such a sweet girl.
Now you feel my pain when I do the songwriter secret on my old school favorites. I love Marvin Gaye. I love Shaka Khan. I grew up crushing on Shaka Khan. I still to this day sometimes have to fight it sometime. I'm like, wait a minute, now you know better than Shaka Khan old enough to be your mama. But I look at Shaka Khan, I love Shaka's voice, the soul in it and all that, but that's in a different place. And the man in me would like to think that sister have figured everything out and she repented and blah, blah, blah. And, after she went on Piers Morgan's and she said that the music business is demonic, within a couple weeks of that interview, they put her in the celeb rehab, which you know what that's about. And so I believe she's been MK Ultra'd. I think well of a lot of artists because of their artistry or because of something in their personality. Marvin Gaye's my man. I was messed up to read those things that I read about Marvin Gaye before Quincy Jones opened his mouth and said what he had to say. I was messed up because I looked at Marvin as like a type of role model,
Yes.
smooth brother, talking the positive things, uplifting the community as far as what's going on, and then I started to read these other things. He's cross-dressing in front of David Ritz while David Ritz is writing a biography, and then, different things going on weird with him and Jan, and all of the time they were spending with different people, and I'm just, and then of course Quincy came out and said what he said about Marvin and Richard Pryor, two dudes, that I, as a musician guy, I respect Marvin Gaye. As a Motowner, I respect Marvin Gaye. My mama's favorite dude. I remember the day he died, I was in bed, and my mama's strong as she is. I heard somebody say, "Oh Lord, oh my God!" And I jumped up. I ran the room. I said, "Ma, what's wrong?" And she was crying. She was like, "Oh, they killed him. They killed him." I was like, "Who? They killed Marvin." And I was like, man.
Yeah, that's how my mom reacted when Tupac died.
Okay, so I feel that same thing, but I don't know what people say in their last and final breaths. None of us do. We don't know what people say in their final breaths. If they see something like Crowley saw or LeVay saw that made them rethink they drink in their last moments, You know, as deep as they were into what they were into, of
Yes.
course, we have to expect that many of these folks that we done did exposés on and things in the past, that many of these people have also done the same thing. You know, that they've come to the conclusion of, wait a minute, you know, I was wrong. You know, let me change. And so we have to make room for that. And I do appreciate you bringing it to the forefront.
Yes, I appreciate you saying that because, you know, we've all made mistakes in life. We've all been lost, right? We've all made big mistakes, things we regret.
I certainly
You know,
have.
I think about, you know, when I was in the world, you know, partying, you know, I would have been at Astroworld if Astroworld was around 15 years ago. I would have been there, raging out.
Right on, right?
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then 15 years later, I'm saved by the grace of the Most High God and through Jesus' name.
Thank you, Jesus.
You know, so I always have, you know, because I've been on the bottom. You know, I've been through a lot. You know, like I said, I've never been a criminal, but I've been through a lot. And, you know, I've done some stupid things in my life, and I've been an idiot, and I've made horrible mistakes, and, you know, things I regret. And, you know, blood is, Jesus has cleansed me of these things, and, you know, I've come to the truth, and, you know, I fall on my knees every day, you know, just thanking God for this. So doing this kind of work, I always have to give people that same type of understanding, regardless of their level, you know, their success, their fame. You know, I always have to remind myself of these things, man, because anyone can change at any time, you know, though we do have to reveal these things and expose this darkness and so forth. You know, there's always that element there, you know, that we never know how the Most High is using these people, and we never know if they might eventually turn around and change their ways and repent, you know, come to the truth, you know, come to Christ, you know. So it's just I try my best to stay in that lane, you know, because it's so easy for us to just really go in on some of these people because they're not living on planet Earth.
Right, right.
You know, they somewhere. So to us, we're detached from them.
Right.
We dehumanize them in every sentence.
That's true.
As if they're not like real people.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to remind myself that I have to check myself.
No doubt, no doubt.
It's very easy
I do
to do that. It's very easy.
Yes,
and
it is.
That's flesh right there alone.
Without a doubt, to sit in the judgment seat and to pronounce people as condemned, nah, because you never know who God loves. There might be one of these people that just hasn't found their way yet. You know, they're out there in the wilderness, and God love them. Like I was out in the wilderness, and it seemed like He loves me. You know,
Amen.
but I didn't know it then, and I was out in the wilderness doing all kind of things, and have made many mistakes in life. Even after coming to the Lord, I've made many mistakes in life, many things I regret. So yes, indeed, we do need to check ourselves and not be so quick to sit in the seat of judgment when it comes to brothers and sisters, especially when it comes to folks who may have not had any inkling as to what they was getting into, and then they get into it and have something to lose. It's easy for us to say, I wouldn't do it, but we not in their shoes. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we just want to pray for those folks, you know, like Pastor Joe Schimmel's good example as an elder to me, and a person that influenced me to make the videos that I made on the Songwriter Secret. You know, I like how he always ends everything, and, you know, and we pray that this brother, you know, would turn away from these wicked things. I pray that he would have eyes to see and ears to hear that what he's doing is not worth whatever they're giving him for his so-called career. And I pray that whatever is redeemable in him, whatever is still human, whatever is still connected to God, I pray that that is saved, and that salvation and restoration come into his life, that he see the light and recognize and realize the love, and that the only true way to have love and the happiness that he craves is through submitting himself to the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and that's for his very soul. And bless you, Shonuff.
Yeah, amen.
Shout
out to Shonuff.
Yeah, shout out to Shonuff, and yeah, let us all of the prayer words in the chat, just, you know, touch and agree on that. You know, that this.
Sure enough. Who am I? Who am I? Sure enough.
You know, and I pray that this young man Travis does indeed beat the last dragon, that old serpent, that reptilian, Satan and the devil, and whatever it is that has him bound. We ask, Lord Jesus, because you can do all things but fail. And we can do all things through you, Lord. We just ask that you would loose this young man in Jesus' name, Lord, and let him see the error of his ways before he heads into total destruction. And save his soul, Lord. Save his soul. You said it is your will that none should perish. We know that you don't get any joy out of watching your children make the wrong choices and take the wrong paths, Lord. So please, Lord, please, in Jesus' name, Father, reveal yourself unto him. Lord, let him have a supernatural experience that he can't deny, Lord, and help him to come running back to you. In Jesus' name, we touch and agree, and we ask that it would be so. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. And you know, I pray in Jesus' name, and I explained why I do. Some people have a different point of view, and that's fine, but I don't do it out of any ignorance. I've heard the same things that other people have heard. I'm aware of folks who say otherwise and why they say otherwise. I don't agree. And so that's why I do it. Experience.
You're new to this. You're true to this.
Yes,
right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I was through with it before a lot of them knew what to do with it. You know, I've been on this path for a long time, and you know, nobody out there is going to tell me anything new under the sun when it comes to the Messiah and the one and only one. So you know, you can hold your opinion, but but I'll tell you that I don't do it out of ignorance. I don't do it because I haven't heard about the J. I don't do it because I haven't heard, oh well, that's not the worship of God. You're supposed to worship the Father. I believe that Jesus and the Father are one. I believe that the Father made himself flesh, made himself manifest in the flesh. Jesus Christ came in the flesh. I believe that flesh, all flesh, has a color. I don't believe that it was the color that's depicted in the pictures of Cesar de Borgia. I'm also very well aware of people who say that Jesus is a pagan name. I believe that that is a slanderous lie. I know the narratives. Trust me, I can tell them to you better than you can to me. But I don't believe the narratives. I spent most of my life believing those narratives because it's what the books say. It's what the scholars say. It's what the academics say. It's what the experts say. But it's not what experience says. Experience says something very different. So somebody lying, and I'm going to tell you right now, it ain't me. I'm telling you what I know to be true and what I've tested. And, you know, it's been a long road and a perilous journey. But I'm never turning back. So you can roll with it or you can roll out. But much love to everybody who know what I'm talking about. So we do touch and agree in Jesus' name. And I thank you, Brother Dayz, for taking this time.
Thank you for having me, man.
Because this was a blessing. This was a blessing and one power-packed lesson. So much was expounded upon in here. I'm telling you now, I'm going to cut this up. I'm going to cut this up, I do believe, because this is just too much for folks to skip past because it's 6 hours. And I know a lot of people do that. You know, they'll see the time on this and move right on to the next one. So I am going to chop it up, folks. So give me a second, okay? And yes, indeed, there's always more to learn, but there's always deception also. And I err on the side of believing that experience is the best teacher. And I've had some experiences that, you know, perhaps you're not familiar with. And just because I talk the way I talk, please don't play me cheap. I've walked this walk for a long time and tested it in ways that would be the only ways that you could practically apply what you've learned, and that is in deliverance ministry. In deliverance ministry, I've had the opportunity to see what it is that devils don't like, and devils don't like the name of Jesus. That's why they get so mad when I say it, you know. So and I've tried the other ones too. Devils laugh, they clown me, you know. And it doesn't matter what you believe, it's what you can prove. And I can prove that. I've proved it before. So anyway, God bless you, good brother. And this is my platform and my floor, and so I'm standing on that, and ain't no need for you to say nothing more. Or it's going to be a thriller night in here. So I love you, Brother Dayz. I thank you so much for your time. I thank all of you good brothers and sisters who came to listen in, and even those who thought that they was coming in here to teach. I hope that you learned something tonight, because I certainly did. I learned something tonight, and I admitted that off the rip. So that's what it is. All right.
Me too, brother. Thank you for having me. I can't wait for the next one.
And
we got a Technology coming up.
There you go. Ready. There you go. There you go. Yes, indeed. Me and Dayz have been doing a joint series, the Technology series. Some people have seen the Technology videos that we've done. We've got some good stuff that we just can't wait to show the people. So please do stay tuned for that. Time and date to be announced. And again, we just can't thank you enough, man of God. I just want to ask in the authority of the name of the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Lord of Lords and King of Kings. Heavenly Father, I ask right now, Lord, that you would just please loose and then bind to your servant Dayz in the name of Jesus, the whole full armor of God, and bind to him a greater hedge of protection than you gave to your servant Job in Job chapter 1, verse 10. Loose the angels that you have assigned to watch over him, to bear him up lest he dash his foot against a stone in Psalm 91. And Lord, in the name of Jesus, bless the works of his hands and bless the thoughts of his mind. In Jesus' name, Lord, bless his family and his household. And Lord, please bless the ministry that you gave him to steward over and cause for it to increase. I speak increase over my brother. And Heavenly Father, I just ask, Lord God, that you continue to get the glory out of his life as he brings more souls to Christ. We touch and agree, and we ask that it would be so. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Amen. All right, now, until we see each other again, everybody have a blessed rest. Psalm 4 and 8 and Proverbs 3 and 24, sweet sleep. And until next time, it's always a treat when the elect meet. And it's always a pleasure when God's people get together. Later on, y'all.
Peace.
Peace.